you're with Scott, and it's time for Genshin Impact. Whoa, whoa. Start game. Hi, it's Genshin Impact. Oh. Start game. Hi, you're with Scott, I'm Ganji Kid, I'm Grave Kipper. Start it's game. Midnight. Hi, it's always Scott, midnight. Ganji Kid, I'm Grave Kipper. Start it's game. Midnight. Hi, it's always Scott, midnight. Ganji Kid, I'm Grave Kipper. Start it's game. Midnight. Hi, it's always Scott, midnight. Ganji Kid, I'm Grave Kipper. Start it's game. Midnight. Hi, it's always Scott, midnight. Ganji Kid, I'm Grave Kipper. Start it's game. Midnight. Hi, it's always Scott, midnight. Ganji Kid, I'm Grave Kipper. Start it's game. Midnight. Hi, it's always Scott, midnight. Ganji Kid, I'm Grave Kipper. Start it's game. Midnight. Hi, it's always midnight. Ganji Kid, I'm Grave Kipper. Start it's midnight. Hi, it's always midnight. Ganji Kid, I'm Grave Kipper. Start it's midnight. Hi, it's always midnight. Ganji Kid, I'm Grave Kipper. Start it's midnight. Hi, it's always midnight. Ganji Kid, I'm Grave Kipper.
So what we're doing today is playing Genshin Impact. My phone is broken today. I was just on the phone to my friend and it broke. It like fucked up both ends. And it turns out, the way it turns out is what's going to happen is I've been on the phone to the company that do the, it turns out that, oh God, you won't believe this, right? I'll just quickly say this and then we'll get on with Genshin Impact. So I've been on with the company and the people that run my mobile phone tariff or whatever on my mother's phone. So if that phone's working, my phone's not. And they're like, it might be the signal. And I don't think it is the signal, mate, because we're talking on the phone right now. Like on a different phone, but we've got signal. Anyway, they were very good, really. The chap was quite good. It was the first time in a long time I've been on customer service and not felt like smashing my head against a brick wall completely. Although I did feel like smashing it against a brick wall a little bit. But the bottom line is, they want me to. They're going to do. Excuse me. They're going to do diagnostics. So for the next couple of hours, I'm not to use the phone, and then in an hour or so, I'm going to use the phone, and it's not going to work, obviously, and then I'm to take a screenshot of it not working. It's part of the diagnostics. Then they want to talk to me tomorrow, and I get the feeling that what's going to happen is that between now and tomorrow, they just can't be fucked with it. So I'll run diagnostics all evening, thinking I'm doing something, when in actual fact, the diagnostics were just a ploy to make me feel like I was doing something. Well, I'm a bit smarter than that. So what I did was I got my mum's old phone. Yeah, a bit smarter than that. I got my mum's old phone, took their SIM card, put the SIM card in that, and whilst that works. I can call people up. It's on the network. It works. So it's not the network that's at fault. So they're going to call me back tomorrow and say, have you been doing these diagnostics? We've been having a think. It's probably your phone, mate. And I'm going to say, yeah, it definitely is the phone. So for the next hour or so, they're still doing that. They said, don't use it, do the diagnostics, whatever. I'm fairly fed up, you can imagine. I've been on their phone to the network for about 2 hours trying to fix the phone. And at the end of it, I thought, why don't I just try and put this SIM card in a different phone? And I did, and I figured it out. So tomorrow, instead of... What I want to do is get up and just go and buy a new phone and just deal with it. Yeah, just deal with it. Just go and buy a new phone, deal with it. Job done. No. Black Friday's coming up. There's no way leading up to Christmas you just go and buy a new phone 5 days before Black Friday. No way. So we're going to wait for Black Friday. I won't have a phone for a little bit. Or at least I will have one that can make calls, but it doesn't have any of my numbers on it. Or I can put the SIM card in the old phone and get the numbers going, but I can't make any calls. So it's going to be funny for a little bit for me. Ha ha. And so I'm a bit fed up, but whatever's. What I wanted to do then is I've spent 2 hours talking. Bear in mind, I spent 2 hours talking to those chuffers on the phone. They haven't been chuffers. They've been good. They've been good. This morning when I woke up as well, I think I bit my tongue again. I think I'm biting my tongue in the night. Like, chewing on my tongue. It's not a good thing. My mouth feels a bit sore in there. Anyway, so we've got these problems. But 99 problems, I feel bad for you, son. If you're having phone problems, I feel bad for you, son. I've got 99 problems, but a phone ain't one. So what I actually got instead is I've got Genshin Impact, and Genshin Impact's wonderful. And we deserve our flowers. The warm rhythm of the streets in Sumeru. What's going on? I've got no commissions to do. No, I've done them. Fucking finished them, mate. Cleared them off. What about your resin? 124. That can afford to tick up a bit in the time that we're playing. No problem. What do you want to do then? I'm going to go... you can be here, you cannot be here. This one's for me. I love Genshin Impact. Midweek Genshin Impact on the random. Here's an 18 days quest remaining. That's only 18 days. So, you know, that's got time on it.
Heads are
But
better than
also, right, get this. We still haven't got to doing... Oh, look, there's another one of these now, 18 days. That's that, right, okay. Still haven't got to doing the fungus thing. 11 days on that. Because I wanted to finish the main Archon quest. And it won't let me finish the main Archon quest because a character's currently involved in other quests. Talk to Collie. Okay? Talk to Collie. But a character's involved in other quests. Nilu's busy completing this rhythm. Hushang's busy... And Sheikh Zubar, they want the rhythm of the streets done. So we need to do the warm rhythm of the streets. That's on my list there. Right, we'll do that then. Fine. I want to get this stuff done for my own enjoyment, because I enjoy doing the game, but also I want to unlock that other bit of content that's time limited, which I'm not doing yet, and I should really be doing. So, you know, I don't want to set myself unwinnable tasks and set myself back too far. I want to get on this. It's my place to come and enjoy myself. I'm going to enjoy. I'm not going to bring a negative attitude about my phone breaking to the stream. That's not the what I want to do is use this time to enjoy myself. So I'm going to just shake it all off. Shake it off. Shake it off. Whoa. I must say, the people that I was talking to on the phone today, they were from Wales. I don't know exactly who they were. You know, there's some fella from Wales that works for the company, but very nice. You know, very congenial. And I think they could understand that I was feeling exasperated. And for the first time ever, they've not managed to make me feel more exasperated. So they did something right. So that was good. Nothing better than a nice bit of Genshin Impact. Before we go there, I've come to Collie's house because it said talk to Collie. I actually was here in the area, running around, little Lord Kusanali, which I have been doing, running around, doing my primo grinding. We need those frogs. Get away. It's my frog. She picked a little frogger. I'm running around doing my, my dailies and bits and pieces. I come up here and Collie's got a little flower pot. Now, we didn't read her notes before, her diary, because we said it was rude, but I came in and I accidentally pressed the F button because it went F like that. I thought F. Oh, I thought sit. No, I pressed it and read her diary. And in her diary it said move this plant into the sunshine because it needs sunshine. And we were like, should we do that? It's like a favour for her. So now we're going to do that. As a favour to Collie, look. I don't know if we're doing the right thing. I feel like we're messing around with other stuff. Okay, Paimon will leave this flower here to grow. So Paimon wanted me to do that, so I've done that. Just so you can see it on stream, it's been done. Right, let's go to Nilu and let's deal with this main story. This is story. We'll do story followed by Archon. And also this week, the fun news. For some reason, I said that video was going to... We leave a letter behind for Collie, apparently. Just quickly before we get started as well, we started a new channel this week called Ganji Impact. Ganji Impact, that makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah. If you go to channels here, Ganji Impact. So, where's my second video? Oh, why has it taken like 3 days to upload the second video? That doesn't make any sense, does it? Well, the reason is because I had to edit out a bit of Kim Petras and a bit of somebody else's singing. I had to edit out people singing. It's quite a good little thumbnail sequence there, that is. I don't know, can you see that on the... Let me check on OBS. For some reason, you've got half of the... Only half of that. There you go, look. If I hold the thing... Look, it's me doing my two faces. It's quite good, that is, isn't it? No, it's a load of shit, that is. It looks shit. It doesn't look shit. It looks quite good. I thought it looked good. It looks shit, yeah, it looks shit. It looks good. What's happening? Anyway, it took 3 days for that video to process. Just to edit off that little clip at the end where there was somebody else singing. Do you remember? It took 3 days to edit off the copyright music. Thanks, YouTube. 3 days turnaround on that. But finally, we were up there. So tomorrow, another one. Tomorrow, another one. Probably do them in twos until we've uploaded and we're caught up. But from then on, Ganji Impact. That's where you see my Genshin Impact playthroughs. Ganji Impact. It's got its own playlist there. The full thing. Some of the videos still exist on Gravekipper. Ganji Kid. But the new ones now on this, as you go down all the way to the bottom, the new ones are on Ganji Impact. Ooh, that's nice. Okay. But annoying for me again this week that tried to do something new and push forward. It seems like it's happening like as a sort of, like the more I push for something, the more like, oh no, fuck off, life says to me. Like today, like on the random, I was having an enjoyable conversation, but then my phone, right, that's quite a problem. Instead of doing what you want to do today, Scott, why don't you spend 2 hours on the phone to EE? Oh, I said the company now. I didn't want to say the company. Said it now. It doesn't really matter, does it? Doesn't really matter. Like anyway, it seems like a mistake for me to waste my time in these ways. But I haven't got anything done. Spent 2 hours on the phone to them instead, and it happened when I ordered that camera, and instead I got a box with some wires in it, and instead I had to send it back to Amazon and get on the phone to Amazon. That was a waste of my life. And also, this is news as well, I'm not going to get the pieces of wood, but upstairs I'm trying to get that room tidied up and sorted out and moving forward. And yesterday I sat on the stool, and the stool that I used to have this stool from hairdressing. I got it from the tip shop. It's an old stool. It's an old wooden stool. They last for ages. I sat on the fucker, wood splitting, the whole lot. So the stool's gone now. That's gone in the bin. It's all right. I can, we've got this fighting fund. Do you remember earlier I don't know if you do remember, but we've been receiving tippies, and I've been saving them up and trying not to spend them, and trying to live a frugal lifestyle. I want to pay my mum's electricity. I've guaranteed that money. I said transfer it over from the bank. Don't worry, it's done. I want to pay her energy bills, or our energy bills, this winter period on it. I just want to make sure that's all covered so no one has to stress. Okay, so that's happening. But also this other fighting fund for putting together stuff for the stream and developing further, eventually to get myself in a financially secure position from doing this streaming, of which Genshin Impact, this part's for me, this part's the love, the enjoyment, of which Genshin Impact is the big fun part. The main serious, what we might see as a bit of monetization in the future will actually come from, if you go to Gravekeeper Ganjikid, the main channel, you'll notice that our lives here, a couple of them have taken off quite well. The McCann's on film, nearly up to 1,000 views now, so I'm really pleased with that. And Thus podcast got 10k, that one, got a big wallop. Seemed to have dropped off a bit, but that picked up some sort of cheeky algorithm somewhere. Wink wink nudge nudge, say no more. And but in general, what we were doing in general on this channel some months ago, I was getting 40s, 20s. I did get a couple of thousands on some of this Martin Leaker stuff, but that's what took me into the hundreds, that Martin Leaker stuff, the conspiracy theory stuff. You see there, that little patch there of conspiracy theory stuff. I never said I was going to do it forever, but the variety content goes around. Look, we're looking at 20s here, 10s, 17s, 20s, and then we make a 10x leap to 200s. We made another 10x leap here to 2000s, and maybe if I could have kept that going, that might have been really good. But I do variety, and I did change. It does change. I didn't maintain this. I didn't keep my foot on Martin Leaker and Jade's necks, so to speak. I didn't keep hammering at these people, but maybe we can go back to doing it a bit more in the future. I'd give them a bit of a break. I'll go back to them. I'm not going to be a bully online, remember, and just deal with these I'm not going to make my channel dependent on other people and me having a go at them, because they'll disappear and then I won't have any content. But we made up to 200s regular now. Yeah. We've gone from making 20s regular to making 200s regular. So I'm happy with that. That's a real big, this year we've done a 10x. As we go into the next year, we're looking to, in order to make that next 10x, my options are bully people online more, go after, and we do want to hold these people to account in the same way as we hold Phil to account. So we will do some of this, these Tartaria people. But what I really think is important for me to do is to keep broadening the net, keep broadening the content, and keep improving it. So if you notice Thus, the podcast that we do now with Steve of the Dead, that's every other Monday, and that's starting to really settle in. So eventually that will have its own channel, but until then I want it to help my channel grow, and it's part of what we do on this channel. And the other content, the Madly I'm McCann stuff and other stuff like that, looking at criminology, psychology, stuff like that, it all fits in a way, in the same variety, rotation, conspiracy, it's how people think, what they're thinking, what their ideas are, different stuff, variety content, yeah. But that's really taken shape now. So the Genshin Impact stuff was being uploaded from Twitch's videos. That's now got its own channel. And over here, we're going to take another 10x jump with Thus, not just Thus, but with the content over here. I'm going to push, coming in the new year, we're going to, leading up to Christmas, I'm not going to push too hard. I'm going to deal with my life and obviously get a new phone now and all sorts of other shit. But we're going to maintain. We're going to push, though, on that. We're going to push. That's where, I'm not saying that Genshin Impact isn't, Genshin Impact is fun for me. Streaming on Twitch is fun for me. But I think if I want to make something that can be sponsored, that can be getting, maybe Genshin Impact could be that thing. Maybe we push with the Genshin Impact channel and go somewhere with that. But I think this is where we go with that. Maybe we get a sponsor for the podcast eventually, and that on top of the ability to have members and tippies and all that, you know, diversifying income streams. That's where we're going to push for that. And then the upstairs room, if I go to channels, I've got a B-side channel, Battery Exhausted. This has got intermittent videos and now started intermittent lives. Did a little one last night. A really good example of what I'm doing up there in a short burst, which the room's not ready yet. You know, we're not finished set up yet, but this is just... I know I'm shitting for myself at the start of this episode, but I'm going to play Genshin Impact in a minute. Hello, Bob, yeah. You like the Cheetos top? I couldn't not. It says real cheese on it, which is not vegan, but I couldn't not. You know, it's fully got the Cheetos, mate. Yeah, I couldn't not. I mean, I don't know if it's fashionable, you know, like in terms of like if you're walking around the supermarket, I forgot to get the Cheetos, like people might say, or they might say, what the fuck is that? But I couldn't not, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, on the B-side channel there, I did a Dark Side Phil. Phil was trying to play Stealth in 2022, so I just had to quickly flick on the camera and record.
His relationship with Stealth. Let's just
in the upstairs room. So you see, upstairs looks a little better now. It's not because it's better. It's just because I've got a slightly better lighting setup, and that's one of the things that's going to. And in more and more as we get different bits and pieces, that upstairs room is going to become a more stable streaming room, and you'll see. That'll be a good thing. So between these different things, the upstairs Battery Exhausted channel starting to develop as the B-side channel. Between that, Genji Impact's not making me any money. You know, I'm just playing Genshin Impact. Oh, actually, on Twitch, I've got subscribers, so that does make me some money. But that's more for the love. I need to make some more Genji cuts, some more edits. And, of course, the main channel, Gravekipper, will eventually hit monetization. And hopefully, you know, if I'm lucky, we will get people wanting to be channel members and things like that, you know, doing more of these lives. Hopefully that'll become an income stream. And then finally... we moved us to its own channel and it gets a sponsor, and that, you know, then I'm talking about having sort of diversified, not getting loads of money out of everything, loads and loads of money, but, you know, being able to say, right, I can pay my bills, I can eat, like we've got enough money in the fighting fund to develop the content. Now we're really like, and then at that point I don't ask for tips like Darkside Phil, do I? It's funny when he just runs around the corner, isn't it? Exactly. I was watching it and I was playing a game and like, I was doing something else and I was just like, oh my god, no, Phil. No, I had to bring it to stream, so I like having the ability up there when I'm chilling just to turn on a stream. And also, I'm going to set it up there for. I've got an idea about how to create a chill atmosphere, like Phil, yeah. But in sum total, if I can take I don't ask for tips and stuff like that, but if I can take the pressure off, I don't ask for them, but I don't want the audience to feel like my long-term success is that I get more people to pay me more money from the people that watch and then the audience. That's not in my heart how I feel. So what I'd hope is that can be a part of it. You know, I hope that's a part of it, but I also hope that we can get a sponsor, and that sponsor can say, look, here's a reasonable amount of money every month. I can see you're making reasonable amount of podcast every month. I know what I'm getting here. I'll sponsor it. I'll put my name on it. You can have my products in your shop, whatever it is. You know, I don't have to be like some big shill, just like, you know, we're sponsored by Manscaped this week or whatever it is. Well, I don't care who it is, really, as long as it's vegan enough. We get a decent sponsor, they pay us a reasonable amount of money, and then I can say, look, I can pay my bills. Thank God for that. I don't have to beg on the internet. I don't have to do a dark side Phil on you. But all the income streams diverse, you know, it's all important on the way, and a sponsor won't be the only thing. It won't be like, I've got a sponsor, now I can just fucking go and live in Miami. Like, it's not like that. But it's all part of his progressive steps to try and take the pressure off the audience and move it onto a more corporate, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not a corporate person, but I think I'd rather spend their money than yours. And I'm certainly not going to ask for tips in the way Phil does or anything like that. But that's the strategy, that's the plan. It's all going really well. I'm already quite happy with it. The reason I got onto it is because I mentioned we've got a new channel now called Genji Impact. So if you want to see Genji keep playing Genshin Impact, it's got its own channel. And I'll be keeping us up to date with the uploads. Eventually, we will get up to date in about 2 weeks. And then what will happen is I'll do a Genshin Impact stream, and then bang, the next day it will be on Genji Impact channel. So that'll eventually get there. But this week, I've broken a stool, broken my phone. There is a couple of other things like that on the list, but I'm not here to go into them. We're having a bit of a chuffer of a week, that's all. So I thought I'd come on now. Do I have a website? No, I can't be asked with it. I used to have two or one. I had one proper one for the film I made for the Stugan film, but I can't maintain it. It costs money and it gets me nothing. So I can't be asked with it. I've also got Scott Jessup Hair. I did as a blog spot, so I don't maintain that either, of course. But when I had a hairdressing salon, I had a blog spot, so it was free. And then that's like a website, isn't it? Look, so if people typed this in on the internet, they found this. Oh, it's Google, thanks. Okay, they found this, so that was good. You know, it served a purpose instead of me having to pay for a website. Did that back in the day, though. Started that in the early 2010s, I think. Was it 2011? You know, you can find us on the internet there. So I was always of the opinion that I didn't want to pay for a website because I was just ending up paying someone else. I never made any money out of it. I'm paying someone else. I can't afford that now. So maybe if one day the idea is that what you do is you build up your following and then you bring them over to your website where you get the AdSense and you get the clicks and the views and keep them on your website. Oh, I can't be arsed with it. Do you know what I mean? If I make good enough media content, we can gather up small enough. But it's like what Phil's saying at the moment, actually, because this is the truth of modern media on these things. Unless you're going to be PewDiePie or someone big and you're going to get big money, which, let's be fair, it's like being a musician or something. Most of us are not going to be in the top 10, top of the charts. So I'm happy that, you know, I'm hoping I'll get up there, but I don't think I'll be Asmongold, or I don't think I'll be like, you know, XQC or someone. So I'm happy to push for it and to say, yeah, one day I'm going to be a big streamer. Big enough is probably the right word, because for me, big enough is, you know, a few thousand here and there. A few thousand views here and there, a few thousand supporters here and there. That in the same way as what Phil's describing, because he's getting these ideas, he's not getting them out of the ether. He's getting these ideas from marketing, you know, but they're taught through YouTube. YouTube's got videos on this shit. And you want core people who are going to be committed, and then they're going to never disappear, aren't they? They're going to be people who, and I'm really lucky with this, because through the ASMR work that I did, I've got people who know me online for years now. They know who I am. They know I'm not some flash in the pan, say one thing, don't do it, or they know that I'm not fake, and they like. That's why Snippies and Capital K and these people and Nigel are here, because they've been watching me since the ASMR. So what I was lucky about with that, if I go to your channel, I sort of don't promote this anymore as well, but ASMR's got a problem with sex workers in the community, so I can't really promote it. But channels here, ASMR, yeah, this channel did all right. You know, it got a few thousand views here and there, and there are people that oh, that's what I was going to say. I made this road trip. Let's just find this. And again, nowadays, if you search ASMR road trip, you get a load of other bollocks. But I called it the road trip because there wasn't anything called ASMR road trip, and it was the first thing that came up. And it was a name for a film, ASMR documentary. It's the very first ASMR documentary, full film free. Full film free. It's there, 45 minutes, the full film. That's good, isn't it? You can watch a documentary that I made about ASMR. How did I make that? Because, and it won't be on here anymore, it's probably gone away, but I did a crowdfund. I said, can you give me £5,000 and I will give you a full documentary where I travel around Europe and meet A, B, C, D and E. I had 7 big, you know, big artists that I had on the list. And they said, oh yeah, well, okay. And £500 came in. That's not 5,000, that's 10% of what I wanted. But that's £500. So what I did instead was I hacked it down and said, right, we're not going around Europe anymore. I'm certainly not going to America. What I am going to do is I'm going to visit one big name, Emma Whispers Red, and 3 smaller ASMR creators along the way. It took 2 nights stopover and 1 other further filming day. So we did 3 days work on it. £500. I got my mate involved, Matt, with the cameras. And yeah, £500 is still damn good, isn't it? I spent every damn penny of it, of course, because we had to drive around the country, stay in an Airbnb. We wasn't Airbnbs back then. It was like I want to say Travelodge, but not a Travelodge, because it was like a shit cheap one, just like a bed and breakfast. Do you know what I mean? Like the cheapy. We drove down somewhere, we did a day's filming, and then we stayed in one cheap place and drove back, sort of thing. And on the drive back, we hit the other person. So we did like a 2-3 day. One of them was close to home, so we didn't have to stay anywhere. And then the other one, Emma, was a day out as well. But yeah, so we made this full documentary, yeah. My friend Matt helped me film it, or he mainly filmed it, and I sort of watched him film it. But so we've got an actual proper, you know, notable Emma Whispers Red is a proper notable ASMR artist. Here's a documentary, look.
The role plays for me are exactly that, a reenactment of a day-to-day situation. Which
So the very first ASMR documentary that existed, I made it. No one can say I didn't. You know, it sprang upon the media after that, didn't it? The media got hold of it and we're all talking about it. But I was in it early doors. The media were calling me and asking me. I was on Radio 4. I'm on Vox magazine. I still get views from this. Vox ASMR. Pretty sure this is still the case. Scroll down through it. There's Maria. I mean, that's not still on YouTube, that video. Where's my video? There it is. Look, there's the ASMR road trip. Look. See that? On Vox. So that's pretty good. Like, that is, for me, that's fucking awesome. Like, thanks, Vox. That's pretty good. Isn't it? I'm kind of lucky. I worked hard on something. It cost £500. I spent the money all on that. There it is on Vox. Definitely. No one can quit. I'll tell you what, you know, I go a bit, sometimes I get a bit like up my own bum about this, about like some of the, what's going on in the ASMR world these days, but no one can say I'm not, can they? There's Vox, there's my documentary, thanks very much. Like, I've earned my stripes there. Like when that woman and me had that row on Twitter recently, and she was like, I'm going to be big in the ASMR world, and I was like, I don't know if you know this. I already have been. Not big, but, you know, let's be fair to me. There's a documentary and it's on Vox, and it's interesting, and it's filmed well, and it's nice.
Your body's way of kind of...
Okay, so anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that I'm blowing my own trumpet there about the film. What I'm trying to say is that all those years ago, 7 years ago now, they gave, or it was 8 years ago, 9 years ago, they gave me the money. The people that chipped in the £500, they crowdfunded that. I asked them for the money, the community, they crowdfunded me. I went and did it. So what they can see is that you give Scott £500, not the 5,000 he asked for, and you got a full 45-minute film. Now, other people might have done a crowdfund and said, we only got 10% of the money. I'm sorry, we didn't finish the film. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no obligation for them to finish the film there. What's going on with that? Why is it doing that? Right. There was another one called Braingasm. I'm going to do this now because I like talking. This is my stream. I'm doing what I want tonight. Braingasm. And this got a lot of funding. Kickstarter they did, and they got like thousands. Like, I think they got 15 grand, something like that. Don't quote me because someone, I didn't get 15 grand. I think they did. You know, I think they did. This never got made. It never existed. It never got finished. They did a bit of filming and got people hyped because they could see that they were filming. Oh, you've done some filming. Oh, this is hype. So these people got 15 grand. I got nothing. I got 500. They never finished it. They never produced it. Where is it? Where is the film? Never come out. So they just, I don't know where the money went. I don't know if they got their money back or anything. But what I can do, you can promise, like, I can promise you, you give me 10% of the budget, I'll come out with the full fucking whack. Okay, I didn't go to America or Europe. I couldn't afford to do that. But I still came out with 45 minutes content film. It's not 45 minutes of, like, let's try and fill some time. It's a proper documentary. It's on Vox. Like, you know, they used it there because they thought it was legit. These people, 15 grand, didn't give me anything. Nothing. So, like, forget them. What I'm saying is they know that I can produce, they know that I can deliver, and through this channel, when I was committed to it as well, that's, see how I do this now, channels, other people's channels there, look. Don't do that anymore. They know that through the years of committing to me on this channel, I committed to them and we produced, and I stopped, I'll admit it, you know, I went away from it. It was mainly after that trolling and stuff, but the landscape changed, what ASMR is today changed, whatever. Like, I might be a bitter old person, don't like the sex workers taking it over, but I did that, I produced, they know I can produce. So that's why, what I'm saying is, I think that's why people like Snips and Capital K, I think that's why they're still with me, so to speak. I still get comments every now and then on the ASMR, like, you know, years and years later, this is still my favourite video, I still enjoy this. And I know that there's something that happens on the internet, which is when people feel they've received value, that they feel in some way grateful, and that they might want to give back a little bit. I've never asked for money, I never monetized the channel. Eventually, YouTube sent me an email to say, we are monetizing the channel, even though you don't, because it was big enough. YouTube putting adverts on non-monetized channels. I can't find the exact email, but look, I'm not a YouTube partner, so why am I seeing ads on my videos? If your videos contains it's not about the content. It may place ads on it, even if you haven't monetized the videos yourself. So YouTube is showing ads on non-monetized channels. Look, 2020. It's now a standard thing. I don't get the ad revenue, but they put the ads on it. So my choice is to, because I didn't want ads because it wasn't a money thing. This is for people who are suffering with anxiety. This is for people who are suffering with depression, as well as people who are just enjoying it. And for me to experience and make videos and experiment and create art. That's what this is for. But none of that was a commercial enterprise. So I decided not to put a commercial pressure on it, and I didn't make any money out of it at all. Apart from that £500 which I went down to the ASMR road trip and spent, I haven't made a penny out of the ASMR until I set up a Patreon and realised there were people who were committed to me to the tune of whatever that was. And then I stopped. I did 2 months of Patreon. I stopped. I did some personal videos for people and this and that, and I wrote it off. I said, I'm not doing that anymore. I feel uncomfortable. Again, I'm sort of commodifying the thing I enjoy, and I'm saying, right, you can pay me to make you a video, but no one else can see it. I don't like it. I just, like, can we just either have me making ASMR or not? Like, I don't. Anyway, I did end up putting the adverts on it and walked away from it. It still exists, the channel. Every now and then I'll still do something on it. 9 months ago, 10 months ago, when I got this room set up, we had a little bash, and it's like a thank you to people for helping me set up the room, because I know they like the ASMR. I know they're still following me because of it, so they helped me immensely, and I made them all these videos, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, including the anthology of new ASMR for them. So that's nice, isn't it? In some way, I see this as like giving back, always. Anyway, they know, the point I'm making is that they know that I'm not some flash fly by night. If I say I'm going to do something, I'll do it. It might take me some time. It took me a year to edit that document. I had to learn to edit. I had to buy a new hard drive. I had to invest in a new computer. There were bits and pieces that I had to get a Mac laptop, MacBook, whatever, back in the day was editable. Do you know what I mean? I went from nothing to being able to do it, and now I can make films. So they know. You commit to me, I commit to you, and it will get there. So what I'm saying is that, like Phil, we don't have to get like 1 million subscribers. What we need is a smaller group. Most content creators are in the same boat. What we need is a smaller group, maybe, of more committed people who will actually, help out, who will actually tip, who will actually become members and support. And I'm sure that as I grow, I will gain more of those people. I've got the history to show on the internet here. If you look at my channels, like I just did, I've got the history to show where I've been and what I've done. I can prove I can commit and I can follow through. If we want to crowdfund something in the future and I've got an idea and a goal, then I expect to get 10% of my lofty goals, but I expect to make 110% out of it. So at the moment, we're just building up the fighting fund, improving our content, improving our product. But when I say that, I don't want to be Joe Rogan overnight. That's not going to happen. But when I say that I'm doing a podcast, it took a year. Steve has not come to my house and sat in my room every time. That's a bit of a reach. But I'm doing a podcast. It's took a while, but I'm doing it. And what I'm saying is that I'm going to improve this another step, to get 10 times more viewers. I'm going to do not 10 times more work maybe, but I'm going to hopefully improve this another stage, another step. And I've got ideas, I've got plans. It will happen slowly, but give us another year. Oh, a year is a very long time, but give us another year, and it will happen. You see it, it will happen. I'm going to make it happen. I'm not like blowing my own trumpet again here, but I believe in the content. The quality of the content is the thing that's going to make the difference. So if I can make good quality content, we can succeed. Yeah. Well, it's not just me, is it? I always believe in this. It's a team, and I haven't got a big team around me. I'm just one person, media producer at home. That's the whole point. But having Steve on board there, that's drastically improved the quality of my content, our content. Having him, like two heads being better than one sort of principle. I'm really lucky, and it's not just luck. I've looked around, found someone that I respected and wanted on the stream, emailed them eventually, made it happen. Like, anyone can do this. I think I'm a good example to anyone else out there, because you can see the progress. You can see I didn't do it overnight, and it took some time, and I had to learn some stuff, and that polish doesn't come overnight, sort of thing. You can see that. That's fine. I'm really lucky. I'm really grateful. I'm so lucky and grateful to have those people from the ASMR world, because without that, that's like a jump start. Capital K dropped a 50 sub bomb on me one day. Like, that's a jump start that I've got. I'm not having to, like, when I finished the hairdressing, I sold all my hairdressing stuff to give me the money to buy the computer to make the films. Like, do you know what I mean? To do the ASMR, I had to sell that other stuff. Now I've got tippies and chippies. That's gone onto the fighting fund. I don't actually have to sell like I don't have to worry about like selling my camera to improve my stream. Or, do you know what I mean? Anyway, I'm so lucky to have that already. And it's not a lot of people. It's not hundreds and thousands. Although there are a few out there, I'm sure, that have seen me through the ASMR over the years, and were they to, you know, come back into the fold or find their way back into the channel here now, eventually I'll probably pick up a few more. And I'm sure there'll be a few that feel like, you know, do you know what? I've watched so many of his videos, and what's a couple of dollars here and there? Like, I actually shut down Patreon because I had $20 coming in on $1 tips, and that meant that I had to do, like, I had 20 people obliged. I was obliged to these people to produce this content for the Patreon account. But like, for $20 a month, I was doing an extra job, and like, that's not like that for them. It sounds really ungrateful. That's not enough money, but it's not, is it? Like, if I'm going to spend 8 hours making a video and I'm going to get like $20 for it, like on average, I spend a lot more time making content than that money return. But you know what I mean? Like, having 20 people beholden to, that I felt obliged to, that I felt I can't let them down. I'd rather not have that $20 and not have to make these extra job videos. I'd rather, or the other option is I have 20 people at $5 each, and now I can afford to make the videos. But I can't, like, there's just a cut-off point where you feel you're being generous, and people are, if they give you, I do it, I give streams like $1.79 or £1.70, the minimum thing on the phone when I'm doing the super sticker, because I don't want to spend loads of money. I haven't got loads of money, but I want to support, so I'm grateful to that. And when we get monetized, you know, any tippies, and we are tip me at Coffee Ganji, you know, anything that comes through that, I'm absolutely grateful. But like, minimum cut-off £3 these days, isn't it? The inflation, it's not my fault. But it is like, I couldn't afford to, I wanted to, but I couldn't afford. If I had 200 patrons, I could have done, but 20 patrons, no. But yet it's the same obligation, create content for Patreon. So, and there's 20 people there, that's a lot. So I had to scrap that. Maybe go back to it some other time, but at the moment, we know where we're stepping towards. I know how I'm going to make it happen. And I know that there are future people that will, not because I'm like, oh, can you help me out, I deserve tippies, but because I am making quality content and it has a value, and they've seen that in the past with some of the other kinds of content I've made. This is different content, but the ASMR had a value. They've taken the value already. So I'm sure that there's a few of them who, and I know, like Capital K said when he dropped the sub bomb, you've helped me so much with the ASMR over the years, here's a little bit back. Like, it's just, I think that I've invested, so to speak, in by being honest, by being open about mental health, about anxiety, about wanting to help other people with those problems, not just because I've had those problems myself, but also I want to help people with those problems. By being honest about that over this body of work here, I've actually managed to make real connections, not parasocial connections, but real connections with real people. And I think, you know, we're going to go on and carry on doing that in a different way. So the people that like this and like me whispering to them might say, oh, I don't want to watch him ranting or playing Genshin Impact. Well, I'm trying not to rant so much and play Genshin Impact a bit more, but you know what I'm saying? I think we can do it. I know what I'm doing. I'm a media producer. I'm qualified. I'm educated. I've got my head screwed on. And what we're doing is not trying to be like Jake Paul or something like that. So I'm not going to be Mr. Beast. It's not like, oh, like, sometimes feels like this. He's like, I don't want to be like PewDiePie, and I don't want to be like because he's bitter because he can't be. But I'm also a little bit bitter that I can't be. No, I know that I can't be because of different reasons. And it's not that I can't be, it's because I can't be because I don't want to be. If I wanted to be, I would be. Do you know what I mean? Like, you like my Cheetos hoodie because I bought that because of me, not because I think I need to entertain you. But maybe PewDiePie would wear a hoodie that entertained the kids because of, like, whatever. Like, I'm not going to enter that world. Our growth is going to be slower, steadier, and based on the quality of our content. Not based on a viral video, not based on a cool thumbnail, not based on a, but it's got to be based on consistent value to the audience. And what I'm doing now is just ranting about my content, so this isn't content, so I'll shut up now. But I'm feeling quite you know, in the mode about it. And then this week, I've not been able to get the camera because the box came with wires in it. I've sat on a stool and broke it, so now I'm down a stool. And there's other bits and pieces as well. Like, you know, we will get there, but it will be slow going. But eventually, trust me. Over there, you can't see it now, but over there is a lot clearer. There's not so much crap over there now, and little bits. I've helped you also. Oh, there you go. Thanks. Good. You know, trying to help people is important, isn't it? That's when they ask people, why do you make content? Why are you making content, Phil? I know why Phil's making content. The money, isn't it? Like, why am I making content? It's very clear, to reach people with ideas, to try and build bridges to people. That's what I'm trying to do. If I could write it in a manifesto, you know, in a statement, I want to reach people with ideas so that we can build bridges to people. I think that's the clearest way of just defining it. And helping people, obviously, I'm not trying to build a bridge so that I can get in your house and steal your stuff. Like, the building bridges is like reaching hands out across the internet, isn't it? It's about, you know, creating something more than just content. So that's what I'm trying to do. Genshin Impact doesn't achieve that in a straightforward way. As I said at the very start of this, I'm going to play a stream to just enjoy it.
If you're not sure what to do next, how about I take you on a walk?
But I'm a great believer in bringing people from all different areas. So the podcast we do, I will quickly say this and then we'll get on to Genshin Impact. The podcast we do is at the moment focused around criminology, but it's psychology really. So, you know, it will go through different phases and themes. Criminology, crime is a psychological thing, isn't it? So we're doing that at the moment. We've got the McCanns, but these ideas will move around, will shift slightly with a sort of mainstay of a couple of pillars in there. But I'm hoping that we can bring in some people, like some of these conspiracy videos brought in some new people that I would never have spoken to before. But I did a couple of lives about conspiracy things and they checked it out because they're in that world. You know what I mean? The Madeleine McCann stuff brings in people who are interested in this criminology, and so it brings in like this brings in a totally different group of people. Asmongold and Genshin Impact. Sometimes it overlaps, but I hope that we can, in order to build bridges to people and reach people with ideas, we need a wide range of people talking in chat and having ideas, don't we? So I think that's important as well. Yeah. So yeah, I've said all that now. I'll shut up, get on with it. Because really what I want to do is just smoke weed and play Genshin Impact tonight. That's what I really want to do. Talk with Nilu about the situation. Go on then. I'll talk with Nilu about the situation. No one will stop me. I'm basically God round here. Look, this is Lesser Lord Kusanali. She is a god. So, pretty big cheese round here. If anything, she's a pretty big cheese round. She got herself lost. She's out down here. This is where they empty out their toilet. Wait, do they have a sewer pipe in Sumeru City? Oh, it's down here, is it? Is it down here? Through this little door, probably. The Academia. No, it's not in here. Fuck these guys, anyway. You're all wankers. Ah! Run.
Hopefully those earmarked funds were actually spent somewhere useful.
That's Shatir. Don't stay here, he's Shatir. Honestly, his name's Shatir. So, I'll just prove it. Look. Don't stay here, he's Shatir. Look, Shatir. Don't stay here, he's Shatir. Right. Okay, I thought I could smell it. Now where am I going? If it wasn't for the little music coming out of little Lesser Lord Kusanali's tinkling feet, I'd be pretty wound up at this stage, getting lost on myself. Back, I'm going. Look, where is it? Where is it that it wants us to go? It's there in the middle, right there. Now, how do I get there easy? Don't start now, Genshin Impact. Don't start now. Right. Down here. Of course it's down here. I don't know, do I? Treasures Street. I'm following this golden line, look. Treasures Street. Here we go. Shouldn't put an S on the end or something like that if it's going to be a street. Because Treasure Street sounds the same as Treasure Street, doesn't it? Which one was what? Treasure Street sounds the same as Treasure Street. Treasures Street. That's what Phil's got the problem with. Treasures Street. Round the corner. Round that corner. Do you remember that guy who used to I don't know the name of the fucker. Oh no, I don't know the name of the fucker. There was a guy who used to do the music, not the music, like the man who did the. Okay, the man who did the voice for Thriller. And like, he's got to be the only person that did the voice. Hang on, Ecosia plants a tree, so that's good, right? But it doesn't tell you what you want to know. So Google that shit. Paste and go. The man who did the voice for Thriller. It's Vincent Price, that's him. Vincent Price.
You may have seen him in Police Academy.
Any chances at all?
What are some of the superstitions?
Well, I have one, you know, if I'm walking down the street with
Well, I have one, you know, if I can't even do it.
somebody and something comes between us, a
And something comes between us.
post or something like
A post or something like that.
that. I always say bread and butter. I suppose
Bread and butter.
that's my main superstition. I've
I suppose that's my main superstition.
been doing that since I was a little kid.
Little kid.
And I have a lot of other superstitions, too. I don't want to take any chances.
Chances. No one speaks like him.
Until we have a cross and a mezuzah.
Mezuzah. Now, who's doing this? Whoever speaks like him. Have they not time-stamped it? No one's bothered to time-stamp it. There it is. 622 is what you're looking for. Thank you very much, Fred Cabia. I will give you a thumbs up. I don't often give thumbs up to comments, I'll tell you that. Not on other people's channels. On mine, I'll throw them around like it's confetti. You leave me a comment, I'll give you a little thumbs up. Cheeky little thumbs up. Thanks very much for that. I'll show you I'm listening. But 622 is what we're all looking for.
Falls across the land. The midnight hour is close at hand. Creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize your neighborhood.
To terrorize your neighborhood. Vincent Price. But he actually spoke like more creepy when he was just talking.
That you really have to know about it if you're going to get into it.
If you really have to know about it, if you're going to get into it. Vincent Price. Actually, talking of that, right? Check this out.
Check this out. Okay, this is the voice changer. It's a little app that I've got that I'm considering buying. At the moment, it's on demo.
At the moment, it's on demo. Yeah. So you don't get all the voices. You just get some of the voices. This one is called The Narrator. Check this.
Hello, my name's Scott, and I'm here to tell you that I'm called The Narrator. So should I use this effect for the whole stream? No, because, I mean, what the fuck? Why am I talking like this? I don't know. This is a narrator's voice. But my voice, an accent. The narrator, much more accent. They like that. They like that. What's going on? Why? What's different here? It's changed. It's actually changing the way my voice sounds. I'm not really got a funny voice, but it's changing the way my voice sounds. Very good.
If you're going to buy art, you better know something about it.
If you're gonna buy art, you better know something about it.
I prefer this. I can live like this.
Why don't you come and sit down over here? Little romantic filter for you. Oh yeah. Hey baby.
And that's all you're getting out of that.
Are you ever going to play Genshin Impact, you fucking dick? Because you told them you were going to play Genshin Impact.
Someone.
Always someone.
Always someone. Oh, Vincent Price. Yeah, fucking. No one wants to see Vincent Price. No one knows who he is. No one cares. What is Thriller? Say the young people. The young people out there say, what is Thriller? And I say, well, Michael Jackson. They say, what? That famous paedophile? I say, no. No, he's not. He's not famous for. He's famous for being a good singer. And then they say, what songs did he sing? And I say, Thriller. And they say, what? Oh, is that the one with Vincent Price doing the voiceover at the start? And I say, that's what I was trying to tell you. So I already know. You know, us young people aren't thick in the head. We know Vincent Price did the voiceover. Fucking hell. Leave us
Something on
alone.
your mind again?
You old bastard.
Let's work through it together.
Talk with
Two
Neely.
heads are better than one.
Look, there she is. She's over there now. So I found her. I'm just having a carrot. Look, there she is. She's over there. I found her. So at least we've achieved that today. Hey, 50 minutes in. Genshin Impact, look. It's what you promised them, isn't it, Scotty Hottie? It's what I promised them. 50 minutes in. Genshin Impact. Well, they don't know about this, though, do they?
Everyone hold hands.
Look, I can read his mind. Farhad. He's got nothing in his mind, so he's a bad example. I can read Sheikh Zubar's mind. You ready?
I see everything.
He's got nothing in his mind. What's wrong with these people? Where's this? There's no vendors over here. Where's the... There's usually some people. Right, over here I can read,
Hey,
Shit, it's not working. Yusuf will have a brain. Ready?
It's pretty easy to make a living. So how come there are adults who don't have any money?
Fucking, you tell me, Yusuf. It ain't that. Is it pretty easy to make a living? It's not that easy these days. They've made it harder. And the thing is, Yusuf, you might get bored of selling these fucking, I don't know what they are, slices of... Are they sweets? They're not. They look like big slices of rock. Big sweets. They're not. They're like carpets or some shit. You might get bored of selling carpets after 2 hours, and then what are you going to do? Come back to me when you're 70, Yusuf. And Yusuf, do you think you can get in this? I bet we can fit Yusuf in this. Take the lid off. Yusuf, can you fit in that? Once he's got in, put the lid on and just run. Oh, I can climb on it, look. Yusuf, come and get in this. Yusuf, come and get in this. Oh, look what she's doing. Maybe don't. Maybe don't look at that. I mean, it's almost like a... Is it? It's not, is it? It's not bad. I mean, she's supposed to be quite young, so you don't want to be looking at her in that funny way. But she's got a bum out in a way, hasn't she, by doing that? I mean, I didn't design it. I didn't make it happen. Well, I am making it happen in a way. I don't know if that's good or not, really. Probably not. We'll go with not, yeah. We'll go with not. It was interesting for a while. Like, climb down off there anyway. Thanks, always messing about. Now that we know we can read people's minds, let's go and do the main quest. This is Nilu's story quest.
Sorry.
So, there's going to be a lot of talking.
I invited you thinking this was going to be a happy occasion.
And not from me.
I didn't know that things would turn out like this.
It's gone wrong. I can't remember what's happening. I don't care. We only started it so we could skip on, so we could do the Archon quest. Nilu, you're a good chuffer. I like your sword. You were really good in that last main Archon thing, but can we just hurry this one along?
there's no need to apologize, Nilu. No one could have seen this coming. Paimon just wishes she could have at least gotten to the food.
Paimon will never shut up about food, will she?
Is what that guy said true? The Academia has already given you many warnings?
Well, that was it. She was going to do a dance, and they came and shut her down.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
But we've already dealt with that now. We've dealt with the Academia.
They've always seen us as being meaningless.
We should have done this before the main quest, because...
Knowledge is king in Sumeria.
As far as
and the
Sumeria's...
pursuit of it leaves no room for the arts.
No room for the arts, yeah. Although, we've dealt with that now. Oh, you get the gist. It's a bit like real world, though, isn't it? At the moment, this is one of the things that happens with this like facade of an economy we have, is that the Tories pretend that Labour crashed the economy in the 70s, so you can't vote for them. Although since then we obviously can see they've fucked it completely. The Tories, but it's like Elon Musk on Twitter. It's not what you see; it's the long game. Like Elon Musk on Twitter, everyone's like, "Oh, he's doing Twitter bad." Elon Musk is bad on Twitter. That's a mistake, isn't it, Elon? Spending all that money and then doing it bad. But he's only 29% shareholder. The other shares are held by people like JP Morgan and like these big investment banks. It might be that if Elon Musk makes Twitter bad, then the share price goes down. And if the share price goes down, Elon Musk might benefit. He might buy out his competitors. He might cause them to suffer. And then in other markets where they're competitive with him, they might have to say, oh, we're losing money on the Twitter deal. Right, we're going to have to pull out of this. Or, do you know what I mean? There might be bigger things at play. You've got to look at the long game. Elon's great at that. He drove up the price of Dogecoin only to fuck it. He's not still going on about Dogecoin, is he? You know, we're not still spending that, are we, on Teslas? But he's good at investment, hype, fluctuation of prices, short-term, long-term. And this is about the same sort of thing. In our economies, you know, when things are good, you've got money for the arts, haven't you? But when things are tough, that's the first thing that gets cut. Well, the first thing that gets cut is the NHS and the police, but then the arts. But it's already happened. They've cut things like the National Opera. It's going to have to move from London. Oh, it's expensive in London, though. And it's a National Opera, so it can go to Manchester. But do you know what I mean? It's just like getting... It's in the millions, the amount of money they get. It's in the millions. But getting a quarter less millions, or maybe 3/4, I think they're getting, 3/4 less millions, it's an issue for you. So that's one of the main things that gets cut. And they're just saying it here, knowledge is king in Sumeru. Which is weird, because it's still university. It's still, you'd think with universities, arts and academia can live hand in hand. But here, academia, everything, arts, nothing. There was a bit of that attitude at my school, where it was more of an academic success. Like, it was important school. But really, still had time for the arts. You know, it's very strange to see complete segregation of the two, because a lot of academic... Like, you think about English, you know, English literature, that's an artistic subject, isn't it? You couldn't have that without... But surely English literature is a proper academic subject. Well, humanities and arts, they're not maths and science, are they?
But if that's all it is, there's also no reason to go so far as to demolish the theater.
But it could be argued that you would never gain insight into the human condition without the arts, and the pursuit of biology, chemistry, physics, you know, all those things require some insight into humanity in some ways, I would say, to unlock them, maybe. So it really has something to do with Inuyasha, apparently.
After Inaya ran away from home,
Inaya.
I brought her here to Zubair Theater.
Inaya. It's a girl's name, is it? Inaya.
She rarely talks about her family. All I know is that she didn't get along with them. I never expected it to blow up like this.
You never do you?
If you did nothing wrong, then there's no reason to listen to the academia, right?
I can ask Nahida to lend a hand.
Nahida? You mean Lesser Lord Kusanali?
You don't have to be scared, she's real nice. Yeah.
She'd probably help if she knew what was going on.
She would.
No matter how nasty the academia could get.
No. I wasn't doubting her ability. I just feel like we shouldn't bother her with such a trivial problem. Plus, if the Dendro Archon were to intervene, then it wouldn't feel like our victory was earned.
Oh, right, okay.
That's true.
God did it for me, so I don't get the kudos. I wouldn't care as long as the ends were achieved, really, but, you know, it's up to you.
Who cares? Let's just take him in a fight.
Yeah, good one, Paimon. I like that attitude, except you never lend a hand in a fight. But,
That's true.
yeah.
I'll try to think of something. We can't just let everyone suffer in a perpetual state of fear and uncertainty. What to do?
Can you pretend to shut down, but secretly continue to hold your shows somewhere else? Or we could go through a list of customers and try to see if anyone in there might be willing to help out. That also doesn't sound like it'll work.
We'll sort it out.
A debate?
A debate.
Well, scholars do love to use them to solve their problems.
All right.
Oh, if we can prove to Inaya's father that the academia's position doesn't hold water, then they won't have a reason to demolish the theater.
I've got a worrying feeling that I'm going to be required to do the debate rather than just, like, click things. They're going to say, oh, and now have a choice. Do you want to click this thing or this thing? And I'm going to say, I don't know what the fucking answer is. I didn't listen.
I see. Defeating him in a debate. It's a good idea, but which one of us could hope to win against a researcher?
Maybe me. Gravekipper, look. Maybe me. Think me.
Huh? Me?
Oh, you. You. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you.
No. I'm the literal worst at arguments.
Yeah, but everyone likes you and you're nice and your hat looks funny, so you.
I can't debate.
I think you're debating now, aren't you? If anything, I think that's proof of it. Isn't it? I said you could, you said you couldn't. We're sort of having a debate right now. So...
Nilu, you are only so stressed out right now because you care so much about protecting the theater.
Might as well be you, actually, because you're the only one that... It's your theatre. If you're not going to do it...
This theater holds a special meaning in all of our hearts. It's irreplaceable.
Well, I mean, it's made of wood and it's shaped like that. It's not irreplaceable, but...
But I just don't know. Can I really take on such a huge responsibility?
You'll be fine as long as you prepare.
Paimon will help too. You'll feel a lot more confident after doing some prep work. Believe in yourself.
Paimon's going to help. Yeah, you know, no help from Paimon. Paimon's good for the pep talk and the self-belief, but she's not going to help you with the actual study. She don't know anything.
Thanks, you two.
Thanks.
All right. I've decided.
I've decided. Look at the way her Cheetos hair is the same colour as my Nilu top. Does that make sense? It made sense in my brain. You know how she's got her Cheetos hair is the same colour as my Nilu top. Forget it, forget it.
Even though I may fail, I'll do my very best for everyone's sake.
That's right, except if you fail, then we're going to burn down the theatre, so you're not allowed to fail for everyone's sake. You have to... It's not even... This is... Should we be sending her up with that attitude? I mean, nobody mentioned fail. Even if I may fail. No, if you may fail, you're going to get pushed right back up on there and the debate's going to continue until you win.
That's our Nilu. We're rooting for you.
We're rooting for you. Also, we'll be cheating on your behalf as well if we can. We'll be stealing your opposition's cards, reducing their time. We'll be... anything we can do to gain you an edge. We'll be using that really spongy ring mat. You know, when you... Like Tyson Fury when Tyson Fury went out to Germany and they kicked off. We're not fighting in this ring. The ring mat's too spongy. And they had to take out the foam from underneath the ring mat sponge. Yeah, we'll be doing that. We'll be padding the... we'll be pushing the gloves down like that. Get them nice and on the knuckle there. We'll be doing everything we can.
Okay, let's head back and tell everyone what we came up with.
Slow counts, fucking cocaine in the water, everything we can. Cocaine in the water? No, you wouldn't be able to do that, would you? No, absolutely not. Daniel Kinahan would be very cross.
I see everything.
What's she going to say now? I love dancing. Dancing's good. Nothing. She says nothing. She says nothing. No brain. Nothing in her brain. We're going to have a photograph of this, though. Hang on. Oh, she's still dancing while I'm doing the photo pose, so that's fine, I suppose. We'll get some good ones. Look, that was a good one, wasn't it? Already. Save that. I'm going to do an ASMR video. I keep saying I'm going to do it. I'll probably try and get it ready for Christmas as like a little special treat for everyone that likes that sort of thing. Where we've got all these pictures. I've got the microphones. I set up the microphones. I talk, whisper, and I just give you a talking through our pictures. Got to do it for Pokemon. Going to release all the Pokemon as well. Maybe we'll do that for Christmas. I'm thinking I might play the new Pokemon game as well. I think I might have a look at it. People are getting hyped for it and all sorts, so I might have a look at it. I played the last one, and I thought, yeah, it's not worth finishing, but... these photos, on the other hand, are fucking awesome. Look. I mean, look at that. That's brilliant as well. We could come here and do these anytime, actually, can't we? Because she's going to be there forever, so... assuming she's going to be... She hit the god, then. She hit God in the face. I don't know if you noticed that. This is your god. This is your Archon. Have some respect. The Dendro Archon.
The treasures I discovered in my youth have been left by the Dendro Archon.
I am the Dendro Archon, you fucking dick. What are you thinking?
The weather is great today.
That's it, deep thoughts. Don't bother asking him any questions. Deep thoughts. I've forgotten what I'm doing. And it usually tells me on the screen. I'm a bit like that. You know, I'm a bit like that. I've downloaded that's Elder Scrolls game as well on Steam. The one that doesn't tell you what to do. The one where you have to wander around figuring it out for yourself. Don't know if we'll ever play it, but... Didn't come with instructions on how to boot up. What is... I can't... I'm here. Why is... Oh, I can do this now. I can do the main quest now. Alright, fuck it. Navigate that. We are due our flowers. And when I say we're due our flowers, if you remember, and it was only a little thing we did. It wasn't major. It wasn't like we came here into Sumeru and like rocked the boat or anything, but we arrived in Sumeru fairly recently, a few months ago, through a little tunnel over here. Like we poked our little head through and out we came. Oh, and like here we are, lovely Sumeru. Oh, isn't it interesting? Isn't it nice? What's been going on? Well, they've got their own Archon. Oh, that's good because I want to talk to them. I said, can you sort that out for me? I'd like to talk to them. And they said, well, you can't really because she's locked in a prison. Well, that's bad. That was bad. If anything, bad. Negative. So you might notice she's not locked in a fucking prison now. Yeah? Right? Because somebody, and when I say somebody, not just anybody, but Gravekipper.
There's still a long road ahead.
There certainly fucking is. Gravekipper, right? Saviour of fucking Mondstadt. Slayer of Dragons. Awesome big cheesing Leeway, member of the Leeway Cheesing, honorary member of the Leeway Cheesing, Knight of Favonius, Captain of the Swordfish in Inazuma, Slayer of the... Well, I didn't do the final coup de grace, but Slayer of the Sarasita or some shit like that. We took on the Shogunate. We come to, anyway, with this in our background, bit of a big cheese really, with that in our background. What about the DSP Charlie song? Yep, that's got all that I need to do to finish that is I need to upstairs. I'll tell you what, I've got, this is another, don't get me started on this. Don't get me started on this. The problem that's happening now with this, right, is the headphones I'm using now are the headphones that I plug into the main rig. But for everything else, I've got a nice cheap Sony pair of Bluetooth headphones. Not anymore I don't, because the other night I went to bed with them on, and then after a day I was like, where's my headphones today? Usually I have these. And then I went into my bed, and they're not in my bed, they're not in the pillows, they're not underneath the bed, they're not in, there's not many other, there's only the bed in the room. So whereas the bed has consumed them, maybe I brought them down in the morning while I wasn't thinking straight. Maybe the plumber took them, maybe the Amazon man took them. At the end of the day I don't have them. So I can't quite finish that song until I can work with those headphones. But all I need to do is I've recorded the rest of the racism, and I've cut up some more bits. It's nearly finished. And then I just want to make a video for it, but there is no video for it because that was gameplay, not Phil Face. So I'll make some nonsense video and then bang it out, probably by the end of next week, yeah. There's no rush on that really, is there? But yeah, and I tell you what I do as well, I stay up quite late at night working on shit, and that's a daytime one because I have to listen to it through the speakers. Banging, doon, 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 doon. So no speakers equals no mixing. So they don't want to hear me mixing a record at midnight tonight. They really don't. But yeah, good shout. That's going to come out soon. And also, I'm a bit worried as well, I'll be honest, that Meerkat is being requested by... what's his name? Alt is requesting Meerkat, can you make one with Charlie Chong on it? And I'm like, shit, I already have done. So I don't want to be like, you know, overstepping my bounds, but I'm sure it'll all be fine. But yeah, I was saying how big we are, look, how important we are. This is a big cheese. So we've come to Sumeru. We've rescued God. I mean, that's pretty big. Face down the ark. We beat up a... She had to hand over a Gnosis, which I wasn't pleased with, but she's still got her own. We did all this big stuff, like... Now we're going to get our flowers. Now it's time for us to be rewarded. There's no quest here. This is just talky talk, well done everyone. That's all that's going to happen now. She's been cured of her Elazar.
Good morning. Looks like you're awake.
Are you feeling better, Collie? Huh? Are you, feeling better, Collie? Huh? Because somebody around here has been working hard on your behalf.
I prepared some breakfast today. Please have a taste. I hope you'll like it.
Looks disgusting. I mean, I won't say that to her, but it does, doesn't it?
It's nice to have you here so we can eat something
Or is it
yummy.
like baklava? It doesn't look so bad now when you think of it like baklava. Is that pistachio in the middle? I didn't know what it was. It was green. I mean, I'm vegan, but... What the fuck is that?
Well, now that I've recovered from Elazar,
Yes.
I'm feeling better than ever. I can even prepare 4 or 5 meals a day now.
Wow. Prepare 4 or 5 meals a day. Wow. Most of us just bother with 3, but, you know, fattening yourself up, are you? Like, preparing meals isn't really an achievement, Collie. I mean, it is if you're a chef, actually. If you're Gordon Ramsay, like, you probably do more than 4 or 5, though, don't you? Like, is that your role here? You prepare 4 or 5 meals? What? Most of us cook our dinner. What else have you been doing? Have you not been running around the woods? We healed you. Jesus, we're the equivalent of Jesus here. We come round, she had like this problem, it was like leprosy. They send them off to the leper colony. We've been up there, we've seen it, it's not very nice. There were no lepers, they were all gone, they're all dead. But she recovered, we recovered her, we fixed her, we did it. Like Jesus. And in response, yeah, well, today I've done dinner, lunch, second lunch. I'm having tea later and dinner again. Did I mention breakfast? Like, what? That's your achievement, Collie. I mean, you probably did need feeding up because you were poorly, but come on. Come on, Collie. There's things need doing in the woods. Wood ranger business, I'm sure. Somebody needs... Those leaves are not going to just blow themselves into a pile, are they? Those sticks are not going to pick themselves up.
And Paimon bits, they're all delicious.
We enjoy a yummy breakfast with Collie, who's been waiting for us.
Oh, by the way, someone brought a letter
for you after you went to sleep last night.
Did they?
Nope. Paimon wanted to read the letter with you after you woke up. So Paimon didn't open it. Alright, let's read it now.
It's a bit weird. Didn't know we had a mail system.
Oh, it's from Nilu.
Is it? We've literally just been talking to her.
We're going to hold a feast at the Grand Bazaar and celebrate Cyano's reinstatement as the General Mahamatra. As heroes of Sumeru, please be sure to attend. I'll wait for you.
You hear that?
The date of the banquet is written on the back. It's in 2 days.
Which is obviously why that other quest is conflicting with it, isn't it? Because the other quest takes place in the same location. As heroes of Sumeru, please be sure to attend. So that's my new title now, Hero of Sumeru. That's Big Cheese. Shouldn't have to pay for anything in the shops at least, should we? Like, so it saved all of their lives, yeah? I wonder if they're going to still charge me more in the shops. Saved all of their lives. I mean, Collie's done me breakfast, so there's a start. Cured of her terminal disease. Did me breakfast. We're even. I think we're even. I'm not doing it for the thanks, Collie. Don't worry. You don't have to do anything for me, Collie. I'm not doing it for the thanks, but you would think, wouldn't you, that a few breakfast cakes would... You'd think you'd got a little bit more of a... Cured you of your incurable terminal disease, and you've made me breakfast cakes. In fact, those breakfast cakes are a bit fattening, if anything, so...
Oh, I've also heard that you've become heroes here as well. That's amazing.
It is, isn't it? Heroes. Tell me again about those breakfast cakes.
Everyone's aware of your abilities. There's no need to be modest.
I'm not modest, I'm a massive cheese round here. Like, I've been working my balls off. I've been grinding up the books, I've been grinding up the crystals, I've been getting the swords, saving up the primos, opening all the chests, doing all the quests, doing all the tests, doing all the challenges, doing all the side quests, doing all the story quests, doing all the world quests, the Archon quest, going in my fucking teapot. I've been picking Kalapalata lilies, I've been picking Rukadevata mushrooms, I've been picking flowers off cacti in the desert, I've been killing bosses, I've been picking up dropped crystals and forging them into crafting materials, I've been killing Hilichurls, I've been killing Mitichurls, I've been killing Abyss Mages, I've been killing the Eremites, I've been killing... there's a big list. Let's be fair, I won't do the full list of what I've been killing, but there's a fucking great big list of things that I've been killing. The fungi around here, the boss kills, and that's all been added. Like, there's so much on my list, Collie. I'm not modest. I'm not modest. I don't think now is the time for modesty. I said now's the time to collect my flowers. So what I'm interested in is this parade at the Grand Bazaar, where I think there's going to be a big chair that they lift me up on, isn't there, or something? I heard. And she's going to go, no, what, a big chair? I didn't hear that. And I'm going to go, well, you might want to whisper it in someone's fucking ear then, mightn't you? Because if there's no big chair when I get there, I'm going to kick right off. Don't worry about Paimon, she can float. Where's my big chair?
Anyway, let's go to the Grand Bazaar to have a look.
Let's do.
Oh, before you leave, be sure to inform Master Tainari.
Yeah, that's that right. Yeah, Collie's giving me orders now. Right, Collie, she's giving me orders now. Someone's suddenly getting cocky, isn't it? Suddenly cured of her Elazar, throwing around the orders. Make sure you inform Master Tainari. Make sure, why don't you go and fucking tell him, Collie? I'm the hero of Sumeru. We're not heroes. You're one, she's one, I'm one. I'm the hero of Sumeru. I'll be sure to inform Master Tainari. Why don't I go and run my own errands? Fucking hell, Collie. Jesus. Someone's feeling perky again after they... Someone's perked up again, haven't they? After they've been terminally ill. Right. She's still here, though. So maybe she lives here now. I don't know. Talk to Tignari. He's only up here. God, my tummy's rumbling now. That's no good. We've only just sort of started the stream. Tignari, she says, pronouncing his name wrong, which is, of course, Tignari. Tig. It's there. You can see it. Tig-ha-nari. Tig-ha-nari. You don't say the huh. Tignari. It's like silent.
Good morning. How do you feel today?
Silent huh. Like silent H, like the P in swimming. Silent. Tignari. Good morning. How do you feel today? That's what you said.
We feel much better. How about you?
How's your wound? Oh, yeah, he got hit by lightning, didn't he? Oh, I'm feeling much better today, thanks. It's not affecting you anymore. No, it doesn't affect me anymore. Good to hear it.
I'm recovering well. Thanks for asking.
Well,
I forgot you were poorly, to be
You
honest.
seem to be already busy with work again.
It's fine. I'm not that busy, really.
Right, good chat. I'm glad we had this discussion.
The Elazar patients have recovered, as well as Hypatia. For now, I only need to tend to my Forest Watcher duties.
It seems once Irminsul started getting better, everything else started to recover too.
Yes, but there are still some residual effects. The Withering is one example. Though it won't spread anymore, the existing zones won't just disappear. We Forest Rangers will still need to do the work.
I drank a load of that then because my tummy was rumbling, and maybe it will stop it. No, eating's obviously the best thing to stop your tummy rumbling, isn't it? But maybe that'll do it. Or maybe that's the reason it was rumbling, so I was drinking that to start with, and maybe that's started me tummy. If it goes mental now, we'll know that it's that. Good test. I appreciate that's a lot to ask.
By the way, we have some good news. Sino got his position back.
This news is hardly new. He had already mentioned it to me before.
Rude.
Huh? You mean he was already here? Why didn't he come to say hi to us?
Rude.
He visited once, but he was afraid of disturbing you while you were resting.
Afraid.
He just asked me a few questions and left.
Then you probably already know all about the celebration feast.
Celebration feast?
No, you didn't invite him.
No, I haven't heard anything about that.
Paimon, they didn't invite him, and you've...
But didn't Nilu say in her letter that they would celebrate Sino? He didn't tell you?
Perhaps, or alternatively, he doesn't know about it either.
Maybe they're going to put him on a big chair.
Come to think of it, Sino doesn't seem like the type who'd enjoy a celebration feast.
This is Robinson's fruit, apple and blackcurrant squash. When you get down to the last bit of the bottle, I fill it up with water. That's one of my favourite things to do. I'm like, yes, the squash is down to the bottom. I can fill that bitch with water now, all the way to the top. And then, if you're not lucky, or if you're lucky, then that's fine. But if you're not lucky, you put it away and forget about it. And when you come back, you like do yourself a squash, and like, oh, that's very watery, very dilute. I guess Nilu's only planning on telling him once festivities are underway.
You and Kale are both Sino's close friends. Why don't you come to the feast with us?
Why don't you?
Kala has taken over some of my tasks these days. I don't think she'll have time for it.
What?
Not to mention me.
She's not allowed to come because she's working, and you're... Fuck off. We've just saved the world, and we're having a celebration. A big dinner. You're not allowed to come. Like you weren't invited, Tignari. I can understand why now. Collie's coming, though. You can't stop her. I'm just telling you that now, Tignari. You deal with it. Collie's coming, and you can't stop her. How about that? Can I put in my own dialogue?
You see, some VIPs have come to the forest recently.
All right. You mean me, don't you? You mean me, because I've saved the world. So you mean me. I'm the VIP. I don't know if you're getting confused after you got struck by lightning, but you mean me.
Huh? VIPs? Very important Paimons?
Very important Paimons.
Well, technically speaking, they are former VIPs. The sages involved in recent incidents have begun their training in the Avidya forest.
All right.
And the people they had previously imprisoned have all been released.
That's good then.
Huh?
Yes, he's a little weak,
Is
but
your
he
master
isn't
all right?
injured and his condition is stable. Lesser Lord Kusanali in her boundless mercy has decided to spare Azar and the other wrongdoers. Supposedly, they were ashamed of their shallow ideologies and have decided to dedicate the rest of their lives to cultivating wisdom in the Avidya forest.
So what it means is he's got a load of these idiots running around his fucking gaff now. Like, he didn't ask for them. They're the baddies. Now they've decided to try their best to be goodies, but they don't know about the ways of the forest. Now he's got a load of fucking former scholars trampling all over his plants. He's not happy.
When they learned that Lesser Lord Kusanali had defeated the Balladeer and saved Irminsul,
Which we did,
they
which
were
was
shocked
fucking
at
cool.
first, but also became happy, feeling that the sacred light guiding them on the path of discovering wisdom had begun to shine once again.
Okay, this is too much information now, Tignari. I don't need to care.
As a result, work has increased for the forest rangers.
Yeah, I bet following those twats around having to deal with them.
That sounds really exhausting.
Yep. If anything, we should lock them up. Or just, why don't we do this? Like, they were prisoners before, or whatever, or they were, I don't know, were they prisoners before? They were imprisoning people. Why don't we just lock them all up for the evening and we can all go and have fun at the party? It's like a child minding. We'll call it child minding.
There's nothing we can do, really.
Oh, so you thought you'd drink it neat first, yeah? No, yeah. Could you imagine? Actually, saying that, because I do this, I have been known to open a bottle by mistake, not thinking, and just drink it neat. And I don't drink it, I goes in my mouth and I go, "Ugh!" And I have to spit it into a cup and then dilute that bastard. Yeah. But yeah, that would be quite the feat. Like, when we were younger, we used to try and do drinking competitions, didn't we? You know, who can drink the most beers, who can drink the most vodka, who can get their way into the ambulance the quickest, and who's going to have a seizure. But these are bad ideas. But yeah, a drinking competition where people drink really, really sweet, concentrated cordial, and really like Coca-Cola before they put the bubbles in, like at McDonald's. You know, the Coca-Cola dilute. Yeah, that would be a good drinking competition. I'd like to see someone do that. They'd probably have a heart attack, wouldn't they? It'd probably really fuck them over. Or like snort powdered Red Bull.
But that's another topic. Back to the matter at hand.
I wonder if taurine
Are you
comes
two
in.
planning to head out?
Because taurine's the active ingredient in Red Bull, isn't it? I bet there's like copyright that you can't get it, but taurine, can I just buy it? Okay, what about taurine? Buy in bulk. Usually you can buy things in bulk. See, there you go, bang, you can just buy it. Wow, you can just buy it. From MyProtein, nonetheless. I don't know. I met the people that run this company because of Eddie Hall. I don't know much about them. They were there at an event and they were like, "Oh, we do MyProtein," you know. And I was like, "Oh, right, do you? Pretty cool." It's an amino acid supplement, naturally occurring. I thought that was the shit that like kept you. Maybe it's just the caffeine and the sugar. But if you can buy this in bags like that, maybe. And what does it do? Good for a pump and sleep, but found it too calming before training because it inhibits adrenaline. This needs to be made clear. B vitamins are better for focus, and caffeine. It's really strange. I thought taurine was the stuff that was in Red Bull that made you like, ugh. So like you could buy that in as a bag there, £24. Vegetarian, gluten-free, that's fine. I don't know if it means vegan. Vegetarian's not vegan. But I could buy a big bag of that and I could snort that, lines of it on stream. So it wouldn't be illegal, it would be legal. Snorting lines of that on stream. I mean, it'd fuck my head up. I wouldn't like it in my nose, but it would make a stream, wouldn't it? I could put, because imagine like how much there is there. There's like you can buy a kilogram, right? Let's have a look at a kilogram of cocaine. Like, obviously, I'm not going to be able to get a kilogram of cocaine. They don't sell that on the internet. Maybe they do. Cocaine retail prices, look, street prices, US dollars per gram. Per gram, I think it's £100 a gram in the UK. But I just want to see a picture of a kilo. You know, it's like the big block of it, isn't it? Yeah, it's a big block of it. It's one of those blocks. When you look at it in a picture like that, you've got no context. You can't see whether that's a big bag or a little bag, can you? But when you put it next to other stuff, then you can start to see some context, can't you? So, there's one with some money. So, open image in a new tab. Do you know how big money is? Now you know how big the kilo is. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if you just see the picture of the kilo, you can't. It's not relative to anything. So yeah, it's like a block of it. Yeah, a big walloping block of it. That's quite a lot of cocaine, though. Yeah. Like if you came in and I had that on the table and you were like, "What's that?" and I was like, "It's cocaine," you'd be like, "Fucking hell, that's a lot of it, isn't it?" Usually it comes in little plastic bags. This is the sort of stuff that they smuggle in. Like this is, do you know what I mean? This is the big block. It is almost like a sort of, what's the word? Like my mate, I won't name him, but my mate said it was one of his bucket list things is to maybe go out to Colombia and get a table and have a great big pile of it on the table and just be like, there you go, like in the movies, you know. That's very unlikely to happen. Oh, look at this, it's in someone's shoes. Look at that, it's in the shoes. But they've like cut the shoes open, they've cut the upper off the shoes as well. Is that just in the soles of the shoes? You'd notice, wouldn't you, someone walking funny and with all that cocaine in there. They must have big feet as well. But yeah, so obviously you're not doing piles and piles. But what I could do is I could buy that, press it into a big block, pretend it was cocaine. I wouldn't, if I pretended it was cocaine, I'd get shut down because it's, you know, it's against terms of service to do illegal drugs on streams. Definitely illegal in the UK. But instead, I could have a pretend party. I could dress as Scarface. I could do the old Tyson Fury. If you just put Scarface, you're going to get this picture. You know, I could dress as Scarface. I could get the suit, pinstripe suit, little waistcoat. Put the taurine powder on the table, and I could do a stream, couldn't I? Do you know what I think would be funny as well? Is like if I didn't mention, you see, my brain's. I'll tell you about Tyson Fury in a minute. My brain has these ideas, and they're not necessarily good ideas, but what I would do is I would dress like that and do that, and throughout, I'd do a normal stream, let's say we're doing Mental Health Monday or something, I'd talk about something else, wouldn't mention the cocaine. If people said about it in chat, wouldn't mention it. I'd be putting it in little bags, doing like making raps. Do you know what I mean? Making it look like I was a big drug dealer. Putting it in bags and wraps. But it would be this, but you wouldn't know it was that. You would assume it was cocaine because I'd be dressed like Scarface and it'd look funny. And I wouldn't mention it. I wouldn't say what it was. You know, if someone asks in chat, it wouldn't be the reason of what I was doing. It'd be like a side thing that was happening just here on the side, and you'd be like, I'm pretty sure he's got a great big wallop of cocaine. What the fuck? Do you know what I mean? That would be funny. Do I like Tyson Fury? No and yes. I think he's one of these characters that you can, like, you know, you're alright in the world to like and dislike some aspects of people's character, aren't you? Like, you know, there are some things that you can respect about Tyson Fury becoming the heavyweight champion of the world. I was a big fan when he fought Klitschko on the way up. You know, I watched boxing. I love boxing. British heavyweight. You know, I followed his career all the way from the, you know, before the David Price plumber days. When he went to fight Klitschko, I watched that. Nobody else was that interested that I knew. My mates weren't that interested in the fight, so I watched it on my own at home on the pay-per-view on Sky Sports. I followed it along like I was electrified. It was a fantastic night of sport. I was, you know, ducking and diving with him. I was off my seat. Come on, Tyson. And like, he won it. Please don't rob me now. Please don't. I thought, what a fantastic achievement. You know, so I really, at that point, respect. And the gypsy thing, I'm not a big fan of traveller culture, because as much as they don't want to accept it, there's a lot of crime, there's a lot of deviant behaviour, there's a lot of illiteracy. And with the Catholicism and, you know, keeping wives in caravans, there's a bit of domestic violence maybe covered up that we don't get to know about or talk about. You know, I think it's a worry there that violence is used to solve problems. I think that's a worry. I think there's a lot of that culture I don't agree with. They don't have to like me for it. I don't have to like them for it. That's not my culture. It's theirs. It's not racism. It's legit, you know, issues and worries about safety, child safety and stuff. But you know, violence, and there's a different conversation. But, you know, I'm not going to be like, he's a traveller, I don't like him. Absolutely not. That's not who I am, is it? So whilst I would not just be like, yay, travellers, that's not who I am either. But at the same time, I'm not prejudiced against travellers. Yeah, take every man as I find them, so to speak, as he says. And then the problem with Tyson was that as I take him as I found him, when he come back from America and I was watching from Germany, and I was watching the press conference, and we could do a whole episode on this, so I'm not going to actually get the videos out now, I'm just going to give you a quick overview. But when he come back from the press conference, and that press conference he did with his dad, blatantly coked off his face. Like, his dad was coked off his face, Tyson was high, I think he was anyway, like, and they were all going on like, he doesn't get the respect he deserves, and my son's the best in the world, and all this. And I was like, fuck you. Like, John Fury poked a man's eye out with his thumb because he had an argument with him about something he said at a fucking horse fair. So, like, you know, and you know, all this, they're great men, great people, they're fucking criminals. He's done his time. You can't begrudge him that. I'm not like dragging him over the coals for it now, but all this, you know, honourable fighting folk, they're fucking criminals, mate. Biggest drug dealer in Manchester, wasn't he? Peter. And I don't know what John was up to. Anyway, Tyson Fury's not a criminal like them, but I didn't like the attitude in the press conference. And then it came out that they'd been using nandrolone. Guilty for nandrolone. And what's ended up happening is they put injunctions in. The British Boxing Board of Control can't afford to fight the court case, so Tyson Fury's taken it down this legal road because he's got more money, and it's got to a sort of standoff where if Tyson Fury applies for a license after a certain amount of time, he will have to face the court case, or, you know, it all went under the carpet, didn't it? The bottom line was Tyson Fury got done for nandrolone, cheating, drugs cheat. They're all at it in that world. Not all of them, maybe, but all of them, maybe. I don't know, do I? I know they're all at it in the strongman world. I've never seen Eddie Hall injecting himself, but, you know, from what I understand, and I'm not going to say any particular names, from what I understand, there's a lot of people at it in the strongman world. I mean, hello. But with this world, you hope that it can be clean sport, but it's obviously not, is it? You know, it's obviously not. And all this, you know, what we saw with Conor Benn recently, like this, you know, you can really hurt someone. You can Gerald McLennan them, and like that's bad. Well, yeah, but no one cares because they're all on it. It's like even Steve, like if you're going to do it to me, I'm going to do it to you. We're all on it, and like they all take the same risk. So yeah, you can like, you know, you can really hurt someone and kill them, and it could be considered like a crime. But they all do the cheating, don't they? So anyway, when I found out he was a cheat, I don't like that. My opinion is, I think a lot of them might be doing it, but I can't. What's the word? You know, you can't put someone down for something that they're not proven to do. Like Anthony Joshua as well. I'm pretty certain he does cycles of steroids, and that his fight dates are based around cycles, right? And they call it camps, don't they? But you know, they don't get drugs tested when they're not in camp. And anyway. Point being with Tyson is that I lost respect for him then, and then he went on that drink and drugs bender, and it's obvious what happened. Like, I'm going to tell the truth here. I'll take your comment. You're not that into boxing, but Klitschko's were absolute legends. They were like absolute legends, and he was quite disrespectful to them in a way, but you have to get under their feathers if you want to beat them. But what Tyson did was, you know, this Tyson Fury cocaine photo, he tweeted out this picture. He went on what Tyson Fury was doing at this time was going on Twitter and absolutely abusing people all over the show. And then he was like, you know, making funny meme photos about how he was high on coke and like the coke lord, and like he was absolutely giving people loads of shit all the time. Like it was like, I'm not bothered about watching someone tweet a load of wank, yeah? Like, it's not for me. But it turned out during this moment in his life, when he said he had depression and got fat because no one would believe he was the world heavyweight champion and he didn't get the respect he deserves, what it was he got done for taking illegal drugs and they wouldn't let him fight, and, you know, he couldn't fight the rematch because he was a cheat. So it's not like, oh, the world wouldn't give him the respect. It's that he cheated. And then after that, he did a load of cocaine. Daniel Kinahan was involved, wasn't he? This Kinahan bloke. And no wonder Tyson Fury, in the end, after getting fat and eating kebabs, and all the people get in and they take all your money and they, like, you know, feed off you. And they've got loads of friends when you're giving them free cocaine. But now you haven't got many friends, now the money's dried up. And what happens when the money dries up? Kinahan wants his money. What money? Oh, you've got a cocaine bill, Tyson. All your family have been snorting it. All your mates have. I'm Daniel Kinahan, cocaine man. It's time to pay up. So what are you going to do, Tyson? You're going to get back in the boxing ring? Yes, I am, boss. And he did, didn't he? Went back in the boxing ring, MTK Global, made a lot of money for drug dealers. Where did all that money go? He said he was going to give his fight purse to charity. He didn't give it to charity, he gave it to Kinahan, didn't he? Like, Tyson Fury got involved with drug dealers and mob men behind the scenes and talks a load of shit in public, won't talk the truth. Like, if you do Tyson Fury interview ITV, like, won't this is around this time.
You've said things in the past which people have found abhorrent.
Because if Tyson Fury comes out, and let's not forget, he said that gay people were, this is all going on at this time, gay people were, because of the devil, homosexuality was that the end times would come in, and, you know, he said all these horrible slurs against gay people. Sports personality of the year got binned off that because he was unacceptable, the things he said in public. So they sport washed him, they whitewashed him. He's now no longer a cocaine bending fucking homophobe. Now he's just the world boxing man. He won't talk about anything else. They've accused you of misogyny, they've accused you of homophobia. They haven't accused it, he said it in public himself. Don't forget that.
They've accused you of misogyny, they've accused you of homophobia.
No comment, don't.
But I will let him move on from that, and since then he has said he has no problem with people, any people whatsoever. You know, he's gone back on his word there and changed his mind. So I'll accept him for the change. I'll give him the forgiveness. But that might just be a media creation because of what he has to say to get money.
But do you accept that you've got to win over a larger number of people coming back this time before you could be fully accepted?
No comment.
You don't want to say anything about that at all?
No comment.
People won't like that if they hear you no commenting?
No comment.
Okay.
I'm a boxer. I'm not interested in politics or anything else.
Right. Okay, you were interested in politics and everything else when you were saying these things on national BBC radio about gay people. But now you're a boxer. So they whitewashed him. You know, he's a bullshit merchant. And they are, aren't they? Gypsy showman, bullshit merchant. He's big for the show. He creates a big vibe. And yeah, he's a good boxer as well. But come on, right? Like, he's on all the drugs. He's on all the horse steroids, whatever. He's a great big bloke. He's much bigger than his dad. Well done for being the world's biggest steroid-using boxer. And maybe not steroids is the wrong word. Nandrolone was proven, wasn't it? But and now he won't back up his political leanings and hide all that to get the free money. Pretend he's got mental health problems. Use that to sell a book, making money for drug dealers. Tyson Fury can go wank, man. He's a fucking dickhead. He is a dickhead. And all this AJ stuff, will he, won't he fight him? Like you said there, AJ Fury seems to be the big dream match. I don't think it'll ever happen. And I think it's because this guy's a dickhead. I'm not even going to go into the specifics of recent contracts. And he uses AJ for clout. And he might fight him right at the end of his career. As the last fight. Might. But, AJ fucked up as well and lost a few fights. What have you, didn't he? But, and he has got a point. AJ's a hyped up bodybuilder who can't go the distance. Yeah, but you're not fighting him, Tyson. You talk a good game. You're a gypsy showman, and yes, you beat Wilder. Yes, that was an achievement. But and Klitschko, I acknowledge Klitschko was a massive achievement, but you were cheating. So I don't know. I don't know how deep the cheating goes. I don't know how deep the mob ties go. I don't know why he got back in the ring after he owed Daniel Kinahan all that money, and when he got back in the ring and gave a load of money to Daniel Kinahan through the MTK thing, which had to be closed down, and he can't talk about those things, and he can't go back to America now because of this financial legal situation hanging over him. Do you know what I mean? He's no hero. He's no hero. He's no... Muhammad Ali was an icon of mine, someone I looked up to because of his morals and his ethics and his decency. Tyson Fury doesn't have that. Tyson Fury's a liar and a fraud and a cheat. So, he's not somebody to be looked up to. And it's a shame because I did really like him. And I will give him his flowers. He's a good boxer. Okay. AJ Fury might happen one day. Hopefully it will. Hopefully it will. But actually, by then, they'll both be past the point. It'll be like most of these big fights, these big, like Brook and Khan was a good example, is by the point they will fight, we don't care anymore. It needed to happen a couple of years ago when they were at that peak, when they were on the way through. Tyson Fury needed to have not been caught drug cheating, and then it could have happened. But unfortunately, Tyson Fury got caught drug cheating, took about 3 years off boxing, because he was banned, essentially. Because he had this, it's like Conor Benn. Conor Benn, now that we won't hear about Conor Benn for a bit, will we? And then one day he might quietly come back, or he might not, depending on what he wants to do. But certainly, we're not hearing the truth and the facts, and it's about media sport washing. It always has been with Conor Benn. Anyway, he's done lots of other horrible things. I can't continue with this anymore because otherwise I'll dig that one out as well. And I've already done that on an episode once. On Words on Stream, you can find it. Words on Stream, Conor Benn episode, where I told the Conor Benn story of how he took the piss out of disabled babies, and then they sport washed it. And bear in mind, they sport washed Saudi Arabia. Tyson Fury's involved in going out to Saudi Arabia to promote them as a country, and it's all good over there, and it's nice, isn't it? We take the Saudi money, we do the event over there, and Saudi women are in jail for being women, fucking mental. No humanitarian effort there. He's not Muhammad Ali, is he? He didn't refuse to go to Vietnam and lose the heavyweight title because they put him in prison for his beliefs. No, he went out to Saudi Arabia and took a load of money off a load of fucking misogynists and dickheads. So, don't get me on that.
Right! We're here to request permission to head out. Would that be okay?
And it's interesting as well, right? I'll tell you one, I will say, a few final things. I like talking, I'm talking to you and you were talking to me, so I like talking, it's fine, that's what I'm here to do, it's my stream, I'll enjoy myself. I will say this as well. It used to really rub people up the wrong way when I said this stuff about Tyson Fury a few years ago, right? But now people are starting to understand, and the media whitewashing that you do, the media campaign that you do, when the money stops flowing into that, people's minds start to become their own after a period of time. It's about this question the narrative bullshit, People bought into the Tyson Fury story. People who didn't look deeply into him or boxing, they just bought into the story. And it was presented to them on a plate. Here's the man. He's done this. Mental health. Kebabs. Cocaine. He's come back. He's a reformed character. He's won the title. You can't argue with the achievement of winning the titles against the same guy 3 times. a guy he was bigger than. I remember at the end of the first Wilder fight, he got his dad on the phone. He said, "Daddy, I'm just bigger than him." Yeah, you know, biggest puncher in the world. Build him up to make him sound amazing. He's not that. He can bang, but he's not. You know, he's not like you just fought Tyson, is it? It just Wilder was built up, hyperinflated. We all know that. Yeah, Tyson Fury's not what he said he was, but people eventually will start seeing him for what he is, because he can't hide it all the time, can he? I mean, he's not. Recently, he's fighting Chisora, not AJ again, isn't he? So everyone thinks that that's a bit of a smack in the face. Why is my tummy rumbling again? I need food.
You've recovered well. You may go, but be careful.
Yeah, like he's fighting Chisora again. Remember Fury beat him when he still had red hair. He still had hair. Yeah, like exactly. And he beat him absolutely, you know, around the block. Like there's no legs on that fight. It's just a waste of everyone's time. But it was always going to happen.
Yay! Will do!
It's like a like they believe Frank Warren believes that Tyson Fury has this magic touch that the common people just love him, and you could fight Tyson Fury against a fucking, you know, bag of crisps and people will pay to watch it because it's Tyson Fury. But to a certain extent that is still currently going to sell the tickets for Chisora, to a certain extent. But in reality there's a lot of people who are a lot wiser than that, and with the problems we've got in our economy at the moment, it's only going to be those who have got a bit of free money to splash around on stuff like that that are willing to do that. Like his golden ticket selling appeal will wear off. You know, they're going to try and, as with every boxer, they try and rinse as much out of them. You know, he needs to be kept active. Means if we don't fight him 3 times next year, the year after, he might not be as popular and we won't get any money. You know, it's that whole the really funny thing, actually, talking about this, because we're on Twitch talking about it, is there's a boxing fight. Actually, there's a boxing fight for me out there. There's Rafi Taffy. I could fight Rafi Taffy. The really funny thing about it is that the YouTube boxing, Jake Paul and all that, they're not on it because they're good boxers, but they're getting all the ticket sales and all that, and the world of boxing has to finally accept, oh it's not proper boxing, I don't think it's proper sport, you know. But some people are like, well, they're doing a good job. You know, there's a debate about it in the world of boxing. Whatever your debate is, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is the same thing. You're setting up a show. Like, there's no regulation, there's no one governing body. You're setting up a show. It's a Matchroom show, it's a Queensbury show, it's a Jake Paul show, and on that show there's going to be fights, and you're paying X and Y to fight, and they might be top boxers or they might not. But whether the I'm gonna have to go and get some food. Just hang on. Oosh, I just got some peanuts. Peanuts, not penis. Yeah, so the YouTube boxing world, it's the same world, it's the same premise. Set up an event, sell the tickets. How do you sell the tickets? The fighters are popular. Does it matter if they're world champions? No, it matters if they're popular. Can you have world championship fights and they not be popular? Absolutely. And the boxing world look at it and go, it's not proper boxing. Well, nor is boxing. You make up your own rules. The WBC is different from the IBF, is different from the IBO, is different from the WBO, is different from the WBA. There is no proper boxing. You can have kickboxing and cage fighting. That's not proper boxing. It's a social construct in a way. It's what we all accept. And because we, the community, the consumers, the punters accept it, buy it, then that's it. That's what it is. So if everyone wants to watch Jake Paul fight his mum, fucking, they'll pay the money, and that's big show. And the big boxing promoters are looking at it going, oh my god, I'm like, it proves to them that it's not about world titles, and it's about showmanship and stuff like that as well. It is important. The fights are important to the hardcore fans. But really, the boxing promoters don't really care as much about the hardcore fans, because the hardcore fans sell about 9,000 or 10,000 tickets to a proper show. But the wider audience is what buys in and sells the money. To get Fury and Joshua, that's the wider audience. That's what they call the casuals. The casuals are also watching Jake Paul then. They're younger casuals, they're different casuals, but they're watching them. Casuals just mean people who don't normally watch your boxing shows. So yeah, I think it's funny that the YouTube world is showing them up for what they really are. Just contrived events, contrived fights. And they're seeing it more and more people, like you were talking about the AJ Fury fight. More and more people are seeing the reality of why boxing is like it's stunts boxing. It holds it back. It's controlled by mobsters and businesses behind closed doors. Away, it's controlled by other forces. It's not like the league or the World Cup of football or the World League or whatever it is, where it's all organised and you've got a set of rules and everyone fights by the same rules, and at the end you've got a winner. It's not that. It's just, I'll fight you and you'll fight me, and he'll do that and we'll do that, and we'll make it up as ourselves and we'll go along. So I guess we can't complain, because as long as we're participants, as long as we participate in it, we're participants in the blood sport essentially. I like the noble art of combat, with restrictions, with rules, Queensberry rules, like gentlemen, having a fisticuffs. Or women can do it, but when I say gentlemen, I mean with some decorum, with some rule set, with some refinement. Not just biting each other's faces. So I like the concept. But to be successful in boxing, you need to incapacitate your opponent. So what we're really watching is an exercise in incapacitating an opponent, hurting someone. It's like a blood sport. So we, the consumer, are consumers of a brutal blood sport. And we don't want it with head guards, and we don't want it with points and only 2 rounds and then decide the winner so no one gets hurt. No, we want to see them fucking get their heads smashed in. I'm not sure about that. I think we could change boxing so people didn't get hurt. But we could still have the sport. Like sword fighting. I used to do fencing, sword fighting. Like, sword fighting exists. Like, you can fight with swords, but one of you's going to die. So instead we have a sport, like we wear equipment to protect ourselves. We still do the thing, but no one dies. It's the same with judo and all that other stuff, isn't it? You don't rip someone's arm off. The UFC have had to deal with this problem because they have to have people tap out. Well, should you have them tap out? Because in boxing, we incapacitate them fully. There's no tapping out. I'm going to knock you out. So in UFC, they shouldn't let you tap out. They shouldn't let you. They should just wait till you're unconscious and then you're done. Have I ever done boxing? Yeah. When I was a kid, I was about 10 or 11. And me and my mate went to the boxing class. And what we wanted to do is get in the ring and have a fight. Get the gloves on, get the headgears on, get in the ring and have a fight. No, they would never let us in the ring. Weeks and weeks it went by. Learning the skills, learning the jab, learning the position, all that business. I fight southpaw by instinct, but they tried to make me fight orthodox. Anyway, they're doing all this training, you know, putting your arms out and doing all this like fitness training, doing work on the pads. And eventually, after about like 9 weeks of this, we were like, I want to fight, my friend. We want to fight. That's what we're here for, is fighting. And so they're like, all right then, lads. At the end of today's session, you can put your head gears. Go on then, get in the ring. And we like they took us in the ring for like a 2-rounder or some shit. And like we both smashed each other in the face. I think he had like a bruised eye, or I had a split lip. Like we both had some damage to our face. Me more than him probably. At the end of like neither of us really. I think. We both, I don't remember, I can't speak for him maybe, but I certainly thought, I don't want to go and do this anymore. Like, the boxing element was fine. Hitting someone else in the face was quite acceptable to me, but being hit in the face, no, I didn't quite enjoy that as much. Like, you know, the split lip, the actual physical damage, the being hit wasn't a problem. Like, in the fight, I didn't fall on the floor or anything. You know, I got my lip split, I carried on fighting. But afterwards, like, the week after, like, my lips still broke, you know. Like, I just thought, if I continue to be a boxing fan, like, sorry, not a fan, a competitor, like, it's inevitable that my face will get more and more beaten up, won't it? Like, I won't be in the ring every week, obviously, but you get good, you get amateur, you get, you know, whatever, you get into it, you're going to have your face beaten up. So I decided against that. In the end, I went for a sport that I got to wear a mask and the protective gear, like I was talking about. But I still maintained an enjoyment of martial arts, you could say. I was never into karate and judo necessarily, but fencing is a martial art and boxing was. And yeah, like a one-on-one combat sport I'm quite into. Yeah. So I've got a little story from the past, but it was a funny one because we went to boxing class all the way until they let us punch each other. Once we'd had our fill of punching each other in the face, we never went back. I remember once as well at primary school it was, I took in some boxing gloves and me and my friends organised a fight club. But we only had, I mean this is like primary school, but it did happen. We only had one set of boxing gloves, so the rules were you each wore one boxing glove, and like we made up our own set of boxing rules where one-handed boxing. So you're not allowed to hit someone with the raw hand. You can use that for protection. So we made up a one-handed boxing fight club, and then we were doing that for about 2 lunchtimes before the headmaster took my boxing gloves off me. So I was always doing naughty things like that. I'm not like some rough and tumbler as well. You know, you go down the local pub and like a fight kicks off, I'm not going to dive right in. But if I have to stand my ground, I will stand my ground. And sometimes I might even get my head stamped on doing so. But yeah, I'm not like a big rumbly tumbly tougher. The only problem with because the only person that I could YouTube, like theoretically I could YouTube fight Raffy Taffy because we had this trolling from his channel. No, I think he does fitness boxing or something, or proper boxing. Teasing him now. The problem is we won't be in the same weight class, and like there's no way he'd ever be able to get down to my weight, which I'm not like I said, I'm not like a great big chap. I could steroid myself up to his weight maybe, but that'd be a different kettle of fish, wouldn't it? Could you imagine that? Sound man to strong man. I do wonder about that. I'll tell you what I wonder about is doing steroids and doing all that stuff and only doing it on one side of my body, like doing one big arm. Now that'd be funny, wouldn't it? One big arm. Ah! You can keep it out of the way most of the time. Do your normal business. And then every now and then you'd be like, have you seen my big arm? And you get it out and it'd be massive. Oh, your big arm. It depends what job you do. If you work on the roofs, like when I worked on the roofs, I used to build up like muscle definition or what have you just by doing work, wouldn't I? Because I'd be lifting things and moving things and falling off things. And when I was in the hairdressing salon, not so much, but you do a lot of this. I know it sounds silly, but this is a similar sort of motion to some of the boxing motions, isn't it? Like the what's the word? The stamina. The, you know, keeping your arms up and doing this, the stamina it requires, the lactic acid building up and all that. I could do this for hours. I might not be punched, like, I think, I watched the boxing and I think I could do 12 rounds, maybe not walloping you hard, but I could punch you for 24 rounds or like 36 rounds. I'm not going to enjoy getting punched, I'm going to have to evade, but as long as I'm not exerting too much energy, bam, 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 bam. I can just do that forever. Like I can lift tiles all day, or I can, you know, blow dry all day. That's the blow drying motion. So that'd be good. But on the other side of the ring, like some big chuffer, you know, they're getting like poof, 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 poof. I'm probably not hitting them that hard. Poof, 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 poof. No, I'm running around. I don't know, I might have a big walloping bear. You know, I've got a big hands, so maybe that might help. A bit of leverage. Wallop. I'd feel bad as well. Like, wallop, but also, you're right. You're right down there. I wouldn't want to get my nose broken, I'll tell you that. I would not accept that. That would be unacceptable. Not for the look of the thing, but for the, you know, being able to breathe. So, evasion would be my number one. You know, like Canelo. A bit of evasion. You might be hitting me. Not the face. Not the face. No, because I'm not a big rough, tough tumbler, so I haven't got loads of fight stories or anything. And I'm not... It's not my mental attitude to go out there and say, right, I'm going to finish this with some violence. In fact, I spoke against it earlier. Gypsies sorting out their problems like men with some violence. But that's not how men sort out their problems. The men, the real men, can hold the violence in and push it down and away and be calm and deal with things like grown-ups, like men. The real men don't have to throw punches because they've run out of words. The real men can accept sometimes when they're wrong and don't get angry about it, but are open to talking it through and growing in some way. You know, a lot of fights that break out, like not just I spilled your pint, sort of, you know, you spilled my pint. Oh, did I? Why don't I go and buy you another one on the fucking moon, you prick? Fuck off. Like, no, not that. But like, getting in a bit of a row, somebody saying things you really don't like, you know, a lot of that. I don't think it needs to end in violence. If people could be a bit more tolerant of others, but also introspective and accepting of themselves. I guess a lot of the time people are angry, aren't they? But yeah, all of that, I'm not interested in any of that. It doesn't draw me to it. It doesn't, you know, excite me. It makes me feel unhappy, if anything. Yeah, it makes me feel bad and unhappy. Whether I'm metering out the violence or receiving it, you know, whether it's someone kicking off with me or me kicking off. Like, I've been in both situations, I suppose. But no, I'm not. No, it makes me feel sick and unhappy. So I don't want to do any bad violence. Violence in the context of sport, acceptable, I suppose. But yeah, what happens if you beat someone up so effectively that they couldn't get up, and then like, oh great, well done. Like, you want it to end in the ring. You want it to be finished in the ring, don't you? Not go on for the rest of your life afterwards. And boxing can do that, where other sports can't. They don't keep paying you for the rest of your life, I'll tell you that. You know? But you could be incapacitated. It's very unlikely to happen with a game of table tennis. You know, if you become the world's best table tennis player and you have a really big rally in the table tennis final, you know, it might not be that you need oxygen to put you, because otherwise you're in hospital because of your brain damage and you're bleeding on the brain. It might not be that. It might be that you're just tired and then you recover. So, some sports are a little more safe than others, I'll just say that, eh? Oh, but boxing's a man's sport. I see. So you're defining masculinity by being able to be the biggest, hardest chuffer then, are you? Because that's totally toxic. That's totally backward and toxic. That a man should be judged on being the biggest, strongest chuffer. Having been around the world with the strongest men in the world, like, it's obviously not the amount of strength that you have equates to the bigness of the man, is it? Not just purely that. That's an aspect of certain, you know, a certain aspect of someone's perception of masculinity, fine. But yeah, like, solving things with violence, definitely not. That's not where we're at, is it? It's just not. Yeah. Mind you, We solved this with violence, didn't we? When I kicked this. This is the place for it. Do it here. Having said all that, I do spend quite a lot of time kicking people's heads in the fantasy worlds that I inhabit, don't I? Even this one, where the premise is there's like little girls and waifus and all sorts of shit going on, that people think it's a waifu simulator and they think it's got little girls in it and they think it's all about fucking... No. For me, it's a kung fu. An anime. A kung fu anime. Anyway, all the lights came on, that was nice. Point being, there's a lot of violence in a lot of the video games that I consume, and I'm not just consuming them, I'm an agent in them. And I'm a big fan of kung fu violence, like martial art violence in a media context. A big fan of it. Like, I love those Bruce Lee films and shit like that. Ip Man. Yeah, I get a big kick out of that. So it's weird, isn't it? Like, maybe it's just something human. There's documentaries I'm yet to make, and whether I get to make them or not, who knows. But my voice as a director, my choice as some interviewees. Let's talk about violence. You know, there's a documentary. Let's talk about why we love it and where we're at with it. Because boxing is such a great example. I'd love to do a boxing documentary. Like, we nearly followed Eddie on his fight with Thor, but it didn't pan out in the end. But the fight did, but me following him didn't. But the idea of everything I've just described, you know, this love affair with violence. Yeah. Respect. I remember Tyson Fury beat the Klitschko's. I had respect for him. You know, well, you come over here. What's he come over here? Tar hair. What's he want? He's fucked off now.
If you're not sure what to do next, how about I take you on a walk?
I'm alright. Tar hair just come and got in the shot though. Yeah. We could discuss violence. I'd love to, like, you know, make a film about violence and use boxing as a prism to discuss it. Something to look through, to see about our opinions on it as a society. And then the other one I'd like to do is dance and sexuality. That's coming up though. I'm going to start to bring that into some episodes. I'm going to make some content about it. I don't have the answers. I know some of the questions. But, in fact, hopefully we'll get to discover some more of it today when Nilu does her dance. But dance and sexuality are pretty intertwined, I think. And dance is, like, absolutely an acceptable art form in our society. I'm not going against that. I love to dance. But I'm interested in where the lines are drawn and where the ideas come from and how they play out. And it even veers into hot tub streams, that does. You know? Doing something innocent. Innocent? Innocent? Sexual.
Welcome. Get your spices here. We've got all kinds.
I like a bit of spices.
Hey!
Dad's worrying about Mayo again, I'll bet.
Yeah. What have you got in here though? What's that? Is that purple haze? I'll have a bit of that then. And can you do any Girl Scout cookies? Quite appropriate, huh? Any Girl Scout cookies? You got that? I'll take some skunk number 1. Original OG Kush. We'll have some OG Kush. You're not putting anything into any bags at the moment. I can't see you doing anything. You just stood there.
Here. We've got all kinds.
You've said that. I mean, you're not going to get... You could... Is it because I've got to do this? Hang on. Buy some spices. Yes! I can actually buy them. Oh, look. What? Biryani. I don't want a plate of spaghetti. I mean, it's rice. I don't want to... That's not spices. Spice. That's fake marijuana. Harrow fruit. That's a fruit. Parody... It's not... Why isn't it... Where's the... I thought they might have some... Maybe not. Do you smoke it out of that? Do you smoke it out of this thing? Is that like a big bong? Big jar bong? That looks like a bong as well. Look, leave me alone anyway. We're going to go and do the quest. It's been long enough. 2 hours, 3 minutes.
There won't be any problems if the feast starts at that time. Everything has already been prepared.
2 hours, 3 minutes in now.
Mr. Zubair, I finished tallying things up here. Well, except for the guests.
Is a simple reply really that much to ask of our guests? It's affecting our arrangements.
Oh, it'll be fine. Besides, it never hurts to get things ready in advance.
I don't know now which quest I'm doing, really. I'd hope I'm doing the main quest.
I I was thinking the same thing. The feast will be held sooner or later, right?
Hey, Nilu!
Yeah, hang on. We're here for our feast.
Traveler, Paimon.
Where's the big chair?
We got your letters, so here we are!
I got a real problem, I'll tell you what, I've got a real problem. Upstairs, I want to set up a little cozy, like, I could be sat on, like, at the moment I'm sat up to a desk. Yeah, there's a monitor on it, you know the rig. Everyone does this. There's a monitor, there's a computer, there's lights, there's a camera, there's a second monitor. I'm sat up to a desk on a chair that is designed to be as comfy as possible for guests and look nice on camera. It's a little white sort of officey chair, salon-y chair thing. But, you know, essentially sat on a little cheap salon chair thing. This is an option, right? Okay. But upstairs, I don't have to recreate that. I don't have to be sat up to a desk. I can sit on a comfy chair, sat back. I can have a little keyboard and mouse down there. I can put the monitor over there. So I can see it, you don't have to see it. I can put the camera over there. I could just be chilling. I can just be sat and chilling. I can have a cup of coffee. Whatever, man. I can set up like a little set. So that's what I'm planning for. But how am I going to get a big comfy chair up there? It's 2 flights of stairs and one of them is the attic stairs. You ain't getting a fucking... It's going to have to come flat pack, whatever it is. So there's a problem I've got in my head already brewing. I don't want to buy furniture though. I'm going to have to get up those fucking stairs. I don't want to spend loads of money on furniture anyway. All I need to do is just... I'm going to move things around in this room. I'm going to move things around in this room and free up some desk space, i.e. a whole desk, and then take that desk upstairs, and then no one will know that I've sort of removed a desk and put it upstairs. No one will be any the wiser. And I'll have a second desk. It's me that uses both desks in both situations, you understand, so I'm only stealing it out of my own room, but...
You're the best. The other guests haven't even replied yet.
Bad guests.
Huh? Are we the only ones that have arrived?
Are we having a party on our own? I don't care, still we'll have the feast.
Yeah, I had someone deliver letters to all of our guests. But maybe everyone is still busy with other things.
Yeah, maybe. Right, where's the feast and my big chair? We throw me... Because all the people here will be pleased to see me. I've just saved their world.
Look, I get it. Sumeru is in an extremely important period of transition right now, but even if your friends are important figures, they shouldn't just ignore your request like this.
Alright, don't get eggy. Maybe something happened to their letters.
Nilu is Sumeru's #1 celebrity, after all.
Oh, is she? Is she? It's a bit like Barbara. I mean, you're saying that. I mean, she might be Sumeru. You realise I am here, though, don't you? And I'm a really quite a big cheese. Sheikh Zubar. Like, I'm quite a big celebrity, if anything, aren't I? Because I'm the Traveller, the famous Traveller. You've heard of Paimon? That's #2. Nilu can come in 3. But Nahida's quite famous as well. Is celebrity for God, celebrity and God, are they equivalent? I don't know. Nilu, and Dea, have you heard of Dea? She's quite a bottle of hot sauce. Nilu can come in like 4th.
You have no idea how happy I am to talk to people with good taste.
If you consider enjoying Nilu's dances having good taste, then almost everybody has good taste.
Good.
Because Paimon thinks everybody will love her performance.
You know, I swear I bit my tongue in my sleep. Like the other day I did it and it woke me up. I swear I've done it again last night. It's like hurting now I've been eating those nuts.
That's right. We all think she's amazing too. Nilu is an absolute favorite among those of us who frequent the Grand Bazaar. For Outlanders, you have a great eye.
Alright, let's all see how good Nilu is.
Master Zubair, let's have a vote for the most outstanding audience members next time. I think these two may win.
Wait, what?
Nonsense. It is not for us to determine the value of an audience.
He's cross all the time. Get him out of here.
But indeed, we could try giving gifts to people with particularly good taste. I heard there's a device in Fontaine called a camera that can record people's appearances as pictures.
I've got one of them.
Such pictures.
Ooh, good idea.
I don't want you giving pictures of me to everyone. I'm satisfied just being able to perform here.
There's always a lot going on at the Grand Bazaar.
Yeah, and that's why I love it here. Traveler and Paimon, could you help confirm if the letters were actually delivered? If for some reason they didn't receive the letters, then please tell everyone that there will be a feast here.
Okay, we'll go around and check.
Yeah, we can also check out how everything in Sumeru is going now.
Do you know where everybody is?
When I wrote the letters, I heard that Dia was in Port Ormos. and Alhaitham was at the Academia.
Okay.
As for Sino, we've only heard that he appears at the Academia from time to time. I'm not too sure about Rahman's whereabouts. My guess is that he's with Dia. As for Dunyarzad, I just hope she's feeling better. I sent her a letter, but I was afraid of disturbing her.
So I've now got to go
If
round.
you have time, please ask about her for me.
I've now got to go round and gather up all the people for my own party.
Okay, got it. Let's go, Traveler.
Fucking hell. A toast to victory. Inquire about Alhaitham's whereabouts in the Academia. Unbelievable. I thought we were just going to come here, big party, end the quest by everyone celebrating me. Celebrate. It should be so fine if you took a holiday. Whoa, whoa. This. Everyone at this side of the crowd wave. Whoa, and the people over here wave. Don't come up the steps. Security. Oh, flower pot juggler. Can you security these steps, please? No one else is coming up. If we took a holiday. Whoa, you got to see it from this side. Got to see it from this side. Whoa, it should be up there like that. You'll be down in the crowd. Hang on. You'll be down there. Whoa, if we took a holiday, every nation. Come on. Oh, she fell off. Ah! Quick, get her out of the fountain. She's the celebrity. Get her back up on stage. Ah! Crowd surfing. Haha. Surfing because it's water and you can surf on it. If we took in every nation. And now it's like Blackpink. There's like 4 of them, except you can only see 1 of them at a time. Imagine Blackpink did that. There's 4 of them, but you're only allowed to watch 1 at a time. Here's the other one now. This is Jenny, maybe. And then this one is... well, she's not Lisa, is she? Rose. And then this one... is it you? Are you going to be Lisa? You can be... Is Lisa or Jizu? You can be Jizu and you can be Lisa then. Lisa's the main one, the most popular one, you see. Well, she's not the main one, but she's definitely the most popular one. I don't think there is a main one. It's irrelevant. What? Who cares about what about Blackpink? We're doing our celebrate. It should be so fine. She's having a we're on the stage. We're the big chuffer. Where's all the fucking Sumerians? Where's all the people from Sumeru City? They're the ones that should be here celebrating. It's very. She goes. There's always something going on at the bazaar. It's very empty at the bazaar today. No customers. Is there? There's no customers. Very empty at the bazaar today. Not popular, empty. Dead, devoid of life, no customers. All the usual suspects. Dancing Nancy. Old Friar Tim. Spiceman and Shouty Pot Seller or whatever his name is. All the usual suspects are here. I'm going over here to see what's going on up here. Oh, it's Yusuf. Yeah, we've been here. And Sulankaya, she's little as well, look. Blanket shop owner. There's nothing wrong with loving money as long as you don't hurt anyone. Ha ha ha. Bye. Don't want to talk to you anymore. Where's Alhaitham? Inquire about Alhaitham in the Academia.
Get your spices here.
I can't believe they're making us do this. I might not finish this tonight now. Been on for 2 hours. I thought I was just going to be primos and garlands of flowers and... Like, the phrase gives him his flowers comes from... Or them, their flowers, I suppose. You know, not being sexist, patriarchy. Jesus. The phrase give them their flowers comes from Roman times, where you would literally be adorned with a garland of flowers for being a successful chopper. You can imagine, you know, I'm expecting some... No one's even looking at me or talking to me. I'm the great gravekeeper. I've saved the world. Fucking... They're all rude. Where's the Academia? Why does it take so long to get anywhere in here? It's this, isn't it? These people will be rude to me. Sit. Don't stand there, sit. Well, I said don't stand there, sit. Sit. She's just standing there. Nice music, though, in the Academia. Very civilised, aren't they? They've got the door, the automatic doors are broken. But...
We haven't seen Alhaitham anywhere. Let's ask that person over there.
Why? Why that person, Paimon? I just do what Paimon tells me all the fucking time. Don't question her narrative, do I? Why, Paimon? Why this person?
Hey there. Have you seen Al-Haytham around?
Have I seen him around? Pff, have I ever?
Yes, it seems Scribe Al-Haytham has gone to the House of Dana. You should be able to find him there.
2 for 1.
But you're already the second group of people I've seen looking for him today. He must be quite the busy man.
Oh,
Oh? Who else was looking for him?
Mr. Cave was just here asking about him.
Inspector Paimon.
You wouldn't believe how terrible their relationship is. And now you two are here. Don't tell me everyone's here looking for gossip about the sages.
No.
No way. We're strictly here on business.
Ah, I see. Sorry, I thought maybe everyone's as interested in rumors about the sages as I am.
Enter the House of Dana and look for Al-Haytham. So now we're on a fucking wild goose chase. I'm sure that's miles away, isn't it? Or is it just over here? What? It's just over here. I've been here before, but I can't remember what was going on. This is where they keep the books, isn't it? Look. And they have the big office. Nice desks. Everyone's busy looking at their books. They're over there, look. They want me over there, but fuck that. What a feeling when you're dancing on the ceiling. Shh. It's a library. Everyone says. Oh, who's that singing and dancing over there on that table? It's my table. I paid for it. I'll do what I like, thanks. Waiter. These ladders don't seem to function as intended, do they? Oh. Not functioning quite as intended. I'm getting there though. Come on, get me up there, you fucking... Get up that ladder. Do it with Kaching and then you can't look up her dress. Don't look up her dress. Don't... Watch out, you can't look up her dress. We switched to walking, which is appropriate because we're in the... in wherever the fuck we are. Quiet, anyway. Walking. Quiet walking, look. Entertaining. Careful. It's entertaining me anyway. Whee! And then what you do is you do that all around the different places, and you edit it, don't you, into a cool, like... cool thing. Like shorts or something, probably. I'll turn on running again. Oh.
Al-Haytham should be around here somewhere, right? Oh, he's over there! But it looks like he might not have time for us.
We're here for a fucking organised festival celebration of how good I am. No one's coming to the party. No one cares.
Just put down that worthless book and tell me what happened in the academia.
Chuffer.
This is not just some worthless book. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to find a physical book like this in Sumeru?
It doesn't matter. It's probably just another thing that you used your authority to get your hands on anyway. Just put it aside. Listen, I came back today only to hear that the sages have disappeared.
Oh? You sound surprised. I thought you would already know the inside story.
I thought you would already...
Would I be here asking you if I knew? You're the scribe, not me. So just tell me what you know already.
Well, I almost became a sage.
Huh?
Oh, don't sound too surprised now. You're the renowned Kaveh, light of the Kshahrewar.
Oh, this is an actual person that he's got a name.
As a master builder and craftsman, chances are you'll be appointed as a sage too.
Why do I feel like you don't really mean it?
Huh. What makes you say that? Why would you question my heartfelt sincerity?
Maybe it's because you've never said anything good about me before.
Yeah, well, I share a similar sentiment. And anyone who knows you as well as I do would surely do the same.
Ugh, you... See? This is why I hate discussing anything with you. Your ridiculous and arrogant attitude always gets in the way.
Now they're having a row.
It seems that you really can't
Happens quite
stand
often,
my
people getting a row on
personality.
this.
Ha! What was your first clue?
Being a dickhead.
Well, then you might as well move out of my house.
Are you threatening me? Stooping to a new low, I see. Ugh, and don't change the subject. You, a sage? What a joke. The academia might as well just close tomorrow.
Are they having a fight?
Let's see how it plays out. We're not in a rush anyway.
Forget what's going on with the academia. Haven't you been busy with your construction project? Tell me, when are you going to build yourself a mansion?
Okay, so what's happening now?
Don't get me started.
So, what great building...
Like I need to tell you.
Shut up.
Keep your nose out of my business.
What's happening now is, just in there, I can just feel like I've got a little bit of that. I've been eating peanuts. Now I feel like I've got a little bit of peanut in my teeth. And like I'm on stream. And so like I'm conscious of it. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like a thing that you're like, oh, don't want to have something in your teeth on stream, do you? But the more I sort of poke around my tongue, the less I need to actually either brush my teeth but I can't because I'm on stream. So like, in future, I'm not going to be a big eater on stream. I never thought it was a good idea. I only brought the peanuts in today because my tummy was rumbling, but damn it. It's all good in the hood. It's just if you see me flicking around in my teeth now like that, it's because it's bothering me.
No, I think we deserve to know. Where were you when Sumeru needed you most?
I was in the desert for a large project, but considering Haravatat's utter ignorance of architectural and aesthetic matters, you probably wouldn't understand. Which is truly unfortunate. I can only pity the man who doesn't understand the first thing about beauty and romance. Unlike a true... hold on, wait a second.
Actually, if they're going to be talking, I'm
what
just
do you
going
mean
to grab
by when
toothpick to sort
Sumeru
that
needed
out.
me most?
Well, while you were out fiddling around in the desert, many people came together to save Sumeru from a crisis.
Ha! And you think I'd believe that?
Look, all you really need to know is that Azar and all his accomplices have all been overthrown.
Huh? What nonsense are you talking about?
It's no skin off my nose if you don't believe me. It's not like my Darshan was the one trying to apply for funding from the Grand Sage. Yours, though, on the other hand...
You know what? I'll ask around. I'm sure someone knows what's going on here. You're dead if I find out you're lying to me.
Oosh. That was a good idea, actually. All that fucking peanut dust in my teeth. But no, I didn't listen to what they were saying, so I don't know what I have to do. But now I have to talk to Alhaitham, so that was my initial task anyway. What? We're going around in one of these Sutra loops.
Oh, it's you two. What's the matter?
What is the matter? I've forgotten.
Some errands for Nilu. Have you received her letter?
Yeah, that's it. Your letter.
Letter?
Letter?
Nilu said she sent out a letter inviting everyone to a celebration feast in 2 days at the Grand Bazaar.
I knew the letters didn't get through.
We'll also be celebrating Zaino's reinstatement as General Mahamatra.
See, I told you the letters haven't got through. Letter? I don't even know her.
If she addressed the letter to Al Haytham of the Academia, then the letter should have gone to my office.
Yeah.
I've been busy these days.
Oh, he's
so
been busy,
I haven't...
too busy.
Of course not.
Tainari told...
That is already the best possible ending for the likes of them. 4 of the 6th grade sages were possessed by their desire for power and attempted to create a new god.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah.
Yes. It's said that when the Academia was first founded, the Dendro Archon herself established the 6 great schools, each representing one of the 6 different types of wisdom. Numerous Darshans have sprung up and faded. Only the 6 Darshans, attaching themselves to the 6 great schools, have stood the test of time and obtained permanent seats in the Academia.
Wait, and I'm going to be given the title of, like, Honorary Darshan, yeah? I think that's what I'm hearing. I'm going to get Honorary Darshan.
Now, the 6 Darshans are nearly synonymous with the 6 great schools, and the leaders selected for the schools are the 6 great sages. Among the 6 great sages, there is one central leader, the Grand Sage.
The big chuffer.
Unfortunately, only the sages from Vahumana and Amorta remain now. They were imprisoned for opposing Azar, and were only rescued after Azar's downfall.
So who's managing things in the other 4 schools now? Do they need to find someone new?
I'm getting the feeling this is going to be like opening out a new set of Radiant or story quests, you know, other people that need me to do shit for them. Or maybe it's just a bit of a lore dump at the end here.
Yes. Normally, new sages are selected based on a strict set of criteria.
Now, it's quite interesting that usually in a game... Actually, this is huge, actually. This is huge. Usually in a game, you'd go through the process, get to the end, and you win. Like, the story arc would be, you go from point A to point B... Sorry, to point C through point B. You know, you get, at the end, things might have changed. Maybe they go back to rights at the end, whatever. But you've come to the end. Here, we've come to the end of this part of the quest story in this area, and our story moves on, and the world carries on and gets bigger. And it's like the sequel is inbuilt in the now, isn't it? Because we've changed what's happening here, but things are still happening here. It's not that, right, we've saved the world, everyone's having sandwiches, the end. It's that they've still got their own internal politics and their own goings on, and now that we've changed, like, basically, we've shaken the leadership, they need to re-establish who's doing what, don't they? And, like, this is all now happening. It's kind of an interesting way to look at things, because you could say, for example, I can't exactly remember in Skyrim why I was killing that dragon anymore. Something to do with the Elder Scrolls. I needed an Elder Scroll so that I could go into this, like, magic world and kill the dragon in some way. I was the Dovahkiin. I was, like, chosen to do it, to save the world. I'm sure the Daedra were baddies and, like, all these Daedric bad, but I ended up commanding a load of Daedras myself because I was a bit of a summoner, illusioner. So, I mean, I don't know why I did all that. I can't remember why I did all that. But, like, here it seems pretty obvious, doesn't it? Like, it's like in another film, like, in a way, like, I don't know, Star Wars is a good example. At the end, they've just defeated the Empire and saved the world, haven't they? But then the world hasn't got anyone running it because the Empire was in charge. What about all those people? They need jobs. What about all the stormtroopers? They need jobs. Or are they all dead because the Death Star blew up? I don't know. But, like, the world goes on, and initially at the end of a film, you feel like everything's tied up neatly in a bow. But here it's not like that, is it? I just think that's a really interesting, cool point that Al Haytham is sort of introducing us to here. Like, this place persists.
Oh, didn't you just say something about becoming a sage? If they pick you, then we'd have a huge connection in Sumeru.
And something amazing about this, like I was saying about Amber getting the title of Grandmaster. Is it Grandmaster? Yeah. And Jean and all that, but here they can actually elevate a character that's non-playable through story to a different position. They can have a story arc, and they can become, and maybe later in the game they stop being a sage, or something else happens, or do you know what I mean? Like, you can literally have NPCs going on journeys and changing their roles and stuff. It's really interesting the way that, and it's because this game persists. But interestingly, I say persists. It's like Snowfall. It feels like it's there, and it might be there forever, and then, you know, the warmer weather comes around, and it just sort of fades away, doesn't it? Like, I know this is more than a season. This is years we're playing this game, and I don't know if after 4 years, 5 years of planned development, they might say, "Oh, why not have another 5 years?" I don't know, but I don't know what will happen. Nobody really does. That's the future for you. But you're buying your primos. If I'm not spending any money, Genshin Impact money spent none, because I do believe in this concept. Hearthstone's never going to end, is it? Or World of Warcraft's never going to end. Like, if you put your money into that, if you invest in it, you invest your time and money, then it's still there for you. You've still got it, even though you can't own it and have it and print it out and sit with it in your hand. You know, like, you've still got your awards, your trinkets, your whatever. In this, there is the idea that it might end, and that if you put money into it, eventually it will be a game that you can play on the internet, but no one else is really playing because everyone's moved on and is doing something else. And it will be a game that you can play on the internet, but there's no new content coming anymore. I hope you've enjoyed the content along the way. You probably want another 2 years to gather up every primo and every nook and cranny and open up every chest. But what's the point in gathering up all those primos now? Because eventually we're going to stop making characters. So, you know, there's got to be a point there, hasn't there? Or maybe there isn't. But the feeling of permanence, like the longer space, like between like a game that you download and play in one experience, or used to buy them and play them and have the physical copy. But, you know, instead of a one-off experience, there's a bow at the end. We've ended it. We finished it. Like God of War 1, God of War Ragnarok, but at the end of God of War 1, it wasn't like, right, now, for the next 2 hours before you finish the game, can you re-establish some socio-economic stability in this area? Like, that doesn't happen, does it, usually? The game ends, it ends. You defeat the boss, you're the champion. But here, we defeat the boss, the game is continuing. It gives it a feel of permanence. Even though this, like, we can go back to Inazuma and do little bits and pieces, and there is a couple more new side quests, and we are going to have to finish up Inazuma. And that did happen with Mondstadt, but not so much, and maybe more with Leeway, but Inazuma definitely. And here, I hope they do this. I hope that we don't just return for the occasional festival to Mondstadt. I hope the story takes us there, and these places, they're permanent. I'm using the word carefully because they're not necessarily permanent, are they? But their feeling of permanence in what is relatively short term, maybe years, long term, but long term, 10 years, 20 years, are they permanent? I don't know. But the feeling that the game has permanence allows you to do these bigger things. It's almost like Game of Thrones, isn't it? Without a break between seasons, things just keep going, they keep changing, and I like that. I really like that. It's like attention to detail, but it's depth as well, isn't it? It's like layers and depth. I hope they do more of this. I think it's really clever. Yeah, Paimon has a point.
Yes, about that. You didn't let me finish my sentence.
Never do, mate.
The person in charge of personnel affairs nominated me to be the Grand Sage in place of Azar and help Lesser Lord Kusanali manage the academia.
I didn't let him finish it. He said he refused.
Can't you be a little more ambitious?
I'm not even interested in being one of the 6 great sages. Like I said before, I don't like being a leader.
Now this is interesting though, because they're declining the invitation. Like he's declining the invitation to become a great sage, but they, as game developers, are maybe declining that like what I said about not just our character having an arc, about how other characters within a game, they do it in other games. This isn't like the first one to do it, but usually in a game it'll be like you do something in, I mean, maybe it's not as smooth an arc. Like, you do something in the past, and then you come back to the village later, and because you planted the flowers, that flower has grown, and, you know, the villager is happy, or whatever. You know, there's that sort of thing. But in here, we can have, like, an incremental arc. Like, every little piece of story, these characters could, like, develop in different ways, couldn't they? But what they're saying in a way is like, I don't want that to happen. I want these characters to maintain stability and to be who they are, and who they are includes their status. So Ahaitam is not going to become one of the great sages, just like Amber and Jean are not ever going to become Grandmaster. Although maybe you could say at the end, maybe Jean might get that honour, but like it feels like acting Grandmaster, Outrider, you know, it feels like these are their titles forever, doesn't it? Like that your characters that you have, that you roll for, don't get that arc, that journey. They have little stories, but backstories and stuff. But will Noelle ever become an actual full-fledged Knight of Favonius like she wants? Will these characters get their arcs? These side characters that are not playable, maybe he will be playable one day, I don't know. I certainly hope Deer is. I hope Deer is. But these side characters, it's easier to give them arcs because You don't have to worry about these other aspects. About how a character that you might put in your squad might change and whether people want them to change, you know?
Oh, all right. So are you busy these days trying to find others to take the job?
That's not my job either. I'm only responsible for handling important affairs within the academia before the new sages take office.
So you're still a leader now, even if it's just temporary.
And the first thing I'll do is reject Ksharowar's application for funding.
Bit like Jean, isn't it? Like this netherworld of being the acting grandmaster.
By the way, who was that other person just now? Is he your friend?
Do we look like friends?
Paimon doesn't know. That's why Paimon's asking.
His name is Kaveh, my roommate. You could say he's the representative for Ksharovar scholars.
Is that his boyfriend? Does he mean... I'm actually not being, like, you know, funny there or facetious. Like, his roommate here, like, coded language because they don't want to be, like, you know, because the Chinese are worried about... I don't know. I don't know what that means, but it seems weird that Alhaitham should have a roommate and not just, like, a place on his own, being as he's a big chuffer. So I would assume that he means that in sort of, like, coded language, huh? He didn't seem to believe a word you told him.
Which is exactly why he always has so many problems.
So everything that's happened recently must be a huge change for the people of Sumeru.
Thanks for your work.
Such is the work of the Academia Scribe.
Well, anyway, no matter how busy you are, since you are our planner, remember to attend the celebration feast in 2 days.
All right. I'll see you there.
Okay, so we are having a feast. It's just gonna... We've got to round everyone up 2 days. Go to Port Ormos. Will do. Will do, boss. Port Ormos. Good old Port Ormos. Porty Port Ormos. The finest... Tell you what, when I came down here, it did smell a bit funky, but the view and the experience of walking through was lovely. It's a bit... It does smell a bit funny, doesn't it? The combination of the fishing vessels and the moss. The sort of clammy, damp moss. And the fishing vessels and the salt from the sea and the... It does smell a bit funny. Is it fish you can smell? But otherwise, it's very nice here, isn't it, Port Ormos? Very nice. Is that the hairdresser again? He's outside yelling again. So, like, what you want, I tell you what, this is a top tip from a hairdresser. I'm a hairdresser. This is a top tip. It would annoy the fuck out of me if you did this, but I'll still give you it as a tip, right? People often look in the window of the hairdresser, and if it's free, the chair's empty, they might think, oh, the chair's empty, good time for a haircut, I'll pop in. Hello, are you free now? Right? I used to not like that. No, yeah, I am. I mean, I did want the walk-ins, but once I got busy and got my own client base, I like, well, I'm free now because I'm having a break. But it's a good system, you know, if you're free now, pop in, have your haircut. Yeah, look, he's obviously free now, he's not doing anything. You need faith in your hairdresser, so...
I'll find you your perfect color.
Hang on, you got thoughts in your head?
Hair is so much more fun with some extra colors in there.
There we go, he's got thoughts. So... Yeah, so it looks like it's a good time because he's free. Might go and have a chat, get my hair done. But, what you actually want, it's like going to a restaurant that's not busy, isn't it? It's the same thing, you want someone that's busy. Look for the hairdresser that you can't get an appointment with. They're the good ones. That's why you can't get an appointment. Like, they're the good ones. So when you pop in somewhere, if someone's really busy, just like, you know, make a mental note and then call up and like book an appointment with them. While they're busy, don't mess with them. That's what would annoy me, is people saying, oh look, you're really busy, can I get a haircut? I've heard that it's a good idea to ask the busy hairdresser. And I'll be like, no, it's not, ask the one who's not doing anything, leave me alone. But like, you know what I mean? If like someone's busy, it's because they're popular, it's because they're good.
History is sometimes
So-
even more exciting than legend.
Like, sometimes it's better to go with that. That's a secret though, because I would have actually said while I was running the shop, everyone's actually, if they're working here, it's because I trust them to do their job well. So if you want me to cut their hair, essentially you're saying you're happy for me to say that this other person is equally good, so go with them. Like, I would encourage you to use the other stylists in the salon and not just me. So, but my secret tip was go for the one that's busy, yeah? Same with the restaurant. You know, you might have to wait a little longer for a table or to get you know, we're busy tonight, isn't it? You know, going to be a little bit, half an hour wait on the orders. It's no problem to me. The reason you're busy is because you're good. I'll wait. I'll be patient. I'd rather go there than somewhere empty that I perceive to be... Well, this is a shame, isn't it? Because they might not be bad. They might just be empty. Do you know what I mean? Like, they'll never fill up. But the way you get to fill up is, if you're empty, is you do a special offer or some shit, and people go there and they go, oh, this is good, I'll come back here. You know, like, you make it busy. Anyway, so if it's not busy and it's been there for a long time, there's a reason, isn't there? People aren't using it. If the locals aren't using it, there's another good example. Restaurants, hairdressers, if the locals aren't using it. Yep. So anyway, Port Ormos smelled funny. But when you get out this end of it, it's nice. Sea breeze, it's lovely. Up this end. But the other end, up that, through there, with all the dank trees and... It's got a funny smell to it. Lovely music round here. It does this little bit first, then it kicks off, and in my brain it's called The Music Is Kicking Off. I'll do it with you. As we get up to the smelly end, look, you can see things growing out of the... The music is kicking off, the music is kicking off, the music is kicking off, the music. Whoa, whoa, music is kicking off, the music is kicking off, the music is kicking off, the music. Whoa, whoa. That's what goes on in my brain now when I hear that music. So... The music is kicking off, the music is kicking off, the music. Obviously I hear the voices like Mariah Carey and people like that singing. Whoa. Like giving it some, you know, giving it the old Beyonce. Whoa. I can't do that any justice. It's alright out here though. It's a lot, like when you get out in the breeze, it's just under there. It's just under there. I think cabbage and fish, goods, I don't know what it is. Maybe the sewer comes down the woods in some way, maybe because they must need the toilet up there, mustn't they? Maybe they've got some sort of wooden sewer system, and that can't be right. It's all like, I don't know where they empty it out. Where they empty out their buckets, you wouldn't, would you? You'd empty it out into here, wouldn't you? Because this is like a free-flowing water. Probably wouldn't these days. You'd probably say that was pollution, but I mean they don't look like they're that civilized here, do they? It's all made of wood and shit. I don't know. Do you think they do empty just out their potties into the? They probably do, don't they? This is probably like poop canal. Is that a fish over there? No, it's a poop. Like, that's probably what's going on here. That's why it smells so bad under there. All of Sumeru empties out in this... Hang on. Because it's not like the sea comes up and goes in, is it? It's the rivers come out and escape to the sea. Every river ends in the sea. Walk out in front of me. So, these rivers start up here, or wherever the fuck they start. Probably up here somewhere, yeah? It's all a bit of a mess. And then it comes all the way down, and out here to Port Ormos. Other places are available. This place. But this is like a little delta. This is where, anyway, look, it's port. It's where the sea comes in and the river go out. So anyway, what I'm saying is, if you live in Vimra village and you empty out your bucket into the you know, if you live in Vimara village and you empty out your buckets into the river, because you probably do, don't you? That's how you're going to dispose of your sewerage, isn't it? Little Vimara village. They're not going to be... I don't know what they do, but if you do, then it comes down, floats all the way down, your little poop floats all the way down. Hopefully the fish will eat it, but more likely it'll float all the way down here, collecting up with the oxidised rust water from Devakatata Mountain. It used to be a lovely mountain spring, that did, but it's polluted with this giant rusting thing. Anyone who poops in the water there as well. It's all coming down this way. Anyway, this is the water, the poop water. And it comes through Port Ormos, doesn't it? And so follow it upstream, yeah? What's this? Sumeru City. Oh, Sumeru City. Now, it's not just the poop from Vimara Village. Vimara Village gets the poop from Sumeru City come funneling through. It all goes on its way. Port Ormos. Poop Ormos, mate. This is where it all comes through. Unless the fish eat it and the crocodiles eat it. The frogs. So no wonder it smells funny under there.
Again? Let's work through it together.
I thought it was
Two
moss.
heads are better than one.
And fish. I mean, they do eat a lot of fish around here, so they probably... Anyway, look, I thought it was moss and fish, but actually what it is this is the sewer system. I mean, you have it everywhere. In Genshin, you have it. Now, I'm always at Leeway. Always down here in Leeway. Sweet home Leeway. but I've fallen in the sewer once or twice. It's because it's so close to the pavement, there's no guardrail. Look, there it is. Don't... Oh, she's done it now! Oh, disgusting! Disgusting, covered in poop. And where do you think these restaurants empty out their toilets into? And they're... Look, it's flowing water. What do you think it's for? It's not for, like, decoration, is it? That's the sewer system. Open sewers. She's gone in there now. She fell in it. It goes under the steps there. She fell in it. Stinky. Just wash yourself off in the pond. I was only joking. Oh, that's even worse. That stagnant pond. She keeps throwing her bits of bread in there. There's no fish to eat them. They just rot in the pond. There's Shitu. No wonder where he got his name from. Shitu. Shitu. We're going to have a wash out here now. We're going to have to have a wash in the sea. It's not much better, is it, after what I just showed you? Splush! That's better, though. Oh, thank God for that. Wash off all that. But all the sewage from Niue Harbour, that's going to come out into the harbour, isn't it? So... Just saying, anyway. Poor Ormos. I'm here sorting out my own party. Having a party. I'm inviting all my guests. They were supposed to be here 2 days ago and they didn't come because the letters didn't arrive, so... Or they did arrive, they just didn't bother to read them. So now I'm going to go and tell them there's a party. And then in 2 days, they will turn up. And ooh, it'll be good. Big cheese around these parts. Big important chuffer. Saviour of Sumeru. That's my new title. Hero of Sumeru, I think. Hero.
This is Port Ormos. Now where could...
It's Dinuzard.
Is that Paimon I hear?
So Dinuzard, you're feeling better?
Huh?
Oh, it's been a while. How are you doing?
Dinuzard.
Dinuzard! It's been so long since we've seen you!
That is good. The music is kicking off the music.
I'm doing well. I can go as far as saying I have never been happier in my entire life. I don't know if you've heard, but Elazar has completely disappeared, and all the patients have recovered.
You kidding? Knowing them and the connections they've got, I'm sure they've heard about it.
It says, didn't expect to see you here, but we come here together.
That's right. My lady is feeling better now, so I'm accompanying her for a walk.
Do you want to come to my party?
Why do you still call me that, Dia? You've already informed my father of your resignation.
I guess I'm just used to calling you my lady. Old habits die hard.
Resignation? You mean you're quitting?
Yeah, I might start losing my edge if I keep being a bodyguard for the Homayanis.
You know that my parents and I are fond of you, and that we appreciate you very much. It wouldn't be a problem if you wish to continue to be our bodyguard.
I'm not a woman that's easily persuaded. You should know that by now, my lady. When I took this job, I had already decided that I'd quit as soon as you'd recovered. It's time for me to get back out there and chase that horizon.
You can join our crew.
So what are you gonna do now if you're not gonna be a bodyguard anymore?
Please, 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 please join our crew.
I want to take a risky job and put my body to the test again.
That's in my crew. That's what we do. Could please join my crew. Please, please join my crew.
Huh? But we literally just finished one of the most dangerous jobs ever. Are you getting bored already?
I know. If I hadn't joined in that plan with you, I wouldn't have come up with this idea. I guess I still get fired up by that feeling of going all out in a fight. It made me realize that I'm still a mercenary through and through.
Well, please, please join my crew.
Life is short, and I'm happy that I got to be a part of that operation.
Yeah. Operation. What do you mean, operation?
But the whole thing also made me realize that there are still many problems in Sumeru. And as a desert dweller, I'm still not completely ready to settle down on this side of the wall.
All right, join my crew.
Well, I remember a friend had someone bring you a message.
A friend?
You mean I'll hate them? I didn't expect him to still remember that. I thought he was joking.
What message?
We just came from talking with Alhaitham at the Academia.
Auto.
Did he tell you that he suggested that I come work at the Academia?
What?
We didn't hear anything about that. Do you know what? When it's these people and they're doing the talking, I could actually listen to it. Like, I'm interested. This is actually not just exposition, like what's happening, help me to know what's happening by telling me, but it's part of their, like I was saying about that arc earlier, it's part of their character development, it's part of their journey. I do care what happens to DNL. I really wanted to join my crew, but this is alright. I could actually sit and listen to this. It's much better than some of the other scripting that I have to sit through.
I heard that Azar and his cronies fell from power, and Alhaitham told me that now was a good time to find a job in the Academia, but only if I wanted to.
Yeah, bollocks to that.
Whoa. Hyman can't see you being anything other than a mercenary.
Me neither. But I think Dia would look great dressed up as a scholar.
Ugh, forget about it. I wouldn't last 10 seconds in there. Alhaitham probably just liked the way I worked and knew I'm good in a fight. So he suggested I find some work in the Academia.
But you know, if you take him up on the offer, Sino might actually agree and let you become a Matra. Because you're super amazing.
The Matra have all the talent they need as long as they have Sino. I prefer to be free to live however I choose. In fact, I chose this job from the very start because I knew it'd be right up my alley.
Even if being a mercenary means facing all kinds of danger.
A lion has to return to the wild sooner or later. If anything, being your bodyguard has been unfamiliar territory for me.
I don't want to see you go, but I'll respect your decision.
I'm glad to hear you say that. Come on, no need for the sad face. It's not like we'll never meet again.
I guess being free is just a part of how Dia operates, as long as she's in my fucking crew.
Once the whole Dendro Archon thing is settled, everything in Sumeru will take a turn for the better. That makes me happy too.
Good, Dia. Why don't you join
But
my
a
crew?
peaceful society will probably mean less demand for mercenaries like me. Before long, we'll be a dying breed. So I'd better get to work while I still can.
Fine, I'll pay you. Come on, like, I really want Dia in my crew.
Huh? But wait a second. You make it sound like you're leaving now.
Well, no, not yet at least. I promised my lady I'd stick around until next week.
So, have you been in Port Ormos this entire time? We were wondering if you had received a letter from Nilu.
No one got their letters.
Oh, did Nilu write to us?
She heard that you were seen in Port Ormos, so she sent the letter here.
Bit vague.
Huh. It was probably sent to the inn that we're staying at. My lady has been very energetic lately and keeps taking me on hikes, staying out even into the night. By the time we get back, the receptionist is usually off napping on the job.
Right, and we tend to leave quite early in the morning, so the old man on duty is also usually dozing off.
So what it really sounds like is that the person on duty is always asleep.
Music is kicking off the music.
I bet the letter's at the reception desk. I'll go check later.
No wonder there wasn't a reply. You never received the letter. Good thing Nilu asked us to come and check on that.
Yep, no one got their letter.
Sorry to make you two come all the way out here.
It must be something important for Nilu to specifically write to us like that.
Yes, she said they were preparing a victory feast in the Grand Bazaar, and will also be celebrating Sino's reinstatement as General Mahamatra.
She was hoping you would come.
Great! I'll be sure to attend.
Good one.
Count me in too. But is there some sort of dress code or anything for the feast?
No, you
Can
always
I just
dress.
show up looking like this?
You always wear those clothes, so
Since it's being organized by Nilu, I don't think she'll be too picky about that.
that's one of the things.
If anything, I think she wants to see us as our most natural selves.
Everyone always wears the same clothes, so I'm glad they gave us some reason for. Like, they wrote that in there into the story. Everyone's going to be wearing their normal clothes. Don't get hyped.
All right, then this is how I'll show up.
The feast will be held in 2 days, so don't forget.
Sure.
Thank you so much for letting us know. We'll see you there.
No time or, you know,
Oh, by the
just
way,
2 days.
do you happen to know where Sino and Raman are?
Probably in the desert.
The General Mahamatra always comes and goes without a trace. Normally no one knows his whereabouts.
Except now, which for some reason you do, yeah?
Oh.
But don't get down, Paimon. For some reason she knows.
But last time we met, he mentioned that he had something to do in Aru Village. You can try your luck there.
Told you.
As for Raman, your guess is as good as mine. I only remember he said that he had something to discuss with Sino.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. You'd better get going.
All right, on to our next stop.
Wee. But there's cactus flowers around here that I could do with collecting, but let's get it on. Oh, the cats, the cats. What are you doing over here, Sino, you fucking... Like, where are you... Over here? There he is as well, he's down there. Wait, I'm going to pick this. Don't let anyone see. I'm having that. Did anyone see? It looked like I just fell on the tree and it kind of fell out, didn't it? And like fell in my pocket. Because I mean, they've been waiting for that to grow and ripen, and stood out here on guard, waiting for that to grow and ripen. Stood out here on guard day after day, waiting for that to grow and ripen. He's thinking, can't believe she's had that. There's fucking loads of them around here, mate. Oh, that one just fell off as well. Waiting for them to grow and ripen day after day, and then some tourist just comes along. Akajajalia not happy, in an Akajajalia nut frenzy, and just comes and robs them. You'd be furious. Bloody furious. I'm bloody furious, mate. Some tourist come and took me Akajajalia nut. Can I get on there? No. Might be a chest. No. Right, forget it. I bet there is a chest up there somewhere. There's got to be, hasn't there? There's no way there's no chest up here. Am I doing this properly? Come on. Right, not on that. Ah. Alright, I fucked it up. Now I'm stuck here. Alright, Sino, where's he gone? He's left. He's gone. He's fed up. He's fed up waiting. Oh, he's over there. Just let me just check this box. Oh no, don't get a chance.
It's been a while since we last visited Aru Village. Ah, there's Sino.
There he is. Here he is. It's been a while.
What brings you here?
You kicked ass. You did good.
We recovered well, and Tanari agreed to let us leave. So now we're out and about again.
We've recovered well.
It seems Gandarvaville's medical treatment is still as good as ever.
And Tanari is recovering well too.
That's good to hear.
Thank you for taking us to him.
Yeah, you're the one who brought us to him when we lost consciousness, right? Thanks for that.
You're welcome. Tainari has excellent medical skills, and Kale is quite attentive. It was the best place for you.
Good one.
But why are you just standing here like a dead tree?
He's just chilling.
I'm meeting some people.
Waiting for the coconuts to grow.
Oh, you mean Candace?
I've already talked with Candace and the village chief. They're still at the usual place. You can go there if you'd like to see them. But you know one of the people I'm meeting as well.
Oh, by King Deshret's blessing, my friend suddenly appears in the desert.
Oh.
Don't tell me you've run into trouble and need us to help now.
We're all friends now, you see.
Roman! And... huh? Sataria?
Oh, you know me?
Oh, wow. I mean, she doesn't know that we know her, which is fucking awesome, because we went through... This is really cool. This is really lovely writing. I mean, I don't know what she's doing here with these people, but we went through so many samsatras, didn't we? And she was a chuffer. And, like, all we wanted to do is knock that fucking laurel wreath off her head and say, yo, we're doing our dancing, you chuffer. But, like, she doesn't remember that we know her. She's really nicely designed as well. Like, I like some of the NPC characters that get names that are... They're somewhere in this... in between like a nobody and a somebody, aren't they? And she gets quite a good full design, like eye makeup and everything.
Oh, well, you're pretty famous in the academia.
Don't tell her, Paimon.
Don't worry. These are our friends. No need to be so guarded.
I see.
How have you been doing lately?
I'm doing well. Many good things have happened recently.
Same here. Really, I feel that my whole life has started to shine after suddenly finding a new direction.
Oh, tell us everything.
Yeah, you go ahead.
All right, well, I suppose I should start by saying I've decided to leave the academia.
Wow, you're marrying this chuffer and moving out to the desert?
What?
Doing the old, Denarius and Drogo. You're not going to be a scholar anymore.
It's not that I've given up on being a scholar. Instead, you could say I've found a new identity.
Why haven't you changed your clothes then?
I will no longer pursue research like a typical scholar, but I have not completely given up on my relationship to knowledge either.
Adequately vague.
I can see what you're saying now.
What do you mean?
I plan to leave the academia and return to teach here in the desert.
Oh, that's nice.
Wow, so you want to become a teacher?
Sataria will return to support education here and teach people from the desert. She can't teach everyone on her own, but there are many of us Eremites all over Sumeru. She came to discuss a collaboration with me and hoped that I could bring her ideas to the Eremites.
That hand's not just a sausage, it's the full hamburger, isn't it? Look at it, fucking hell.
Yes, it's my hope that the Eremites can help me select a group of smart people with the best aptitude for teaching. I'll teach them, and after they've finished learning from me, they can go educate more people.
It's like a pyramid scheme.
That is the true meaning of education and the spreading of knowledge.
It's like a pyramid scheme, isn't it? You at the top, and then you teach 2 more, and then they teach 2 more, and then before you know it, you're rich. You just got to find 2 more people to teach.
The people of King Deshret suffer from sandstorms, exile, and ignorance.
Well, we can't fix the
Miss
sandstorms.
Sataria is more than welcome to come teach here. Her arrival is like a star shining in the desert night.
I get the feeling Rahman's sweet on her.
The stars have always guided
Rahman.
caravans.
I get a feeling.
Soldiers, and travelers who get lost in the night. They lead those in the dark out of trouble and back to safety.
Oh, please. Where's all of this coming from? I'm starting to feel a little embarrassed.
You deserve these compliments. Mercenaries are accustomed to danger and don't fear death, which is why we recognize extraordinary actions that common people would easily overlook.
Sataria's idea will bring much good to many people.
All right, enough talk about it now.
At first,
There
I
we
feared
go.
it was destined to fail. Everyone knows that the academia doesn't allow scholars to teach in the desert without permission.
It's much easier, though, to listen to all this talking. I'll tell you something. I mean, I wanted to... I just dropped my chuffer. Oh, you bad chuffer. You naughty chuffer. You bad chuffer. I wanted to play this evening. I mean, I wanted to watch That Being Said as well, but this is rolling on a bit now. I can always catch That Being Said later. I wanted to play this because I was like a bit chuffed off with the old phone and all that situation. I'm having fun, but like before I wanted to have fun, I wanted to do the boss fights. You know, I wanted to do the Archimedicon, nearly called it, Archon quest. I wanted to get there to the boss fights. I was chasing Inazuma. I remember I was chasing to get to Inazuma. Let's finish Liyue, let's get through it. Like, right, I imagine new people still feel that. They're like, I'm a Mondstadt, and they're doing Sumeru. Come on, let's do these quests quick. But you do need to just take a chill with it. Although I would say that it's much easier to listen to them talk after you've done the main thing. Because you're like excited to go and fight the man with the hat. Like Scaramouche was out there being a big chuffer, and I was like, let's go and have it. And I did 7 hours of talking, and then we got to have it. Like, I can do 7 hours of talking. Oh, that the lift nearly hit her on the head. I can do 7 hours of talking after we've had it. Much easier than I can do on the way up there.
As you know, all knowledge is under their surveillance and control, and very few desert dwellers are as lucky as me. But what I heard at that time has been haunting my heart, as if there were lightning bolts constantly bombarding my soul.
So she's not a bad chuffer after all, we're learning. Great.
Sataria, you tread a treacherous path, and the longer you ignore it, the tighter the academia's grasp on you will become.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Because although I'll tell you honestly now, reflecting on the playthrough the other day of the Archon quest, it did make me want to cry, not want to cry, but emotional. Like, I didn't break down in tears, but I welled up. Like, you know, it made me feel that. And now they're sort of like, it's not got the same emotional pull, but they're sort of tugging at the same strings. Like, it was Lesser Lord Kusanali who was saying these things to her, wasn't it? And like, you know, these changes, these wonderful things that are playing out in the world are the ripples from Lesser Lord Kusanali's actions.
Sataria, why haven't you gone home? Never forget that the desert that belongs to you lies elsewhere.
Miss.
These words sparked something in me, and I knew that I had to bring something back to my people after going home. I gathered up the courage to approach the Grand Sage, only to find that he was no longer at the Academia. Lord Sino told me that Azar didn't belong there anymore.
Azar has received much needed punishment. Though, if you ask me, it may have been too light.
Yeah, he just gets to go and live in the fucking jungle.
You probably have already heard.
Lord Sino helped me obtain permission to leave the Academia for the desert, and accompanied me here to discuss collaboration with members of the Eremites.
Right, I'm glad.
My plan was able to go smoothly thanks to him and Rahman.
Do you want to discuss it at the party we're having in 2 days?
You're all doing so much for the desert.
Aside from that, I also have some other business to discuss with Sino.
Lesser Lord Kusanali has allocated many resources to support and develop the desert. I've done some business for her, and part of it required the assistance of the Eremites.
So?
I applied for a few batches of educational materials from the Academia, and sent them to several groups in the desert.
Good. That's exactly what the people here need.
Apart from this, the Academia is also recruiting scholars that are willing to teach in the desert. We must be persistent about this, and maintain these resources to...
This is the first time in hundreds of years we've had a glimmer of hope. Remember these words. Here lies our faithful priest, Kasala. His wisdom is a miracle among the people, deserving of high praise and admiration. I hope people with wisdom like that priest will rise again among the desert dwellers.
Right.
Enough about us. Are you here to discuss some business too?
There's a party, 2 days, be there. I'm off. Right, bye.
No, not at all. We're actually here on behalf of Nilu.
Did you get a letter?
Nilu wanted to write to everyone, but she wasn't sure where the letters should be sent, so she asked us to come find everyone personally. A celebration feast will be held in 2 days at the Grand Bazaar. She hopes that all of you will be able to attend. At the feast, we'll also be celebrating Sino's reinstatement as General Mahamatra.
This is the first he's heard of it.
Although, judging from your appearance, it seems you've already been reinstated. Paimon thought you would only start working for the Academia after the feast.
No, everything's reset. This is one of these problems what I was saying about persistence and the ability to change. They're sort of not taking that opportunity in a way, because like your character has to be that character because you rolled for it. It has to be that. Like, although his role and position has changed through this story, he's maintained his costume the entire time, hasn't he? Because he can't change. I mean, you can get different skins for them in the shop, but do you know what I mean? Like, there is this resistance to the opportunity they've got here. The opportunity being a greater arc for the characters, and the resistance being like, no, I'm working for the Academia.
Celebration? Feast?
Oh, so you didn't know?
It's the first I've heard of it.
That's what I said. It's the first he's heard of it.
Tighnari was right. He really didn't know.
This feast is for you, Sino. Sounds to me like you'll have to be there.
Yeah, it's rude, isn't it, to not turn up to your own feast, even if you had other engagements that at 2 days' notice you can't put off.
It's rare to see that kind of expression from Lord Sino. You must not like feasts very much.
No, not really. But I'll go.
Everyone's invited.
Well, I still have a lot to handle.
You're invited.
I'm afraid I won't be the messengers.
She's not going.
I'm sorry for how I treated you before, but now I understand the beauty of your dance. It's like a light shining in the sky.
Yeah, I'll tell her all that, or why don't you fucking tell her yourself? I mean, it's so rude. She's God. Come on, turn up at the feast, you chuffer. Like, no, actually, Nilu's not God, is she? Kusanali's God. Look, you really should turn up at the feast.
You and the art you symbolize are not only beautiful, but also lively and powerful. So much so that it was prohibited.
Really good point that I want to raise with an actual physical dancer at some point.
Please keep dancing, and someday I'll be able to appreciate your art in person.
Got it.
Okay, we've got all that down. Our job here is complete as well.
Got it.
Got it. Go and have the feast in 2 days, yeah. I knew it'd do that. So, I do want to do this. It's taking a little longer than I thought it would now. We're on to 3 hours, but it's me doing a lot of talking. I do want to do this. I want to finish this off. I want to get my flowers. But 2 days have got to pass. So I could either make time pass by magic, or I could just do it another time. I think what I will do is, while I'm sitting here, while I'm on the computer, I'll use 147. I'm going to do what I normally do, a bit of resin spend and a bit of... let's have a look at what I'm going to spend my resin on today, sort of thing. Right. Talents. This one, level up. I've got the stuff there. That's not a problem. Okay. What about you? Level up. Haven't got these. Not available. Who else is on my list of things I don't have? Oh, I don't want to go down this one. Not available, thank God for that. Right. This is... these books. Freedom. Not available. You require 2 of these. We can go and get 2 of those. Vine-infested ruins. Electro pearls. When... oh, it's the 2 Kigari. Okay. Fuck.
Chivalry will never die.
Because I like to have... oh, we'll just go with this. I like to have Rosie doing a lot of freezing on this. Because if I can freeze them together in the same place, I've got more chance of doing the damage to... like, when they separate, I'm no good for it, but... it might just take, you know, beating them up separately. Might just be the thing. Do I need any of these? I suppose I could use that since I've got 9 of them, but I don't really need much else, do I? I've used a little bit of food, but not a lot. But I know what's going on. I know what's happening. Welcome to Chicken Town. Huh. Another test subject. I see everything, so you're all in for it now, you choppers. Ooh.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Temple of Boon.
Rain out.
Oh,
Mind
shit.
your fate.
Don't blink.
Don't-
With sword comes shadow.
Right, got 2 of them together there, that's good. But I tend to leave them alone and concentrate on these dudes first.
Speed of light.
Fuck. Took one in the
Let
face
me
then.
weave you a verse. Rise.
Got those frozen goods. So I want all this like chip damage coming in at me.
Cut to the chase.
I got counts. So I like to take these dudes out from the edge like that, so they're gone.
Everyone hold hands. Share my knowledge. Fall before me. Don't blink.
Once I've killed all these little choppers on the edge, it frees me up to concentrate on the 2 dudes that I'm hoping won't be killing me like that while I'm trying to
Orders given. Orders
do the little
received.
men. Right, taking a bit of a hit in there. But... okay, now we've got 2, just 2, and they both need to die at the same time, which is actually quite a fucking chore sometimes.
Body and mind.
Every time. Which is why I like freezing them.
Speed of light.
Because look, now they're separated. How am I supposed to do the damage equally? Now, either you focus on one and then work them down and then switch to the other, and like, or you're doing both at the same time, don't you? And it's, the trick
May my
is
final stand be a monument to chivalry.
doing them both at the same
Like
time by freezing them like that.
Don't blink.
For me, it's about freezing them.
Make yourselves at home.
Slightly different battle plan now, which is what I don't know what the plan is. Just do as much damage as possible in as even a manner as possible, I suppose.
Speed of light.
Because if one of them dies and then the other one doesn't, the other one gets healed up. Oh hello, I got tippies. I got tippies. Thanks, Nigel. I literally can't look at them now. It's like the only time I can't look at them. I'm going to look at them in a second, right? I will.
Rain outlined your
fate for that. Right, there goes one. Now I've got to make sure this one dies right now. Oh, he's run away. He's run away. No, 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 no. Don't run away. Die immediately. Oh, I got it. I got it. That was good. That was a good one. Sometimes if he gets away from you, you end up having to beat him off a lot longer than you thought you would. And you never know how long you should be beating off a samurai for until it's finished. You know, they're big choppers. 3 and 2, that's awful. That's really bad. Did I press the wrong button or something? Or have I got no condensed resin? Maybe it just gave me an automatic, normal one. probably haven't got any condensed resin. That's why. I didn't get loads of books out of that. That's a shame. But what's not a shame is that I get tippies. Yay! I mean, it's really like, it is quite extraordinary that I'm lucky enough to have people. Haven't sent me tippies in a while. Here you go, says Nigel. Just, you know, on the random there. Thanks. Like, you know, I really, really appreciate it. I really do. It's a lot. You know, it's a lot of. That's quite a lot, and that's a lot for me to receive, and it means a lot. Like I was saying it earlier in today's episode, wasn't I? I was saying it earlier that I'm extraordinarily lucky and grateful to have people that. The way I described it earlier was through the ASMR work. Like, I committed to them and they committed to me. Like, we didn't do adverts on the ASMR channel. Like, I've been through it all, talked about it all earlier, but I'm very lucky to have people that support my work in this way. And if I can push it to somewhere where the other aspects, you know, the wider aspects, the more diffuse aspects, whether it be YouTube adverts or a sponsor, and both, you know, when these other things come through, hopefully if I can push it into that direction, then I will never forget that the people that got us there were people like Nigel. So thanks. And also it makes a difference to me on how, like, honestly, how stable like my life is. Like, finance isn't what I'd focus on enough, but it does make a huge difference to know, like, you know, there's some money there that I can eat with and spend on things. Like, we're not going to go cold at winter, etc. I put it all into the same kitty, basically. And I don't spend any frivolous money, I was saying earlier. Unless you count, like, a fucking steering wheel for a driving game frivolous, which I kind of do, which is why I haven't bought one yet, but at some point I'm going to have to, because we are going to have to get that Limmy driving scene. I bought the game, right? I'll just tell you this. I was trying to keep it secret. I'm saying it now. I bought a Euro Truck Simulator on the cheap. Got it off the back of a lorry. I got it on Steam on the sale. Euro Truck Simulator 2 or some shit. Look, it's only £4.79 now anyway. So that's about as much as I paid for it. So maybe I didn't get it on the cheap. Maybe I got it on the expensive. Anyway, I bought that Euro Truck Simulator 2. That's going to be good. We're going to have a look. Watch, if I put Limmy, this is classic. Surely you're going to get a video of Limmy playing the trucks. This is Limmy doing the trucks, look. This is the advert before you watch Limmy doing the trucks. Yogurt. Oh, is that made from cows? No thanks then. That looks interesting though, frozen yogurt like that. Look, here he is doing the trucks, look.
Oh, a caravan. Got your Waynes in the back there. Oh, I can see the Waynes playing in the back. They're playing a wee game of Ludo. Look at that. They're playing a wee game of Ludo. You know Ludo? Is that what it's called?
I want to get this set up
It's got the wee dice thing in the middle. You press it, it clicks, and it. You actually shouldn't be in the back. It's actually dangerous. They could get killed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give them a wee nudge. Just a wee fright. I'm not going to, just a wee fright. Hold on. Oh fuck! Shit! Oh my god, where is it? It's there! It's there! Oh my god! I just meant to give him a wee nudge. Oh no, pal! They went flying there, look.
That's, if I can get anywhere near that. Aging Scottish geezer. If I can get anywhere near that level of quality of streaming, I'll be happy. So I've actually ordered, the game. I say ordered, there's no ordering involved. I've paid for it on Steam and now I own it. Like, it's just instant like that. But I haven't ordered the steering wheel. I'm still unaware as to which. There's levels. But yeah, we've got, there's still lots of things to keep pushing for stream, and there's still ways to go. But I am really grateful for the tippies. It absolutely gets us there, so thank you. I'm not spending it frivolously, unless you count steering wheels as frivolity, which is exactly what it is. So I'm a naughty chuffer as well.
Time to act.
Wait for the feast to start. Okay, what am I doing out here? I've forgotten why I'm here. I went in there to get some I went in there to do the old...
I remember now.
I went in there to do the old, you know, get the,
Body and mind.
condensed resin, mate. Let's have 3 of them. Which means I must have been resin grinding last night because I didn't have any condensed resin. So that means if I look in my map now, I've only got 8 resin left. So I don't actually have to, you know, there's no stress now. I don't have to bang the domains. And this is a new thing here as well, which I wanted to do on stream. Now that I've completed certain things, look who's here. Zudong, Pravana, and Julie. Now, Pravana, she's from Sumeru. Julie's from... Look, Julie's got this bag with this stuff on her back. Look, garlic and shit, like food in it. These are the gastro chuffers. Sumeru and Mondstadt and Liyue. Or maybe Inazuma. Liyue, I think. And they've come here to get some nice tucker, to have some food. And I've been bumping into them out in the wild, and we've been having, like, stuff go on. I'll just say that, stuff go on. Sometimes it's I get them some stuff for their food, and other times I have to go on a right rigmarole. But in the end, there's food. So now they're here. So what are they doing here? They've been looking for me. The all-star gastronomy people. The gourmet supremos. The all-star... Yeah. We were asking them what names they had. They were the Pika Pika Rice team and the Gulu Gulu Desert team. We could be called the Pika Pika Rice team. That's fine. I really understand why you monsters like to make these ridiculous names. Sweetie Flowery, Calla Lily, Wolf Hooky Fruity. You also call me Julie Julie. I'm not making this up. That's what he said. You can also call me Julie Julie. Julie, can you please act normal? Because these kind of names are memorable, see, you remember it right away. Zudong said. So Liyue's Juen chilies must be named by a Mondstadter, right? Chili lilies. No, that's totally different. That's simply to highlight the spiciness of the Julian. Oh, they're called Julian. I thought they were Juen chilies. They're not. They're Juen chili lilies. Chili lily. Chili lily. That's why we use the double li. It makes perfect sense because they're extra spicy. That makes no sense. This is like lore I don't need to know. How does the highlight the spiciness? I think it sounds cute. Anyway, if it's memorable, it's a good name. Let's not talk about that. Traveller would like to ask you for a favour. We want to cook something special. You see, this is what it always boils down to. We're going to collect the ingredients in the forest north of the city. There are many monsters, so could you come with us? And we're going to give you food. Yeah. Julie's an adventurer, but she can't deal with it. So, I'm going to skip through that bit of dialogue, and they're going to disappear, and we're going to have to find our own way over there. So, he's over there, 300 metres that way. Now I'm just doing this because I'm just enjoying myself. I'm not, usually, when I'm not streaming, I'm doing the grind and the other stuff. Like running around, opening chests and, you know, whatever else, grinding in the air. But this, I can't do because it's like actually story stuff really, isn't it? So I should really do it on stream. So I'm going to tuck this one away as well before we finish. I assume. I mean, I don't know what's about to happen. If it takes 10 hours to get through this, then maybe not. I thought we were just going to do some basic shit. Talk to the people in front of you, okay? I can do that. There's all these hilly churls that are lying around. Kami Munisi. He's a soldier. So we're having a chat with a soldier. The monsters come taking the food. So he's finished talking to us. He didn't seem like a baddie though. Look for cooking ingredients. Sleepy hilly churls, but there's cooking ingredients apparently. Find a good spot for cooking.
Body and mind. Time to act.
And this is not a good spot. Usually, oh, there's the campfire. It popped into existence. The soup's cooking. Amidst the chaos... Oh, that's gone. I didn't skip that. That went quick. They're going to make the ultimate seasoning. I mean, it's getting dark now, so could you just hurry up? Quest complete. 3 books. Gourmet Supremos on the road. Quest complete. I mean, what? Sometimes it does that to you. Sleepy Hilly Chills all around them. What? If you like, you know, I'll accept it. I'll take it. 3 books. Oh, 3.5 hours and we still haven't got our flowers. You know, we still haven't done the main Archon quest so that I could do those other side quest things that are on the list.
Body and mind.
I might be back at this tomorrow.
Add
Not consistently streaming on YouTube for the next couple of weeks. Not consistently. I might be on there with a couple of things, but with the upheaval in our world at the moment, not in like the world in general, I mean my life specific, I'm not quite on the schedule, but big things are going in the future, so no stress. Okay, done that. Let's have those. Thank you very much. Materials. I like to stay above 200. Down to 96 I'm not doing anymore. I like to keep those numbers high. These are adventurers, look. See them a lot. This is where I'd most like, everywhere I'd most like to make this place. Anyway, most like that. I'd come here for holidays. In fact, I wouldn't, I'd move here. Which house would I want? Not up there. Where are the houses? They're restaurants and stuff, aren't they? Or are these little houses? Could you live in a little house like that there? Be a bit busy. I'd like, you know, a bit of space. Maybe this house? Who lives here? This person, maybe. Maybe this house. This would be alright, wouldn't it? This house. This could be my house. But it's expensive. This one. I've got a teapot. I'm fuck my teapot, man. This house. I quite like that with the balcony. You don't get an upper floor, but you get a balcony. Big balcony. But yeah, and like, you'd come out and you'd sit out here on this person's roof and they'd be like, get off my fucking roof! Just come out and chill. Get off the roof! Big cheese around here, mate, so... Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to finish this quest, you know, do the feast. Maybe I have to now, because we've come this far, haven't we? Maybe we need to see the feast on today's episode. Shouldn't leave you hanging. But let's do it, let's do it. You've got to make it happen. You gotta make it happen. You gotta make it... Right, the way I make it happen is I've got a magic clock stopwatch. The time, days go by. When the days go by, feel the water under me. When the days go by, water flowing underground, same as it ever was. Tick, 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 tick.
Now, this is what I call
Is that enough time? No?
moment of solitude.
19 o'clock to 24 o'clock. 19 o'clock. Oh, that's got to be enough time now. Because we've done 1 day and now this is 2 days. So we'll even be late. We'll probably be a day late. perhaps if we miss it, then that's it. We never get another chance to go to it. That'll be disappointing, won't it, as part of the playthrough? It's that I overslept by a day on my magic clock and just missed it, and then that was it. You never got to see it. I'll have to watch somebody else.
Today's the big day!
Oh no, today's the big day.
Let's go to the Grand Bazaar and see how the celebration's coming along.
Fantastic, Paimon. I'm with you on that. Oh, that's the Academia though, not the Grand Bazaar. Grand Bazaar's downstairs. In it. And, hello. Party info. Now, she didn't do a lot.
Leave it to me.
But she's made the cut. You know, of course she's made the cut. She's Outrider Amber. Taking the Traveller.
Just what will we come across this time?
And this is tough because this is a party of 4 for the big party. So Amber's in because every time when we came to Sumeru first, the first person we walked around with was Amber. You know what I mean? Like, Amber's always the first one. She's the Outrider. She's my main. She goes away sometimes because she becomes special teams when you have to put together other squads and stuff, but she's still the main. She's the main one. Right, Gravekeeper second. Nahida's going to have to be in the squad, isn't she? Like, she's got to be for this. And we've got 1 spare place. Now, we could take the boss of the Liyue Qixing. It's a very important role, and it's a very important party, so maybe we should. I instinctively feel we should take her. Candice could be invited. We could have invited her. She's really... I've invited everyone else. I don't know why she don't get invited. Maybe I should take her. Other characters have been instrumental in our struggle. The Wet Boy, Klee, Chi-Chi, and Keqing. They're my main hitters, aren't they? I put them in when I want to actually play the game properly. Special teams there. Used to like you. You were my main one for a bit until I got Chi-Chi in the slot, but... Sucrose, again, I use it as like a special teams thing, but I should rely on it a bit more and build a squad around her. I'm not building squads now, I'm seeing who gets the golden ticket to the big feast. So I'm really leaning on Ningguang, not because I use her a lot as a character, but because out of all of these characters, you know, she's the head of the Liyue Qixing. Don't disappoint me. Don't disappoint me. I certainly won't. I'm inviting you to the big party. Don't you disappoint me. Be on your best behaviour, alright? Right.
I feel...
Shh.
It's nothing.
I said, behave. Now no one can get in. Now how are they going to get in? £5 on the door, mate. Do you want to come to the big feast? £5 on the door, mate. We need security. Oh, sorry, I didn't think of it actually. Good point, maybe. I mean, is it £5 on the door? It is now. You need to pay for the security. Okay. What if we don't have security? Then something bad might happen. What bad could happen? I'll tell you what. I'll show you what. Whack him with the pipe. Quick, grab his hand. Whack him with the pipe. Someone might get their fingers broken, you see. That's why you need security. Okay, but it was you that was doing the finger breaking. Isn't it you I need securing from? Well, pay me then. Pay me. And you'll be safe. Oh, I see now. I understand how it works.
Don't waste my time.
No one's coming in. Maybe I shouldn't have brought her. She's causing the right problem already, isn't she? Switch back to Amber. Amber's a lot more perky and polite. Hello, everyone. Where's the big feast? Oh, up here. There, everyone is here. Look, they are there. Look, everyone is there. Ah, they're all up there. Our big friends. There's all our friends up there. Up on the thing. There's all our big friends up there. Let's take a photo of that. Amber, your ears are getting in the way a bit. All your friends up there. And do you want to look over at me, Amber? No? Do you want to look at the cameraman? All our friends are up there anyway. We know what's going on. Here's Kipper, honorary guest. Hero.
Everybody's already here. Looks like we're the last ones to arrive.
I did think there was going to be all the people of Sumeru and like a big chair for me to sit on. They were going to jove us around in the big chair and everyone was going to be dancing and partying. That's what I thought.
I'm here.
Just looks like this lot stood around on the stage.
Ah, there you are.
Here I am.
Well, look who finally
Oh look, they've got a
decided
carpet
to
with
show
some food
up.
on. It's on the floor. They put the food on the floor.
You look like you came here immediately after finishing up some work. I'm very happy to see you here.
But we're not late, are we? It's just that everyone else arrived ahead of time.
I propose that the last one who arrived be put in charge of today's speeches.
I think we've had enough speeches.
Nah, there won't be any speeches today.
Good one, dear.
Oh, really? Well, even better.
Come join us over here. Let's share some great food and drinks, and chat about all sorts of fun things.
Yeah, when you put it like that, it doesn't sound so fun anymore all of a sudden. No, it seems nice, doesn't it? Like, I would get in. I'd have a good go on that. It seems like it's all vegan food, doesn't it? Like, all fruits and vegetables and stuff. Yeah, lovely. Quite often it is. Quite often, like, food, what you got to remember, like, vegan food, they call it vegan food, but that's just food. It's not vegan food, it's food. And you can eat it, and I can eat it, and everyone can eat it. It's food. It's like fruits and vegetables and shit. Like, you eat it as well. It's not like special vegan food, it's just food. What there is as well, there's another form of food where other people might call it just food. I call it like the economy of shame. Like animal flesh, not food. Like in the same way as I would choose not to eat certain things. Like I could eat, I don't know, man. Like I could eat this tissue paper. Like, I can eat that. I can consume it. It's probably not the best thing for me to consume. It's probably not as bad as murdering my dog and eating him. Like, for the dog, for me and the dog. I prefer having the dog than murdering him and eating him. So yeah, there are things that I don't consider food. I can eat them, but I don't consider them food really. My own feces. Waste materials, the dog, like dead corpses. Yeah, but there are other things that are like definitely food, like fruits and vegetables and that. Everyone considers them food. Everyone. It's not special vegan food. It's just food. Enjoy.
Everything looks quite good.
Quite good.
Wow, Paimon can't wait. Traveler, just look at all the delicious food here.
The feast and celebration of the General Mahamatra in the Grand Bazaar goes as planned. Drinks are flowing and the food is delicious, and the venue is beautifully arranged. If you're not a bit strange to be having your dinner up there on the stage, everybody eats and drinks before enjoying the performance prepared by Nilu and everyone in the Grand Bazaar. Time passes gradually in the wonderful atmosphere, and the beautiful evening feels almost like a dream. Almost,
So
but
delicious.
hopefully not.
Oh, this grilled meat tastes amazing.
Shut up, Paimon, there's no meat. I said specifically we couldn't see any meat. There's no animal flesh. It was all lovely. There's no grilled meat, Paimon. Shut up. So pumping home the anti-vegan propaganda. I forgot what even I was saying now, Paimon, you fucker. Yeah, I would hope it doesn't feel like a dream, because that's almost like a dream, isn't it? Because otherwise, if you're dreaming, it could be bad.
The food was specially prepared for you by everyone in the Grand Bazaar. And we have gifts that were sent by the residents of Sumeru City when they heard we were holding a feast.
Gifts, you say? I hope it's Primo's. And it looks like the same food as we had for our breakfast there in one of the dishes.
Everyone that came said that you saved Sumeru.
We did.
And wanted me to thank you all on their behalf.
Where are they then? I hope they're all queued up to, It's like signing autographs, except I don't want to sign any autographs. I just want them to sign their names for me. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Feels kind of nice to be seen as a hero.
Yeah,
I
big
could
cheese.
get used to this.
Exactly, dear. And in order to get used to it, you're going to have to join my squad, because if you don't, then you're not going to get to go around the world being a big cheese like we do. But already we've got quite a big track record that you've missed out on. You would have been there enjoying yourself quite a lot when we got to take down that great big snaky thing with the jade chain. But look, join the squad, dear. There's a space open for you.
Being a bodyguard is also a hero's job. You've always been amazing, Dia.
All right, here we go. It's time for the circle jerk.
My lady sure has a way with words. Thanks. I'm glad to hear it.
And I'm happy to meet everyone that participated in the great plan.
Don't mention it.
Come to think of it, we've really done something impressive together. It's unbelievable.
Yep.
We owe it to our abilities. And luck.
Well, I mean, you can say that, but Lesser Lord Kusanali fucking took the noses out of that chuffing hat wanker's hands. So it wasn't luck. That wasn't luck, was it? That was her being a fucking awesome chuffer.
Really? Why do I remember everybody thinking that luck was against us and feeling like we hardly had a chance of succeeding?
No, I always knew we were going to win.
That's how I remember it too.
I said we were always going to win.
It's luck that brought us together, and it was luck that let us form a team.
You're not on the team anymore.
Then, it took even more luck for us to formulate a plan and implement it successfully.
How lucky is this? You're not on the team anymore. I'm fed up with you.
Moreover, judging from the results, everything worked out well.
Well, yeah. I've got extra cake and they've given me presents. Where's my primos?
Yeah. Everyone gave it their all when it mattered most.
You're the best around. Nothing's ever gonna keep you down.
It was almost like a performance. We took the stage and put on our best show.
I like the Cheetos hair. It's the same colour as my Ninu jumper.
Everyone played their part. And thanks to everyone's efforts, the performance was a great success.
Glad that we reiterated that at the end there, Nilu.
So, would you say we're good actors too?
That's one more talent under our belt.
It's such a blessing that Lesser Lord Kusanali was able to return to power at the Academia.
Blessing.
Yes, even after being abandoned and neglected so many times, she's finally returned.
Brilliant.
Uh-huh. Lesser Lord Kusanali once used all her power in a great disaster, which resulted in her losing all her wisdom and memories of the past. The Academia basically abandoned her because of it.
Yeah, but it was about saving the world. We know that now.
This should be something everybody should remember. Huh? You look surprised. I didn't say anything wrong, did I?
All right, I see. I think what's happening here is that Dunyazad is describing the reality that everyone else doesn't really know happened because it was like all in this Sumasatra loop, but she's seen through the loop in some way.
No, everything you said is correct.
That's good.
Something wrong?
Yeah, what's with that face? You knew all of this already.
Don't mind me, my mind was elsewhere. Oh, didn't all that happen? Oh, right. Or is it they don't know that it happened the first time around and that she sacrificed herself the first time? I don't know, anyway.
Even if those two giants of the Academia are here, I still have to say it. Those sages really have some nerve. 500 years ago, Lesser Lord Kusanali used all her power for the people of Sumeru. And what did they do in return?
It seems that after everyone forgot later Lord Rukkhadevata, their understanding of Sumeru history also changed. All right, that's the point, yeah. That's what I meant. Like, they've forgotten that the original one, Rukkhadevata, did sacrifice herself, and that's why the sages went against her. But it's the same story as what happened. Like, it's like a mirroring of the same story, isn't it? It's like a similar story. So the story she told about Lesser Lord Kusanali is the story they used to talk about Lord Rukkhadevata. So their understanding of Sumeru's history has changed, but actually the functioning of it has not really. Like, they still tell the same sort of story, if that makes sense. I think I've got that right. Everyone believes that Kusanali... Oh, because they can't even remember Rukkhadevata, so of course Kusanali has always been Sumeru's Archon. Maybe I'm the only one in all of Tevat who remembers that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata ever existed. Ah, and she hugged her and she cried while she died. Or disappeared from existence. And then she was gone and she couldn't remember why she was crying. Oh, it's going to make me cry again now. Honestly, isn't that was like, she was holding her and she cried and then she was gone and she fell to her knees crying and she couldn't remember why she was crying even. No, that's sad because she can't even remember why she was crying. And we couldn't tell her. Or we didn't tell her. As the witness for her choice, I'm going to respect her choice and keep the secret for her.
If you bite the hand that feeds you, don't act surprised when it turns into a knuckle sandwich, right, Sino?
Perhaps I shouldn't say this, but their treatment of Lesser Lord Kusanali calls for a more severe punishment.
You could simply tell Lesser Lord Kusanali that you wish to have Azar and his accomplices severely punished.
I respect our deity's decision and won't interfere in any way. While we're on this topic, why didn't you accept the Academia's invitation to become the Grand Sage?
Are you trying to say that I'm fit to be a sage?
Not at all. But every person handling the selection process has said that you are the most suitable candidate to lead the Academia right now.
Why? Because he dethroned Azar from power?
I did that.
Could you try to put it another way? This is a good thing, yet you're making it sound like I overthrew Azar for my own personal gain.
I think I overthrew Azar. If anyone's going to take the blame or the credit for overthrowing Azar, I think it should be me.
But seriously, though, I always wondered if you had some personal motives behind it.
I did have my own motive, but it had nothing to do with being a sage. If the rules of our nation were suddenly cast by the wayside,
so this
then
coming
it
out
wouldn't
now.
be long until chaos ensued. I had no intention of letting their dreams disrupt my life.
It just feels like writing just to say this is why they've made these decisions, but that you can't really... Like, in actual fact, he probably would take the sage job, wouldn't he? But, you know, they've had to write him to maintain core stability for some reason. I don't know.
By that, you mean your life working as the Academia's scribe.
Like, he is a scribe, isn't he? It's making me think more and more he's going to be playable, because otherwise, like... I don't know.
Precisely.
Wait, is that all?
So, that's the only reason why you joined us and came up with all those plans?
It's reason enough.
Why is it that we've got this group of people, and out of this group, 2 of them are not playable characters? It seems so weird to me.
You've certainly
Maybe
got
not
quite the
Dunyazad.
personality.
You flatter me.
All right then.
But her-
How about you? You've already resumed work as the General Mahamatra, right?
Right, she's got to be on a banner soon, hasn't she?
That's right.
Will you be happy with that life?
It's not about being happy. There are merely a lot of things that I must do.
Even so, keep your spirits up and try to be happy, okay? And try to smile more every day. Just like I'm doing now.
Good one.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
It's like a personality clash. Talk to everyone at the feast. No, I just did. You're fucking shitting me. Alright, I'll hate them. Come on then.
I seldom participate in such lively gatherings.
Boring.
No, the Grand Bazaar that happy. Oh well.
It's funny because he took both keys to the house, and his roommate is going to be cross with that. Ha ha.
The atmosphere here is good. I don't often have a lot to handle these days.
He likes the feast. Oh, it's an opportunity to get all photos with everyone, isn't it, really?
My lady, the grilled meat over there is delicious. Have you...
Yes, I also... What an amazing...
You said it. Oh, look who else is here.
Me?
Hello. Oh, I'm so happy Nilu invited everybody.
Hey, less of that...
And that's that. They're just having a chit-chat. So it's literally like to make you feel like you're having a chit-chat at a party. A bit weird. And like, why are we having this party up here on the stage when the Grand Bazaar... Oh, is it closed now that everyone's gone home? No, there's still a shop going up there. What's fucking going on?
Ah, there you are, traveler.
Here I am.
Well, how is it?
It's great, yeah, thanks.
It's the first time I've ever invited so many exceptional people to one place.
Good one.
You see, make sure you live it up tonight.
We'll do. Oh, we've got a message. Seti Taria's message.
I'm honored to have her think of me this way.
Good one.
I can't explain why.
I mean, this is voice acted, but I just, like, what? Okay, now we've got a cutscene.
Hey, what's wrong? Your head is starting to droop.
Am I tired? I suddenly feel sleepy.
Hey, you can't just fall asleep here. Paimon will go find something delicious for you to eat. You'll wake up once you've put something yummy in your tummy.
Really?
Of course. Just wait here for Paimon.
And then I'm going to pass out and it's all going to be over. Oh, look. I thought they were going to show them all in the frame then. Is it because I didn't sleep well last night that I feel sleepy all of a sudden? Or is it because I'm too full? Feels like someone is here. Oh, some weird shit's going to go down. Is it the Fatui, the Harbingers? What's going on? Or is it my cousin? My twin? Paimon's got a different light to everyone else. I can't rewind that now, but I'll have to check it in the edit. Paimon had a different colour and light to everyone else. It looks like her consciousness is connected to mine again, right? So it's Nahida's doing this.
You may blame me for being a bit too self-indulgent. I was thinking about talking with you, and the next thing I knew, I had made a connection with you. The connection between us is amazing. It's like flora and the fence it grows upon.
What do you need from me?
I heard there's an amazing celebration feast today at the Grand Bazaar.
So
I wanted to have a look for myself, so I snuck in.
Good one, yeah.
Lately, I've been so busy dealing with all the fallout from recent events, so I really haven't had any free time. Although you've already helped me with a lot, there's still one more thing I hope you can help me with.
What is it, strange monochrome Nihida?
Please say thank you to everyone for me.
Oh, bless her.
Oh, is it not convenient for you to do that for me?
And I'm telling her she's got to do it herself.
But if I just show up all of a sudden, people will become all quiet and stiff, won't they? What if I end up scaring them and ruining this wonderful feast? That'd be the last thing I want.
It'll be fine. Please don't worry too much. God's going to make an appearance if we can convince her to.
Think about it. Okay.
Have you made up your mind?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. God's going to make an appearance. Oh, through me.
You said I should go thank everyone as myself, right? So... I've decided to borrow your body for the time being. Please don't blame me. The flora also climbs up to the fence to get closer to the sky.
Fucking weird. Please promise me you won't say anything weird while you're in my body.
Everyone!
Are you awake now? Paimon was just about to bring you the food.
It's me.
Huh? That voice. Nahida?
Hold up, what's going on?
I didn't expect to have a conversation with the consciousness of Lesser Lord Kusanali in the Grand Bazaar. Interesting. Is this also a part of the feast?
Don't be rude. God's talking to you, fucking dickhead.
No, of course not. Are you... Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Hello, Nilu.
You know who I am?
Oh, he's going to make me cry now. Oh, she knows who she is. Of course she knows who you are, you chuffer.
Yes, I already know every one of you. Nilu, Alhaitham, Sino, Dia, Paimon, and Dunyarzad.
Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yeah, Dunyarzad, yeah. Rolling with the big chuffing high rollers now.
I took the liberty of occupying the traveler's body so that I could thank all of you in person. Thank you so much for rescuing me, even if that meant placing your own safety in peril and taking the risk of becoming enemies with the Academia, the sages, the doctor, the balladeer, and even the entirety of Sumeru.
I don't think I've ever had a moment like that in a game before, where I felt like they're thanking me for my participation. I don't think I've ever participated in a game this much. I stream it as well, bear in mind. I talk my way through it. I'm always going on about it. It's become a big part of my life in this, through this window, this screen that I've got in front of me. Like Genshin Impact has become the rest of my life. Not much Genshin Impact going on. I talk to other people. They don't. I'm the only person I know that plays Genshin Impact, and you, obviously. But in this world, like now for quite a long time, it's like been a feature of my stream as well. Not the main feature, but a small. Like, I only come here today to have fun because I enjoy. Like they're saying thank you. They showed me all the people. They're looking directly at me in my eyes. Like the camera is what's called breaking the fourth wall. When people that are in the thing look directly out at you through the frame, directly into the camera. It's why the actors shouldn't look into the camera, you know? Because they're looking at you and you think, oh, is he looking at me? That's a bit weird. Does he know I'm watching? They. Breaking the fourth wall. They're deliberately doing it. They're saying thank you. I know that we're playing Nahida here. We're looking at the world through Nahida's eyes and they're looking at Nahida. But really, we're the player. We're the one that controls the traveller. And... we didn't worry about becoming enemies with the Academia. We were ready to stick one right up them. The sages, the doctor, the balladeer. Oh, the excitement, isn't it, when I think about it? The doctor, the balladeer. Oh, the excitement, yeah. Like, and they're saying the entirety of Sumeru. It's not, like, in a way, I feel like like the honest truth, like the subplot here is that the actual people who develop the game, who put their time and effort into it, they get paid well, of course, yeah, all that, but you don't give them enough credit, do you, really? Like, nobody does. It's not like, you know, you watch your favourite football team and you know the names of all the players and they get paid well, but they're on the pitch and you're cheering their names. You know, you go and watch your favourite band and you know the names of all the people in the band and you know all the stuff they do, and you know you'd recognise them if they passed you in the street, for Christ's sake. But the people who developed this game, I would not recognise if they passed me in the street. I don't know their names. They get an opportunity sometimes through the art to sort of speak to me directly. I feel like I'm going to cry. Like, this feels like a big thank you to me. You've just been through all of the Sumeru stuff. It has been hours. Like, I've sat through some of the hours of dialogue that did go on a little in places. But overall, thank you, Genshin Impact. Thank you. Free to play all the way. Money spent 0-0. One of the best gaming experiences I've ever had. One of the best games I've ever played. Coming up this year, we've got Game of the Year. Coming up this year, right? Game of the Year awards. Now's a good time to quickly sort of cover this on my stream. Although this episode won't get uploaded to YouTube quick enough to be relevant, I suppose. But we're working on it. We're getting there. Game of the Year awards, news. Where are they? All nominations. And this is the Sun. I don't want the Sun, but anyway. So, Game of the Year itself is these games. It's going to be one of these. Now, I think what they should do. I don't want the Sun. In fact, so much don't want the Sun. I'm not going to look at the Sun because I could look at it anywhere, couldn't I? There's the Sun again. Why is the Sun on it? Daily Mail. Why are these bad newspapers on it? Enemy was alright, wasn't it? Enemy's alright. We'll go Enemy. I don't know why those bad papers are on it. Where's Enemy gone there? Do not consent. Leave me alone. How can you turn that ad off? I don't know. Okay, right there. You can turn it off there. Right. The Game Awards full nominees. So, Game of the Year. And this is the full list. So what I think, honestly, I think this is fucked up. And I know people have got different reasons for thinking Game of the Year. Oh, it's all corporate bullshit. I know, yeah, I'm anti-corporate bullshit. You know I am, but it's like they have the Oscars, isn't it? You know, they have an awards ceremony. I'm not... there was check this out, right? There's an awards ceremony around my way, like local Pride of Stratford Awards or whatever, and the way you get nominated, like there's an award, one of the local hairdressers won it. I was like, how does she won a fucking award from the Pride of Stratford? Why did Stratford give a fuck about her and her haircutting? They don't. What it is you pay money and then you get nominated because you paid money to be nominated, and then I think if you pay a bit more money into the system in some way, like you have a nice table at the awards, whoever's paid for the nicest table wins the award. Like, it's just all a fucking sham scam promotion marketing so that you can have the badge. You bought the badge, you can have the badge. You're the hairdresser of the year of Stratford. You're the most important Stratford. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Local awards like that are paid for. It's just a marketing scam. This is in the same way like the Oscars and all that. It's all just marketing bullshit, isn't it, to get you into it. But this is the list for Game of the Year. It is. You can accept it, you don't, whatever. It is. We talk about it. People talk about it. I'm talking about it. So, all that politics aside, and of course I actually agree with Darkside Phil on this one. Just using game journalists to make these decisions, again, it's all part of the marketing thing. Anyway, what I'm surprised by is that fucking Genshin Impact's not on that list. Game of the Year, Genshin Impact. Well, it's not out. It was not new this year, was it? No, it's actually in a different category. Not games for Impact. Ongoing game. Down here. All the way down here. Next to Fortnite, Final Fantasy, Destiny, Apex Legends, Genshin Impact. But it's weird, isn't it? Because it's not like these other games. These are all like... Well, Fortnite's a Battle Royale, but like MMO, Apex Legends Battle Royale, isn't it? So Battle Royales and MMOs and Genshin Impact. Like, we go in there with that, do we? Feels wrong to be in there with that, but we are. It's what we call an ongoing game. I thought it was an ARPG. Action RPG. Gacha RPG. It's an ongoing game. It's an ongoing game. So what I think should happen anyway is that Genshin Impact clearly is the best out of those. I don't care if you love Fortnite or Final Fantasy. If you love Final Fantasy and you hear me say this, you're going to be angry, but I love Genshin Impact. So you're going to love Final Fantasy and you're going to say Final Fantasy is clearly the best one. For me, Genshin Impact is clearly the best one. Winner. But not winner of Game of the Year. And not ever going to be. I think if you win these other categories, you should be put forward for Game of the Year. And that the Game of the Year should be selected from the winners of these other categories. I think that should be the way it works. Not the Game of the Year is like its separate subcategory, its own category. That, like, Elden Ring's in other categories. Elden Ring gets in different categories. So maybe Genshin Impact could have got in there, but it didn't. I don't know. It's not in there. I want to talk about it briefly before we finish the Genshin Impact questline here as well. Just quickly. I haven't played A Plague Tale, I haven't played Elden Ring, I haven't played God of War Ragnarok, I haven't played the first one, I haven't played Horizon Forbidden, I haven't played Stray, I haven't played Xenoblade Chronicles 3, and God help us if they win. It's about 200 hours of gameplay. But I will say that whatever wins, I will play it on stream. Absolutely. I'm hoping for Stray, because I want to play that at Christmas anyway. I'm going to do a Christmas special where we play Stray, planning to. And do it as a charity one for stray animals at Christmas, you know, because it's going to make me, I'm going to feel it, oh God, man. I don't know what's wrong with me now, because of all the emotional pull of Genshin Impact. Just thinking about stray animals at Christmas nearly made me cry then. But I got a dog from the rescue centre, and you have this problem around Christmas that an animal's for life, not just for Christmas. People buy them as presents at Christmas, and then they don't want to keep them after Christmas. Not like the next day they give them up, but, you know, January, February, they're like, fuck, this is a lot of hard work and it's costing me money. Might have to bin this off. And like, that's really, really fucked up. So don't buy dogs as presents. You know, have a good think about them instead. So dogs should not be given as gifts at Christmas, never. Never. So for that reason, Stray seemed like, a good reason for doing a charity stream at Christmas for the animals. So we might play that at Christmas anyway. But these other games I haven't played. And I really should play Elden Ring. Plague Tale Requiem, I haven't played the first one either. I don't want to let things just go by and be like, oh, I want to play. I said that with God of War. I'll play that at some point. I haven't got... at the time I didn't have PlayStation. I've got a PlayStation now. I could just play that anyway. No, it's on Steam as well, isn't it? No. So whatever wins Game of the Year, I will play on stream. I won't be playing them all. But maybe next year I should try and make more of an effort to play some more of the range of other titles amongst this wonderful and diverse medium, which is something that I love. I'm more into the indie game scene than I am the AAA scene, to be honest, for that reason. But we'll discuss the games of the year in a separate stream, but I just wanted to bring that to light here, that I think Genshin Impact, look what it just did. It's a fucking awesome game, and it deserves far more credit than it gets. I believe in the West, it totally gets... They won't put it there, Game of the Year, in the West, for two reasons. One, they're not trying to sell some Chinese game. Nintendo. Sony. But you know what I mean? They're trying to sell these people that are like in bed with the Nintendos and the Sonys. It's console games, isn't it? That's what it is. It's console gaming. Console gaming. I wonder who's got a lot of money in console gaming that needs to be pushing their ideas. Right, I see. Is there more of an... Like, what happens with console gaming is you've got like 2-3 big companies. Sony, Microsoft, they're big companies, right? So they're going to lobby their agenda. Console gaming. Yeah, console gaming. PC gaming, bit more diffuse. There's a lot of different companies thinking a lot of different things, a bit more diffuse. So I think having two giants in the industry on the console side, 3 maybe with Nintendo, but you know, 2 giants, Sony and Microsoft, like they're stood there and they're like, we want to push console gaming together, even if it's together at some point. You know, there'll be some of your games, some of our games, console gaming. Like, they don't have that same sort of feel with the diffuse world of PC gaming. So I think the Game Awards is actually a bit more about consoles, isn't it? But anyway, having said that, Genshin Impact should be on there. It's a fucking crying shame it's not. It's because it's tarred with the gacha brush. That's why it's not on there. Should be up there for Game of the Year every fucking year, and it should fucking win as well. I haven't played these other games, so I can't say, but there is something to be said for having an end to a game, having a start, a middle, and an end, having a really good story in it or something. But for me, Genshin Impact blows all of these. Like, it's doing what all of these games do, like, put together. Like, it's done so much this year that when you consider how much content Genshin Impact's put out this year and what we've done, I mean, for me, it was the whole game. So, like, I can take the game as a whole, but I believe we've had Mondstadt. Sorry, not Mondstadt. I don't know when Inazuma came out, but I believe we've had Sumeru as an entire expansion at least. Because I know, because we've definitely done that. Let me just find out when Inazuma came out. July 2021, so that was last year, I'm assuming. So in a year we got one whole expansion. It's like a whole game, isn't it? Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong on that then. It feels like I've had so much out of it, but that's probably because I've started from scratch. So maybe I'll get a better feel for Game of the Year next year when I've been playing for a year. But it feels like we've had an awful lot. You know, I've been playing it every fucking day. Other than Xenoblade there. Xenoblade you can play for every day. I never finished a Xenoblade game in my life. Not like full, like, you know, by the time the new console comes out and is upgraded, I'm still playing the old Xenoblade game. So, Elden Ring's pretty big. God of War would be pretty big, but I'd have to put it up against those in terms of not just hours of content, but hours of story, all sorts. And then there's all these other categories like narrative, art direction, like it just doesn't get in there. All the games you'd expect to sort of see, but it doesn't get in there. Best score and music, you are fucking having a kidding me if why is it's just the same games as you put in the other categories. So that's easy. That's an easy choice then. The same games as you put in the other categories. Oh, plus one other one. What? How? That's handy, isn't it? That Xenoblade, God of War, Elden Ring, and A Plague Tale, all, as well as being Game of the Year, all had the best music. You can get fucked, mate. Genshin Impact's got better music. I haven't listened to any of it. I'm not judging them, these other people. I'm just saying Genshin Impact has got awesome fucking music, and if it's not on that list, there's something wrong with your list. Like, surely. I don't know about audio design. I won't judge that, because I think things like Gran Turismo 7 probably have more of a cause for more interesting audio design. So I think actually, you know, there are other titles that I might put ahead of Genshin Impact on audio. You know, we're talking about space and things happening and all this stuff going on. It's less important in the average playthrough of Genshin Impact as it is for a racing game. So, best performance. Again, I don't know, haven't played the games, but Genshin Impact. Games for Impact. I'm assuming these are more indie games that make a point. So I'm probably going to have to look at all those and play them if I can, because I like that sort of shit. Best ongoing game is definitely Genshin Impact. You can fucking go, you know, come on. Best indie. Stray's up for Game of the Year as well. Sifu. Again, this is where I'm at. I should have played Cult of the Lamb. I didn't. It was an oversight. I really should have. But I'd love to go and play all those games. All of them. So there's them. Best debut indie as well. Some of them are the same as the previous list, which is a bit of fucking cop-out. Again, isn't it? Oh, it just so happens your debut game is good enough to go on the best game list, so we'll put you on both. And that's easy then. Two lists the same. I know people at Raw Fury. We've got them in my film that I made, so go them. Best community support presented by Discord. Don't even know what that means. Best mobile, Genshin Impact is on the list for best mobile. And if it doesn't win best mobile game up against fucking Marvel Snap, then there's something wrong, isn't there? I mean, Genshin Impact is clearly a better game than Diablo Immortal. Under no circumstance can you argue that Diablo Immortal is a better game than Genshin Impact. No circumstance. Even if you like paying money to grind, you can do that here. Under no circumstance. Genshin Impact stands head and shoulders above any mobile game in that category. Best VR AR, I haven't played enough of them, but I should do. Best action, just straight action, comes right down here on the list. Bit weird, action games are now so far down on the list that they come right down here. But Call of Duty Bayonetta, Sifu, again, that's a second appearance from the indie game. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge tribute games. Best action adventure, A Plague Tale, God of War, Horizon, Stray. It's the same list as. So the action adventure games there, that's what it means to be a good game. Action adventure, isn't it? That's what all the Game of the Years were. Same list. Don't bother making a sport game. It will never be Game of the Year. Action adventure, mate. Has to be that. Don't do a shooter. Best role playing, same. But they've thrown in Triangle Strategy and Live Alive. I just hate the name. Best fighting. There's some fighting games. Best family. Family. What do you mean for kids? What do you mean for people with, like, you know, nans as well? Like, what do you mean family? Do you mean kids? Best sim strategy. Dune, Mario Rabbids. Mario Rabbids. Best sim strategy. Sim slash... That needs to be 2 separate categories, doesn't it, you fucking dickheads? Sim slash strategy. Warhammer's going up against 2 Point Campus. You've got a problem. Best sports or racing. Racing is a sport, so... But again, should be 2 separate categories. Best multiplayer. It's all the same titles as you'd expect, and they'll just give it to the people you expect. Most anticipated. Legend of Zelda, obviously, which isn't going to come out until next year. So I don't know how you give how do you give an award for a game that hasn't come out yet? Well, best anticipated. I mean, what? That seems a strange award. Yeah, but of course the whole point of the awards is to sell the games. So we want to be able to put our promotional material for the next game in, please. Make there an award for it. Okay, I will do. Content Creator of the Year: Carl Jacobs, Ludwig, Nibelian, Noburu, Cutie Cinderella. I've only ever heard of Ludwig. I mean, I think I've heard of Cutie Cinderella, but I wouldn't recognise her in the street, so I've only ever heard of Ludwig. So, I guess him. Although I don't think he's got anything to do with games, really. But best adaptation. There's loads of these awards. Like, I'm not reading these anymore. Fuck them. That was just a little interlude about the Games Awards. Genshin Impact. Thank you for thanking me. You're not going to win a game award. That's what I was saying, is that the developers of Genshin Impact deserve the awards. Not the name of the game, but the actual developers. I'm going to have to research it for another stream and say thank you. Because look at this. Like, you've been through it with us in Sumeru. It wasn't just one-off. It wasn't just one quick quest. It was hours and hours. It's been months and months now for me, hasn't it? Playing Genshin Impact. Nearly a year. It's been years for some other people. It's been a trip through Sumeru. It's been literally months in Sumeru, hasn't it? At least 2 months, I think, if I'm right, and just off the top of my head. Might be wrong. But, wow, thanks. Thank you.
Without you, without any of you, I would have been in a much more difficult situation. Had you not helped me to resolve the crisis, not only I, but Sumeru and even the entirety of Teyvat would have suffered great misfortune. People refer to you as the heroes who managed to rescue a god. I'm quite fond of this name. It not only explains your identities, but also bears witness to your relationship with me.
The hero who managed to rescue a god.
Please, allow me to present to you my most sincere gratitude.
Oh no, you little... Thank you. Thank you. This game is fucking impressive. Genshin Impact money spent 0-0. Thank you. And thank you. And thank you. And thank you.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, you have done so much for Sumeru, and I didn't even have a chance to do anything for you. You don't have to do this.
Dinyarzad, the suffering you endured during your illness is also proof of you being with me and praying for me. Thank you.
You don't need to be so ceremonious. It's always been my duty to protect you.
My duty.
This is how the relationship between the Academia and Dendro Archon should be. We just did what was necessary and set things back on the right path.
Rude.
You're an Archon, but you act so humble. You really don't need to be so polite with us.
I'm honored to have been able to take part in this plan. I hoped you liked the dance I dedicated to you.
That's the correct response. Honoured. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like really grateful to Genshin Impact that I get to play it for free. I know the system is that other people wail, and maybe that's a bit predatory and bad, and it doesn't do the predatory to me though. It doesn't. It shows me the characters, and if I want them, I can roll for them. I can save up my primos and wish for them. People who spend loads of money, they still have to save up their money and choose what they're going to wish for. They can't just spend loads of money and have everything. Like, we're not millionaires. No, so most people spend a bit of money and maybe sometimes a bit too much going for a character they weren't really thinking they were going to go for. Me, free to play all the way, money spent 0-0, having a fucking cracker of a time with it. It's one of the best games I've ever played, and this moment in this game is really highlighting that. Like, it's not all just meaningless dialogue. This is a communication between the developers and you, the player. You know, I hope you enjoyed this dance I dedicated to you. gone away behind the scenes. Don't see you anymore. Developers, thank you. See, like I said, everyone's very happy to meet you.
Yeah.
Nahida shows up for a surprise visit and brings the feast to its climax. Sincere joy flows in the hearts of everyone present. Well, it does do me, thank you. A warm atmosphere of talking and laughter carries on late into the night. What a joy this has been. It's not finished, obviously, Genshin Impact, but what a joy this has been. And the feast ends on the perfect note. Paimon farting. Dude! No, but that's been absolutely extraordinary. Well done. There's even more.
Did you rest well?
Oh! Fucking yes. You're waiting for a train. You don't know where the train's heading, but you know it's somewhere going to take you far away. I think I slept alright. I think it's time for the Sub-Zero Festival, isn't it?
After Nahida left, you ate a lot of food. You've become a glutton.
Still nothing compared to Paimon.
That just means you still have a lot to learn from Master Paimon, the Sage of Gluttony. Alright, since you're awake now, should we go and have a chat with Nahida?
So some things do change, but it's nice that they showed you that same intro.
She should be in the academia right about now. If you have any questions, now's your chance to ask.
Okay, I don't really. At the end of these things, they give you loads of chance to speak about lore, and I don't really have a... I don't give a shit. People will tell me in chat if I miss something big, but gather everyone and get the situation straight. I thought that would be the end. I'm a bit disappointed it's not the end, because like now I've been streaming for 4 hours, and a lot of it was me talking, but then I did do the playing, and I want it to be over now. I want my primos and to say that I finished this so that I can get on with this fungi bullshit thing that's going on. Like, there's event quests. Look, I'll tell you what I'm missing at the moment because I haven't finished this. Fabulous Fungus Frenzy. 11 days to do it in. Oh, that's okay, I've got 11 days. Oh, you've also got 18 days to do this, so... It's great that there's loads of content, but there's 2 new content things that are time-gated. Like, not time-gated, but they will disappear. So I need to hurry the fuck up and get this done. I thought this stream would have this in the bag. Thought we'd just have a good laugh watching the end of the quest for about an hour, 2, maybe. Didn't realise 4. So come on. I don't want to hear loads and loads of lore. I just want to get my primos. Like, we've done all the talking now. I've done the good moments. Don't over-egg the pudding. No, don't put any eggs in it at all. I'm vegan. Oh, this is fucking cool, though. Like, bear in mind, this is fucking cool. I mean, look at it. Sound design. You know, there's an award for sound design. Oh shit. No. Just wanted to go around in a nice circle and listen to the music. Little featies make a funny sound, don't they? There she goes. That was lovely, though, the little la 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 sound. Like, it's just fucking cool. Like, they make an effort on so many things, don't they? It's not just been like fucking thrown together. Like, this is a regal room. It's effort been made. Is that stars? It just disappears away to nothing. Is that stars? Like, really interesting spaces, really lovely design.
Nahida! Hello, Traveler and Paimon. What a fantastic night. I'm still immersed in all the happiness and joy, like a candle floating on water.
So are we, and that's why we're here to talk with you.
Is there anything you want to know? Is that where you're headed next? Fontaine, the Nation of Justice? As far as I know, that nation operates in the judicial system.
Does their Archon personally judge people?
No, there's a Chief Justice in Fontaine. Generally speaking, the Hydra Archon, Focalor, won't preside over individual trials.
Focalor.
However, even then, Focalor will still make herself present at just about every trial. It seems that she just likes to immerse herself in that sort of atmosphere.
Interesting.
As Archon, she still reserves the right to influence the final verdict. Anyway, let's just say she's got, a very unique personality.
So that's Fontaine, the next stop on my journey. I'm not going to ask anything else.
Are you sure? Isn't there something else you haven't asked about yet?
Huh? You mean...
About your brother. While you were resting at Gandharvaville, I took some time to perform an Irminsul search for information on your brother.
Okay, we both came from beyond the Sea of Stars.
Yeah! Isn't Irminsul a repository for all the information and memories of Teyvat? So there shouldn't be anything on her or her brother.
This is true in your case. Irminsul indeed does not have any information on you. However, there must be something different about your brother. Because, as it turns out, the world has recorded information on him after all.
What?
What?
There's only one possible explanation. He belongs to this world.
Oh, God. And we're twins. So it's some sort of like, you know, one from one, one from t'other, isn't it? Like, and because we were in whatever world, I'm assuming our world to start with, the reason that we've been wrenched into theirs is probably because he belonged there all of the time, and I've come along for the deal, and maybe I've got to go back to mine and he can stay here or something. I don't know. Seems a bit fucking weird, that. How is it possible? We journeyed the Sea of Stars all our lives until we came here. How could he possibly hail from Teyvat? What? Gravekeeper's saying now. Wait. Gravekeeper is saying, we journeyed the Sea of Stars all our lives until we came here. We journeyed. It implies that she's not from Earth like I am here. She's from space. Like, what the fuck is that about? Things don't add up. Is there something wrong with my memories, or is it this world has done something to him?
But nothing about this makes any sense. Wasn't this your first trip to Teyvat?
Do you know what he's been through?
According to the records I was able to access, your sibling suddenly appeared in Conria. After the Conria disaster, he began his journey through the 7 nations of Teyvat. But just as his journey was about to reach its conclusion, the Irminsul records on him suddenly become fuzzy.
I don't know why he had to journey through the 7 nations. We're going around the Archons.
What do you mean, fuzzy? Did something happen to him?
All I know for sure is that somebody, for reasons only they can know, is deliberately obfuscating his fate.
Interesting stuff.
And whoever it is, if they can do that, who knows what else they're capable of.
Could it be related to the Abyss? I like the way they bring in these big concepts at the end of these, struggles, because it's showing you like what the big story's actually about, isn't it, all the time? And you get wrapped up in the smaller tussles of beating up the balladeer and taking his hat, but then it's all about this, isn't it, really? Yeah.
But even that wouldn't explain how he somehow comes from this world.
Something else I noticed was that according to these records, the Fatui have not classified your sibling as one of the Descenders.
Descenders?
What's a Descender? Paimon's never heard of it.
Those who go down.
Look, I'm sure you must be curious about the information I received from the Fatui in return for my gnosis, right?
I can't remember what happened with the gnosis, actually. Now I'm thinking about it, I can't remember what happened with it. I thought she kept her gnosis. If she gave away her gnosis as well, I'll be really chuffed off with that.
A very important part of the intel was about this world's descenders.
Why can't I remember?
External beings, ones that don't belong to this world. Traveler, you are Tevat's 4th descender.
Right.
Huh? So the Fatui count 3 other descenders before the Traveler, and her brother isn't even one of them?
I think I missed that bit. I missed what Descenders actually were, but I'm the 4th one, which makes me a pretty fucking big cheese again. But...
That's right. My current hypothesis is that the first Descender was likely what we now call the Heavenly Principles.
Right.
As for the other Descenders, I still need to verify their existence. It could take me some time.
But we're to assume they're pretty big important chuffers, because one of them is the fucking Heavenly Principles, so...
Paimon's head's about to burst from all this crazy new information.
And yet, even knowing all this, I'm sure you must still have a lot of unanswered questions. I must say, I truly regret that I can't help you more as the God of Wisdom.
It's a little bit annoying that when you learn stuff, you're like, oh, I've learned something, oh, this is interesting, and then you're like, yeah, but wait, there's more, like, this is only like, you know, what you learn, you have questions about, and then what you learn, you have questions about, and it gets deeper and weirder.
There are many questions in my heart as well. I will need some time to go through each one of them.
Same here, I'll need some time to reflect on what you've said.
And soon, you'll also begin your journey anew and depart from Sumeru.
Will I?
I'm very interested in your future. It's a journey that can't be observed or recorded by this world. If fate is the ultimate knowledge, then your future will be the ultimate fate.
Good one.
Paimon's sure glad we got to meet you, Nahida.
Yeah.
The pleasure is all mine. I can't thank you enough.
Just give me the primos.
Alright, that's enough talk for
Although we've already got her.
If you ever miss me, just close your eyes. And maybe I'll appear in your dreams.
Oh, bless. We've already got her though, haven't we? So we don't have to stress, like, you know, we've got out of Sumeru, other than maybe could have gone for one more cheeky banner, could have maybe got a cheeky sign up. I'm thinking Nilou as well. You know, look who's gone past recently. It's a couple of good chuffers, but we got the main one. Free to play all the way, not suffering. Am I? Got a big chuffer. You can't say, oh, I wish I'd had 2 more, 3 more chuffers. I wouldn't even have the books to level them up. I've got one main character, the main character. I ensured it. Yeah, she's not going to just appear in our dreams. She's going to appear in our fucking squad as we go around kicking everyone's head in. Well done, Nahida. You've been a fantastic story Archon. Well done. There you go. Completed. To be continued, of course.
Things in Sumeru have settled down now. Paimon bets people will be coming up with new and interesting ideas at this time. How about we take a walk around Sumeru City and see if anyone needs our help? Paimon has a sneaking suspicion that it just might pay off.
Yeah. So now there's a load of world quests unlocked now that the world is changed by our completing it. Alright. Double Nahida. Cool as fuck, man. Cool as fuck. I'm well chuffed with that. Really good ending to the whole saga. And maybe dragged on a little bit, but this last conversation that I was like, oh, do we have to go and have another conversation? This is like the fountain of knowledge at the end, isn't it? And it is set in a different space because it's a different kind of conversation. It was a really good space to set it in. I thought that they did this really well. A little bit of, you know, I like the action. I'm not, a little more, less conversation, a little more action, please. That's me. But I thought this was fucking nicely done. Having said that, I don't like action films. I'd rather have films that make you think. I'd rather have films that are thought-provoking in many different ways. I liked Inception. Inception was good. Do you know what I mean? That had action in it, but it also had like things that you had to think about, didn't it? Probably a good balance there. So this has been good, though. Well done, team. Feels like the graphics have got a bit jerky now. I've come out of here. For some reason. It's a bit weird. I hope I'm not getting a kilobytes issue. I'm not. Feels like my graphics have gone a bit funny, though. And I'm not seeing anyone who needs my help or anything, which I thought I would do. I thought as I went down these steps, they'd be like there. Oh, hello. Oh, you know, there's one. No. Anyway, there will be, you know, you'll run into them in Sumeru. There will be people who've got little Radiant quests that they need your help with. Little side quest business. So it's never ending. Like, there's loads of stuff to do while we wait for the next Fontaine expansion. But for me, time... Hang on, what am I looking at over there? I'm looking at this. I need to go and do this area. I still... See, there's things I haven't done. I did start a bit later than everyone else, but there's things... Not Sumeru, I mean the entire game, but started Sumeru at the same time as everyone else, but there's still things I haven't done. We've been around the desert, haven't we? We went into the big pyramid, even though it wasn't satisfactory for me. I thought that should have been a lot... There should have been a lot more in there. But we did do that. I still haven't unlocked that. Still haven't unlocked that. Mainly it's been around the lush rainforest of Sumeru. The desert's been interesting. I haven't done so much up here in the Eye of the Sands either. There's still a few things for me to discover and do. I have done this Chuffin Giant. They've been good, haven't they? The giant ruined golems and guards or whatever. They were really good. 2 of them. The bosses are good. I haven't felt frustrated about having to beat them a few times. Just beat them, you know, the right amount sort of thing. I'm struggling to think if there's anything that I'm like, oh, this hasn't been that good though, but actually no, this has all been really laid out really well. Traversal's been really fun. Nice contrast between the green and the desert. The desert doesn't feel empty, but it does feel empty enough. It needs to feel empty enough, doesn't it? But it doesn't feel completely devoid of anything happening. Quite the contrary. So I'm really pleased with all that. This weekend I'm going to be banging... I mean, now, on my list, right?
What they say?
Look at all this. This is still my list. Look at my list. Archon quests. The Unexpected Guests, Paradise Trail. That's the Chasm. That's saved until we need it. Big quests for when we need it, when it's a slow week, which it might be. It's 1 week. It probably never will be. We've got story quests. These we are ticking off now. We're starting to tick them off. Because there's a limited list, look. This one is now unlockable. I'm not going to do it right now because every time I do, I walk into the quest and it kicks off. But that one, that one, that one, and that one need doing. This one requires some prerequisite and then we'll need doing. That will need some doing. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 story quests still to do. They're all reasonably, you know, you could call that a stream each. You probably just... One story quest isn't quite a full stream. It's probably an hour and a half, maybe a bit longer, but like there's 6 of them still to do. So that's the story quests. Then we've got the world quests, which are like... You might call it the side quests. So there's a whole load of them. And that doesn't include the ones in Sumeru, which I haven't collected yet because they've just unlocked for me. But if I just shrink these down so that they're a bit more easy to see. Still quite a lot though, isn't there? Going to finish off the Aranaka stuff with these Aranara chuffers. We're going to do some Oasis archaeology. That's Aranara chuffers. The Chasm, side quest in the Chasm. Oh no, that is the Chasm quest, the main quest. Tartaria, we need to go back to Inazuma and finish off some of these things in Inazuma. There's 3 or 4 of them, quite big ones. And then these things down here. One in Sumeru, one in Liyue, and another one in Sumeru. I'm not going to do the fishing. I'm vegan. I don't want to do the fishing, but this is a new timed one, and there's another one. Like, you see how much stuff there is. I fucking love Genshin Impact. It's brilliant. So I'm not going to be short of something to do this weekend. We'll be picking off all this shit. I will be making a concerted effort between now and whenever the next thing comes out to absolutely blast all that out. Yeah. I want my list clear so that I can say, right, we're doing the Chasm. I mean, I don't need to blast it out. What I'm saying is, next expansion, when it comes out, I want to sort of be ready, as in not having such a huge list. But it is nice to know that for the next 6 weeks, I've got content there. Main story content as well, story quests. 6 of those, you could call that 6 weeks worth of fucking streams if you want. I stream Genshin Impact mainly at the weekends. Like, that plus all the other crap on the list. It's nice to know there's fucking loads of content still, isn't it? Even though I've just finished the main quest. I'm really pleased with it that they do that. And that on top, you know, on top of that,
to see the world.
one of these was on the list already in there, but 18 days for this, 11 days for this. Now we can do this. So this is on this list. So if anything, that's the one we're doing. But I'm not doing it now. Start, you know, 4.5 hours into stream. I like to do about 3-hour episodes, episodic. So that if someone went on YouTube and wanted to watch it, they could say 3 hours. Yeah, I can watch that. Not 5 hours, 7 hours. I'm never going to get through this. You know, unless I'm on my day off or I'm binge watching something. Usually, I would watch somebody stream like Asmongold or something. I'd watch the edited YouTube stuff, which means I should edit more of my stuff. And I'd also watch I'd watch an hour or two, 3-hour video. You know, something they're doing, stream, whatever. Probably wouldn't get through 7. Like Steve of the Dead does 7-hour videos, and unless I'm going to stay up all night, which I do sometimes. The best way to do it is to break it into 2 or 3 sections, isn't it?
Huh?
So if that's the best way to do it.
There's a new bulletin board here, and it has pictures of fungi on it.
For me, I'd like to sort of present my content in that way, so it's easier for you to consume it in a way, if that makes sense. I mean, in another way, it doesn't matter. You can just stop it and start it, can't you? But I'm going to find out what's going on here, and then I'll probably do the rest of this fungus stuff on my own grind. Interested in capturing fungus? No, I'm not really, but sign up to the tournament. Training fungi to fight each other. That's awful. That's like the worst kind of animal abuse you can know. It's like Pokemon.
Fungi are monsters! We can't let this go ahead. It's way too dangerous. Let's go check out the tournament.
So it's like an animal abuse thing, like cockfighting. And I imagine what you have to do is you have to go and capture funguses from around the world. Like, you know, there's different kinds, aren't there? And then you take them to the arena, and it's a bit like Pokemon. I imagine they want it to feel more like Pokemon, but to me it feels like cockfighting, which is like terrible animal abuse, or dog fighting, or any animal fighting abuse system. Like horrible bad. So I'm just going to get some fighting combat out of my system before I sign off. And I'm signing off in a little
Chivalry
bit.
will never die.
Not until
Let's
I've done
finish this quickly.
Put the squad back together. Ningguang
What's happening?
didn't really come out. She was just there for the big meal. Just kill some of these mushrooms.
With sword comes shadow.
Or should I be collecting them and making them fight other mushrooms? Seems well wrong to put that in the game. And I'm not doing the fishing because I'm not an animal abusing chuffer. But these are bad mushrooms, so we kill them. But
Ring cutter, incoming. Hey.
you know, and the animals around here, we kill them as well, don't we? Even though I don't think that's right. I don't have to, I'm vegan, but I don't have to play every game completely vegan, do I? Like, because it's a game, but I still think it's a terrible example. And like, to have animal abuse cockfighting in there is slightly fucked up, so... go to the arena. It's thousands of miles away, it's meters away. I'm walking, and it's over there. Okay, I'm not doing it now. But I wanted to open it up so you could see what it was, so that if I did it off stream, you saw it. But you don't have to see everything on stream, do you? You might still get to see the cockfighting on stream, you never know. But you don't have to see everything. Like, some of the little... I will confess that some little side quests I've done off stream, but most of them, pretty much everything that made the list made the stream. Yeah, pretty much. I did do, maybe in the earlier stages, in these first places, Mondstadt and Leeway, I did some side quests off camera more, but since Sumeru, I've really been doing everything on stream, even the events. That's what you do, isn't it? It's what the content is. Hours and hours of the chuff and stuff. Really enjoy it. It's a really good day. Right. Have you got any books to go around then? Who's getting their books? Can you get ascended yet? No, we still need 25 or 20 of those flowers. Christ. So along the way, Gravekeeper is now going to 90. So I'm quite happy just to give her the books. There's another level. Main character heading to 90. I think it's about time. And the next character further down the list who's taking that next jump up is Candice, 72 there. I don't think she's going to make a level issue there, no. So it should be Candice. She's going to go from 70 to 80, and then we're going to ascend her. We'll only need the blues and a couple of boss kills. We've got the flowers and the silks. So they're the hard bit, the flowers. So a couple of boss kills, bam, bam, bam. How many blues have I got? The blues are a little bit more tricky if I don't have any stashed. They drop from Child, and we do beat Child up on the regular. They drop from the Oceanid, of course, and I don't want to have to fight the Oceanid anymore, but they do drop from the Oceanid. And Barbara can benefit from Oceanid kills, I think, still. And of course you can, I know, you can transmog the other ones, but I don't like to do it. I like to just grind them up, but... One. I need four. But I can do this. I know I can do this, yeah. I can change some of those other ones to other... But the other ones I'm needing for the other characters anyway, so I might as well not change them. Amber's needing Ascension as well. She's on the way. We only need one more red gemstone for Amber. I can't make one now, though. I like to do this at the end of the session, though. Like, you know, give them their rewards. Amber, her Ascension, I only need one red gemstone. And then once I've got that, I've got all the other stuff. I've got an extra 40 of those Everflame seeds in the end. And if I want to grind the red gemstone, I'm going to pick up some more, so that's handy. But yeah, easy Ascension for Amber. Just a red gemstone. So yeah, Candice will be on where Amber is before you know it. And the other person that's lower down the list that I'm currently pushing is Ningguang, 60 of 60. Her Ascension is based on Basalt Pillars. So no need for anyone else to get excited about books. Once we've got these characters pushed through, once Nahida gets up there, we can then start grinding the flowers for Dori and Collie. Nahida's going to be having Collie's green chunks, so, you know, and what have you. But she's got her mushrooms ready and all that. You know, these two are just suffering based on other characters going ahead of them. Kuki Shinobu is 70 of 80 with a banging weapon. Now that's 70 of 80 as well, and it's fucking cool. Banging weapon. And her artifacts are not rubbish, but they're not good. But she's got random sort of... She's got some artifacts, just say that. Talents, need to finish those off. 5s and 6s. Need to push them all the way to 7s. What will be coming on... as part of my off-camera grind more, but I will be bringing it to stream, is what's coming on for me now is a switch up to the bosses. Because we've been hitting... My main squad, like, they've got 7s on these talents, and that's because they need things that are from those easier bosses. So the bosses we've been doing, the Wolfie Boy, the Wolfie Boy's been giving us the Wolfie bits. They've all got 7s. Child for Rosie, she's all got 7s, and she's got 4 of those kicking around, so she can go to 8s anytime soon. I just need loads of philosophies of Ballad. I've got loads of insignias, you know, so I'm alright with that. That's all good. But the bosses I've not been fighting, and I'm starting to fight, are... So we regularly do Child, he's alright. We regularly do the Mondstadt bosses, Dvalin and Wolfie. And I've included now Ajar Dahada. These are not bosses like Oceanid and things like that. These are not like Regisvines. These are full hard bosses, hard mode. So Ajar Dahada, as Hadada, as this one, I'm factoring that into the system. As you see, this week I've got no more attempts to beat it because I beat it. So I'm factoring that in. It's a little bit more tough. And I need to factor in now this chuffer, which I find incredibly difficult, and also probably the other one as well, isn't it? This chuffer. Probably not so much this chuffer, I don't need to factor it in as much, because the rewards aren't things I need. so I don't need to do that actually. But I'll probably do it once or twice just for the fun of it. But I need to start doing this because my characters, the other characters that I haven't got up to 7s require that. I require some of that, and this is going to be tough. So I need to start bringing in another. It's like a level up. It's like you're used to a certain routine, your commissions, certain things. Then when you get certain, like the game's really clever at doing it. When you get certain, I suppose levels is the right word, isn't it? Like when your character ascends to a certain rank, you start being tough enough. It says, all right, well you can factor this into your weekly routine as well then. And you're like, can I? Oh, that's a bit tough as well. Like just a little extra. I used to be doing Oceanids as like my main boss every week. Oh, that's the tough boss every week. Now I'm doing the actual fucking bosses and considering them like easies. And I've got tougher bosses. And I know that this is a chuffer as well, but thank God I don't have anybody that needs whatever that is. I don't need any storm beads, so I don't need to be down there with that, but that's a tough chuffer. There's also, even though I don't need to kill the Magu Kenki for anything specific anymore, no more marionette cores for me, thank you very much. I've had about 600 of them. I don't need to. There's a challenge, it's only one of the achievements, it's only like a temporary my achievement, but you kill him while he's taunting you. So I need to do that. Like, there's one more run, or at least 2 more or 3 more. Like, there's all sorts of things still to do. Reputation rewards here, Sumeru, and Inazuma as well. They can't reward me any further in Inazuma because I've won the reputation there. Thank you very much. But I will go and collect. I've got the Inazuma wings. I can't get any more reputation here. I did the grind before I completed all the tasks. Like bounties, they give you 100. So, and they give you more these requests, like can you fetch me some fucking fruits or whatever, or kill these chuffers. I can't do this one, or I could do it, but it'd be useless because I'm level 10, rep 10. Repped up, rep 10, and I did that to get the wings, but I'm only 20, like there's still loads of these, look. So free reputation that's not worth it. I'm going to get it because I'm going to do the quests, but there's still loads of these, and I've did the grind instead. But I could have factored that in and said, right, I'll get those on the grind, get those instead. I could have factored those in, but instead I just did it in bounties and requests. I just banged out bounties and requests until I got my rep 10. But world exploration, they're all claimed. Still, I'm only at 67%, but I've still got 20 of these. These are more quests in Inazuma. It's showing me there's 20 quests still to do in Inazuma. Fucking cool. Fucking cool. But I won't get any reputation for them. It don't matter. I've already got the wings. It's fine. I've already got them. Fine. But over here in Sumeru, on the other hand, cheeky Sumeru, I have not. This is where I'm now. This is my new rep grind. And I absolutely love the way by doing the rep grinds, they give you the tools then to go and find all the chests and all the bits and pieces. They give you the chest compass. That's lovely. Like, it really helps you to sort of pick the bones dry when you're finished with a place. It means there's a lot of replayability. Like, not replayability, but there's a lot of playability for the whole game, isn't there? Thank you. Didn't really get anything out of that, did we? Just one little bit of rep. Have I got anything else I can hand in my bag? Probably not at the moment, because I've done... Oh, I've got a new thing, haven't I? What have I got? Didn't it tell me I had a new prize or a new present or something? A stick. Didn't I get a new stick somewhere? Can't see it in this list. Don't I get like special rewards and shit, and like, I thought it was a stick. Oh, we've got some wishes. We've got a free wish. We can do a wish. 15 of those, 6 of them. Can hand in a couple of them. I'm not going to get any actual rewards out of any of this. There it is. Look, there's the new stick. Silver twig quest item. A branch taken from the centre of the world. Building up these items that I've got from sort of being a cool chuffer. Kicking ass.
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
I feel like the graphics are moving a bit funny for me. I don't know, yeah, that feels like me today then. Yeah, I'll probably end up playing a bit more Genshin Impact off camera still, like when I don't have to talk. I mean, I don't have to talk now, do I? But I feel like I do. It's such a good game, but I might go and get myself some tucker now. I only wanted to come on because my phone's broken. This is probably more fun than having a broken phone. Look at the size of it now. I like the way they've done that in a way, isn't it, as well? Diagonal. They're not just like square. Like, there's still this area here, this way, that you can go. There's still loads of space on the map that isn't full of stuff, that will be full of stuff. You know it will. Maybe beyond Inazuma, you could maybe even do a few more islands. I doubt they will, but they could. Certainly south, we'll get some southerly realms here, I'm sure. Because this looks like it's, you know, something more here, doesn't it? Already. I don't know what will happen here, though, because you've got a bit of an ocean. So it implies that there's a coastline somewhere along here that we're not seeing. Because this is the ocean, and this is the ocean, yeah? So it implies that this might be the ocean, but maybe there's some part of this coastline down here that we're not seeing southerly here. So we'll get this place, whatever it is. It must be a peninsula, though, because it can't go on too far, because, you know, how far can it go on? I don't know. But then there's an ocean here. Unless this is like the Mediterranean, and they, like, surround it and make a small ocean. I don't know what's going on, but it looks like there's a bit of coast there. If you see here, it looks like there's a bit here. So I imagine this coast here will become the desert. So a line down like that. And just a smaller peninsula here. So there's one expansion. I imagine 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a lot of space, isn't there? A lot more to go. And yeah, a lot more to come on my streams as well. We're going to be expanding our horizons. I will continue to play Genshin Impact on Twitch, absolutely. I'll be here playing Genshin Impact. I will also try and factor in another game onto Twitch at some point. Like the way I'm playing Genshin Impact in the evening now, I keep saying it, but I will try and factor in another game. And then on YouTube, we're doing more chatting about stuff. Obviously, the YouTube channel is going to be devoid of further Genshin Impact. That's going to go to Ganji Impact. But the lives here will continue. Thus, the podcast will continue. Make sure you get on that, the new one. Make sure you have a look at that. In fact, I'm going to customise now and put that in the list as to the things that, if you're going on the channel, it's what you'll see at the start. It'll make it easier for you. Look. There you go. Make it easy for you. Don't have to think round here. Oh, live stream offline. Well, that's fucking stupid then, isn't it? Stupid. You don't have to think round here. There you go. It's all laid on for you. So now, or even just that in poverty situations, you've got more broke. Now, if you go on the channel, you'll see it. It's there at the top. So the latest episode of Thus is live. We go live. We make stuff. We didn't do words on stream yet for a month. Like, that game hasn't worked. I want to step up. I want to improve. I don't want to turn up and be like, oh, it didn't work today. And like, oh, there we go, another shit stream where it didn't work. Still haven't got my head around exactly what we're going to do, but we're going to have a regular weekly interactive charity words sort of based thing. I'm going to step up on that. More streams about body language and McCann's. More Thus podcasts. You know, I'll add in a few more things to this. I will play one-off sort of gaming. I think I'll play the Stray on this, maybe. Maybe, or maybe it's the wrong place to play it. Maybe I should play Stray somewhere else. But, you know, this is definitely the conversation, react, body language, crime, psychology, me, boxing, flight school, fucking conspiracy media. I don't know what it is. Ganja Kid, innit? Choffers. So yeah, you know the score. Get on the dance floor. That's what it's for. And if you can't be good, you're naughty.